At this moment, I am standing on the playground of Dongzhou Police College, with a popsicle in my left hand and a fan in my right hand. I seem to be relaxing, but I actually have something in mind. Director Han Liming and class teacher Wen Ryu were recounting my past. The decline in grades, fighting, and falsification of files. Did they think they could control me with these? They were wrong. This was just part of my plan. When I heard about the undercover mission, I was secretly delighted. This mission was a piece of cake for me, a reborn person. In my previous life, I worked in the intelligence system. What kind of dangers had I not experienced? 17 first-level security missions and 15 undercover operations. I have already experienced many battles. In this life, I just want to get rid of the torture of military training, go out for a leisurely walk, and solve a case by the way. Thank you government for giving me the opportunity. I promise to complete the mission. Eradicate all evil. I couldn't wait to agree, and even deliberately passed out cigarettes and acted like a hooligan, just to be successfully fired and move on to the next step of the undercover operation. In this way, I was locked up in the city detention center. The hooligans in the cell were full of hostility towards me as a newcomer, and Lao He was even more arrogant. But they didn't know who they had provoked. I beat them to a pulp in just a few moves, and this battle made Lao He look at me with new eyes. After I was released from prison, Lao He took me to the Happiness Bathhouse in Nanjiang. This bathhouse looks ordinary, but it actually hides a mystery. It is the property of Chengfeng Company. I wanted to live a peaceful life here, but I didn't expect troubles to follow. Scar brother from the south of the city brought people to cause trouble and wanted to take Xiao Tao away. Xiao Tao's pitiful appearance made me unable to resist. I kicked Scar brother away and started a fierce battle with his men. In less than 2 minutes, they were beaten and fled. This battle made me famous in the underground world of Nanjiang. The next day, Lao He took me to see Sang Deshang. I thought it was an opportunity, but Sang Deshang suspected me of being an undercover agent right away and had someone point a gun at me. Humph, I, Lu Chengfeng, am not a pushover. I dodged the gun, knocked down the bodyguard, and used my ruthlessness to make Sang Deshang re-examine me. Sang Deshang finally decided to give me a chance to manage the Happiness Bathhouse. This is a difficult task, but I am not afraid. As soon as I arrived at the bathhouse, I encountered 2 foreigners making trouble. Do they think they can do whatever they want just because they are foreigners? I don't care about that and just ask them to apologize and pay the money. They dared to insult me, so I picked up the ashtray and threw it at them. Bang. Blood spurted out. The other party squatted on the ground in pain. What a handsome boss. Xiao Tao and the others are almost going crazy over it. Our new boss is definitely a thug in a suit. When the white man saw his companion being beaten with one move, he was still unconvinced and shouted, "Yellow-skinned pig! How dare you attack us?" Bang. Lu Chengfeng leaped directly into the air, swung his arm in a large arc, and punched the opponent in the face. Bang. The other party fell directly to the ground. Lu Chengfeng held the ashtray and walked up to the black men who had been shouting the loudest. Bang. Bang. Not a word of nonsense. Just lift the ashtray high up and smash it. After a while, the other party fainted on the spot. Everyone was terrified by what they saw. The boss is so cruel. Have you learned everything? Lu Chengfeng threw away the blood-stained ashtray and wiped his hands. From now on, if you encounter someone who is causing trouble, no matter who he is, treat him equally and beat him like this. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. If I can't take the blame, the company will take the blame. Lock up these 2 pigs and ask their company to bring money to pick them up. 200,000 each. Ah. 200,000. The guys in the bathhouse were so shocked that they were stunned. Lao He was terrified and kindly reminded him, "Boss, no matter whose money you take, you can never take foreigners' money." 300,000. They just insulted us as yellow-skinned pigs. My spirit is seriously hurt. Aren't any of you hurt? What if we are psychologically fragile and suffer from depression? It's reasonable to compensate us for our mental damages, right? After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he wiped his hands and went upstairs. Lao He and his 4 other brothers looked at Lu Chengfeng's back blankly. He said he was new. In the office on the third floor. Brother Hey, you can't blame the foreigners entirely. The quality of our bathroom technicians is really not that good. Except for Xiao Tao, no one else can fight. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his head, feeling very melancholy. When he came for the first time last night, he looked at all the technicians and found that few of them were decent. One of them even has body odor. He wasn't enthusiastic when guests came. He just sat in front of the 16-inch color TV, eating melon seeds and watching My Fair Princess, with a silly smile. No enterprising spirit at all. Brother Feng, have some tea. Brother Feng is smoking. 4 younger brothers served on the side, making tea and passing cigarettes, and were completely obedient to the new boss. Lao He pointed through the window at the luxuriously decorated Shuihua bathroom across the street and said, "All the good technicians have been recruited by the people in the south of the city. It was Xiao Tao who accompanied you last night. I recruited her because we are from the same hometown. I just dug this one. You saw what happened last night. It's hard for me too." Lu Chengfeng said, "Boss Sang wants to see my strength. Tonight I went to choose a flower bath in the water. I robbed all their female technicians." Lao He was startled and said quickly, "Xiao Feng, I know you want to prove yourself to the boss, but you must not be impulsive. The south of the city is Sangbiao's territory. It's so brutal. All of his 12 leaders are desperados, and he also has many brothers. If Sang Biao fucks you, I'm afraid Boss Sang won't break up with Sang Biao because of you. I even think it's inappropriate for Mr. Sang to send you to the happy bath." Lao He also vaguely felt that Sang Deshang seemed to want to use Lu Chengfeng as a tool to deal with Sang Biao. This arrangement is not friendly to a newcomer. It's just that he didn't dare to say it openly. Lu Chengfeng asked, "What other businesses does Sang Biao have in the south of the city?" Lao He said, "Casino, Loan Shark Company. They opened casinos to make gamblers lose all their money, and then trick them into borrowing high-interest loans, and the situation snowballed. Which gambler can pay it back? If you can't pay it back, you can mortgage your house or your wife." Lu Chengfeng smiled, "So Sang Biao should be very rich, right? Brother He, you have strengthened my determination to take over Qingnan. Our happy bathhouse has a poor foundation, and we can only rely on cheating cheaters." Hee hee. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng's cell phone rang. "Lu Chengfeng, are you crazy? You even beat foreigners. Do you know who they are?" Sang Deshang cursed angrily. Lu Chengfeng was stunned. Didn't we just beat up 2 stinky foreigners? What could make Sang Deshang so angry? It seems that these 2 foreigners are not simple. There's something fishy. The business of Happiness Bathhouse is already not doing well, and they want to get it for free. If I don't do it to them, who will I do? Lu Chengfeng said while holding the phone. "You know nothing. They are from Mia Global Trading Company, and their Xiao representative will be here soon. I'll be there soon too." Sang Deshang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Lu Chengfeng fell into deep thought. Mia Global Trading is a large international company specializing in global trade. The fact that Sang Deshang was flattering Mia Global proved that his guess was correct. I'm afraid his business is very dirty. Let's go down and greet our distinguished guests. Lu Chengfeng brought Lao He and 4 other younger brothers to the entrance of the bathhouse. After a while, a Mercedes-Benz and a Buick business car stopped at the bathroom door. The door of the Buick business car opened and a stunning blonde with blue eyes walked out. She is about 22 years old, about 1.75 meters tall, with long legs and a thin waist. The beautiful face was framed by a pair of golden glasses, and looked full of arrogance. Noble doll. These words popped up in Lu Chengfeng's mind. Sang Deshang cautiously accompanied the blonde beauty. "Ms. Lisa, I'm really sorry. My men were blind, reckless, and rude. I apologize to you." Sang Deshang apologized respectfully. "Boss Sang, are your men a bunch of mad dogs?" Lisa hugged her breasts and raised her white chin, just like the proud Snow White. "Yes, yes, yes. The newcomer doesn't know the rules. It's all my fault for not making the arrangements properly." After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he glared at Lu Chengfeng and said, Why don't you send someone to take him to the hospital? Lu Chengfeng smiled and looked at Lisa. Based on past experience, any senior executive of a foreign company who is well known in the country may be the eyes and ears of the other party's intelligence department. Some are even directly affiliated with foreign intelligence agencies, and use the identity of businessmen as a cover to carry out intelligence work and even subversion work in the country. Lu Chengfeng has so many ways to deal with this kind of people. Especially young, beautiful, and sexy women. I'm sorry, Miss Lisa. The flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. It turns out it's our family. Someone, please take our 2 foreign friends to the hospital. Lu Chengfeng said. Yes. After a while, the boys at the bathhouse carried out 2 dying dogs. My God. Lisa looked at her 2 subordinates covered in blood and shouted in surprise. When Sang Deshang saw the 2 foreigners being beaten like this, he was so angry that he cursed. This kid is just a fool. They are so cruel to foreigners. Lisa was furious, Boss Sang. I'm very unhappy about what happened today. Who is the murderer? Me. I beat him. Lu Chengfeng raised his hand and smiled harmlessly. Lisa looked at Sang Deshang, Boss Sang. I want his life. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Sang Deshang said, Ms. Lisa, your 2 men are not in danger of death. How about this, please? I'm going to make Lu Chengfeng kneel down and kowtow to them to apologize, and then break both of his legs. And pay him some money. No. Lisa shook her head arrogantly. This dog named Lu something must die. We Americans have such a noble status. Even black Americans are beyond the reach of you yellow people. Your dog actually beat them up like that. This is disrespectful to us Americans. Kill Lu Chengfeng to serve as a warning to others. Boss Sang, if you don't kill him, I will cut off your source of income. Boss Sang, I'm waiting for your result. Think about it carefully. You are a bunch of inferior people. After Lisa finished speaking, she bent her slender waist and got into the Buick commercial vehicle. From beginning to end, Lisa never even looked at Lu Chengfeng. In her eyes, Lu Chengfeng was just a piece of trash that could be thrown into the river to feed the fish at any time. The sacred American people are inviolable. At the scene, everyone was so frightened that they dared not breathe. The 5 younger brothers and female technicians of the Happy Bathhouse finally got a decisive and ruthless boss, and of course they don't want him to die. But who has the courage to plead for him to the famous Sang Deshang? Xiaofeng, Laohei, follow me. Oh. Lu Chengfeng and Laohei followed Sang Deshang to an office on the 3rd floor of the bathhouse. You can't imagine Lisa's power. No one in Nanjiang can afford to mess with her. Now she wants you dead, what do you say? Sang Deshang stared at Lu Chengfeng fiercely. Lu Chengfeng asked, Boss Sang, what do you think we should do? I can only kill you. What are foreigners? They are superior people. You have no brains at all. You got yourself into big trouble, so don't blame me for being ruthless. After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he gestured to his 6 subordinates. The 6 men immediately surrounded Lu Chengfeng and pulled out their daggers at the same time. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, Boss Sang, are you sure these few people can kill me? If I get mad, no one will survive. Would you like to give it a try? Lu Chengfeng looked straight into Sang Deshang's eyes with great confidence. Sang Deshang was stunned. The terrifying fighting power that Lu Chengfeng unleashed in the hotel was no fake. At this moment, Sang Deshang was actually a little hesitant because of the stare. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, I will ask Lisa to withdraw the order to kill me. Besides, before midnight tomorrow night, I will shut down all of Sang Biao's places. The profits of our Chongqing company's bathhouses have increased 5-fold. Boss, isn't this why you sent me to the baths of happiness? I did it for you. Sang Deshang looked at Lu Chengfeng with a little surprise. How arrogant is Sang Biao in the south of the city? He is strong in both military and military power and a fierce man. Even I have been wary of him all these years. This kid is so confident. Are you serious? Sang Deshang asked. You've seen my strength this morning. If I kill Sang Biao, he won't even have a chance to cry for help. Lu Chengfeng said calmly. Lao He also said, "Boss, please give Brother Feng a chance. I beg you. Talents cannot die at the hands of their own people." Sang Deshang thought quickly in his mind. Use Lu Chengfeng to kill Sang Biao, and then kill him to report to Lisa. The best of both worlds. Okay, I'll give you 24 hours. If you can kill Sang Biao, I'll plead with Lisa for you, and I'll even give you a promotion. Sang Deshang said insincerely. Lu Chengfeng stared into Sang Deshang's eyes and smiled slightly. "Thank you, Boss Sang." In the afternoon, Lu Chengfeng went to the hospital and borrowed a camera from the headquarters of Chongqing Company. Then he locked himself on the third floor of the Happiness Bathhouse and refused to go out. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Lu Chengfeng finally opened the door and came to the first floor. "Boss, are you going out?" Lao He followed. Lu Chengfeng looked at Sang Biao's underwater flower bath across the street and said, "Pick it. Are you going to take on them all by yourself? Or should I borrow some people from the company?" Lao He just felt his scalp a little numb. These new and old bosses are so brave. No need. I can do it myself. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he walked out and headed to the opposite side. There was a guardrail in the middle of the road. Lu Chengfeng supported himself with his left hand and floated over the guardrail into the territory of the south of the city. Even though Scar and his men were killed last night, the brothers in the Shuizhonghua bathhouse had only heard of the name Lu Chengfeng but had never seen him in person. Therefore, Lu Chengfeng's arrival did not attract the attention of the bathhouse. Lu Chengfeng first went to the second floor to take a comfortable shower, then changed into uniform shorts and went to the third floor. The third floor is very large, and sexy female technicians are walking back and forth. Whether in terms of appearance, figure, or age, they are 10 blocks ahead of your own happy bathhouse. All the boxes were full. The sound of happiness is as beautiful as a symphony. Business is so good. Lu Chengfeng wiped his envious drool, then put his hands on his hips, channeled his qi into his dantian, and suddenly roared. "Everybody, run! The police are here to check the room." In an instant, panic sounds were heard from all the boxes on the third floor. In less than 20 seconds, the doors of each box opened. The male customers, some naked, some holding clothes, and some holding shoes, rushed out of the third-floor windows. The female technicians were also extremely panicked. "Run quickly. This bathhouse has been targeted, don't come here again. If you are caught, you will be paraded through the streets. Your ancestors will lose face." Lu Chengfeng was wearing shorts, standing in the middle of the third floor, shouting at the top of his lungs as if no one was around. Those male guests who had ulterior motives were so scared that their scalps went numb. In less than 3 minutes, all the guests disappeared without a trace. The bustling bathroom suddenly became empty. But where are the police? The young man watching the scene looked around and found nothing unusual at all. Someone is destroying the place. On the third floor. "Copy guy. Who are you?" A dozen gangsters holding machetes rushed up from the first and second floors. The leader is a big brother covered in tattoos, nicknamed Brother Long. There are 12 leaders under Sang Biao in the south of the city, and all of them are famous for their fighting skills. Scar's combat power last night could only be ranked 12th, which was the last one. And this Brother Long in front of me is the number 2 figure among the 12 bosses. After 10 years of practicing martial arts and wandering around the world for many years, one person and one sword cannot stop the gods and ghosts. The combat effectiveness is self-evident. Surround him. Following Brother Long's order, more than a dozen men surrounded Lu Chengfeng tightly. "Who sent you to cause trouble?" Brother Long pointed at Lu Chengfeng with a machete. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Chengfeng, a non-staff employee of Chongqing Company. I'm here to mess up your place tonight." Everyone at the scene was stunned. "You came alone to our South City to cause trouble. Are you crazy?" Brother Long laughed grimly. Last night, because Xiao Tao was kidnapped by Happy Bathhouse, Brother Long asked Scar to take a few unfamiliar brothers to teach Lao He a lesson. Unexpectedly, they were beaten by Lu Chengfeng, who suddenly appeared. "I was originally planning to stop him tonight to avenge Old 12. I didn't expect this little bastard to come to my door on his own initiative. So you are Lu Chengfeng, the new brother from the north of the city. Do you know who I am? Brother Long stared at Lu Chengfeng fiercely. I know. Aaron, the second in command of the 12 bosses, I'm really lucky to meet you tonight. Lu Chengfeng smiled harmlessly. Lucky. Yes, the lesson from Zhang Wuji's battle against the 6 major sects tells me that if you want to fight, you should fight the strongest one. Scar is not strong enough to reflect my fighting ability. You dead dragon, no, dead insect, maybe you can serve as a little sideline foil. Just use it. Ah. Just a newcomer with no status. How dare you be so arrogant in front of Brother Long, one of the 12 bosses in the South City. I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight. Brother Long was so angry that his face was twisted, and he punched him with a fierce punch. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly, shook his left shoulder lightly, and easily avoided Brother Long's attack. But almost at the same time, Lu Chengfeng threw a powerful hook punch like a ghost. The speed is really too fast. The power is really too great. Brother Long really had no reaction. Bang. Brother Long fell straight to the ground like a corpse. KO. Done in 2 seconds. Everyone in the audience widened their eyes. That's our Brother Long. One punch could mean life or death. Everyone then realized that this newcomer from Qingbei really had the capital to be so arrogant. Kill him. What the hell? He actually knocked our Brother Long unconscious. Chop him up. Brother Long's men are about to rush up. Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly and stepped on Brother Long's neck. If I step on him like this, your Brother Long will die. For the sake of Brother Long's health, I suggest that you don't act impulsively. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he pretended to step on it. No, no, no. The experienced and prudent bathhouse manager quickly dissuaded him. Brother Long is not only Sang Biao's gold medal fighter, but also Sang Biao's sworn brother. If he were killed like this, Qingnan Sang Biao's combat power would be reduced by at least half. Brother, what we did last night was wrong. We don't want Xiao Tao anymore. Now that you've vented your anger, that's enough. We have to give Brother Sang Biao some face. The bathhouse manager spoke soft words while bringing out Sang Biao to scare Lu Chengfeng. I have a bad temper, and it won't go away in a short time. Then what do you say we should do? Gather all the female technicians in your bathhouse and bring them to me. This. Hurry up. Lu Chengfeng stepped even harder. Okay, don't be impulsive. The manager had no choice but to gather all the female technicians in the bathhouse. There are 20 in total, all wearing low-cut suspender dresses, revealing their breasts, young and beautiful, which makes people full of desire at first sight. Send them all to the happiness baths. Starting today, your Shuizhonghua baths will be closed. What? The manager and everyone at the scene opened their eyes wide. Ah. How can you be so domineering? The bathhouse manager's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said in a deep voice, Little brat, I can understand that the newcomer wants to take the position. But that's not how it works. Aren't you afraid that our Brother Biao will chop off your entire family? That's a story for later. If you don't close the door now, Brother Long will die. Lu Chengfeng increased the force of his foot, and Brother Long's neck immediately began to make crackling sounds. Okay, I'll do it right away. But Qingnan will remember what happened tonight for you. The bathhouse manager was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Send the person over to me. After a while, 20 technicians were sent to the happy bathhouse. Everyone at the happy bathhouse was staring in amazement. Lao He is a man who has seen a lot of storms. At this moment, he is happy but also worried. Xiaofeng, you are too impatient. Qingnan Sang Biao is a desperado. Even our boss Sang is wary of him. You're robbing so openly tonight, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. Okay, taking away the underwater flower bath is just an appetizer before dinner, the hot dishes haven't been served yet. I have something to go out, and I won't be back tonight. Lu Chengfeng left after saying this. At the headquarters of Chongqing Company, Sang Deshang sat there sipping tea leisurely. The close subordinate reported, "Boss, there was a fight between the Happy Bathhouse and the south side of the city." Sang Deshang raised his eyebrows. "Oh. What are the results of the battle?" A close subordinate said, "Lu Chengfeng took over their place by himself and even brought their female technicians here." "Oh, by the way, Sang Biao's sworn brother-in-law was knocked unconscious by him with one punch." Sang Deshang smiled faintly. "This is exactly the effect he wants. I'm not surprised. I've seen his fighting ability. Even the 12 leaders under Sang Biao combined are probably no match for him." The personal subordinate said worriedly, "But Sang Biao is even more ruthless. You know his nickname, Orc. We haven't had a direct confrontation with him in these years. Isn't that because we're not sure? Lu Chengfeng picked someone else's place and forced our Chongqing Company to join the war chariot." Sang Deshang shook his head. "Hasn't he officially joined our Chongqing Company yet? Besides, I'm afraid he won't live much longer. In Nanjiang, no one can survive if Lisa wants them to die, including you and me." After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he actually felt a little regretful. After leaving the Happy Bathhouse, Lu Chengfeng rushed to the Tiange Hotel. This is the only 5-star hotel in Nanjiang City. As the U.S. resident commercial representative in Eastern Province, Lisa lives in the presidential suite of this hotel all year round. On the way, Han Liming called. "Lu Chengfeng, do you know what you are doing? You've only been undercover for a few days. You've injured so many people. You really treat the Happy Baths as your own business. I warned you not to go too far, did you remember it?" Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Director Han, this is just the beginning. You can't stand it before the banquet even officially starts. The other party is a criminal. They are into pornography, gambling, drugs, and other such things. You can't gamble, right? It can ruin people. You can't touch drugs, right? They're high-voltage wires. You can't touch smuggling, right? That hurts the country's tax revenue. I can't take a bunch of criminals to do one-on-one education and training every day, right? Brother, I have my 4 golden rules. They are stable. Don't worry." Han Liming said, "But you are making such a fuss now, which puts me under a lot of pressure." "Then just hold on." Lu Chengfeng interrupted Han Liming directly, "I'm holding on with my life, what's the point of yelling at me when you're under pressure? Director Han, since you entered this industry, you must have worked at the provincial department and never at the grassroots level." Lu Chengfeng didn't want to talk any more and just hung up the phone. Han Liming was holding the phone in a daze. Why does it feel like releasing a dragon into the sea? Ding dong. After arriving at Tiange Hotel and finding Lisa's room number, Lu Chengfeng pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" Lisa, who had just finished taking a shower, opened the door wrapped in a bath towel. Noble temperament and fragrant aroma. "What are you doing here?" When Lisa saw that it was Lu Chengfeng, she was about to close the door angrily. Lu Chengfeng pushed his arm and squeezed in. "I'm warning you not to mess around. Ms. Lisa, this is a little gift I prepared for you. I'm very sorry for what happened today." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he handed over the gift box. "Get lost. Who wants cheap gifts from lowly men like you?" Lisa slapped the gift out of Lu Chengfeng's hand in a haughty manner. "Please get out of my suite right now. You dirty, lowly, barbaric person. Wait for death." As a white person, Lisa looks down on the yellow race. Lisa's family is a wealthy family in the United States. She has been pampered since childhood. She is a rich girl and a princess who is loved by everyone. She would look down on a country bumpkin. "I was sent by President Sang Deshang. I am his confidant. He asked me to report to you about some matters concerning the core of Chongqing Company." Lu Chengfeng said it seriously. When Lisa heard that it was a business matter, she began to take it a little more seriously and her attitude became less excited. "Miss Lisa, I came all the way here, can I have a drink of water?" Lisa turned around, poured a glass of water for Lu Chengfeng, and also poured a glass for herself. "What do you want to say, Sang Deshang? Go ahead and tell me. Then get out of my room right away." You smell like poverty, Lisa said with disdain while spraying perfume. When it comes to business matters, Lisa's attitude changes. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Lu Chengfeng had to be tough with this sexy girl who kept saying she wanted to kill him. Let's clink glasses, Miss Lisa. Let's just consider it as clearing up today's misunderstanding. Lu Chengfeng picked up 2 cups on the tea table and handed one to Lisa. Lisa gave him a haughty look and said, "You are a newcomer to a powerful company. What qualifications do you have to toast with me? If you have something to say, say it quickly. Get out of here now." "Okay then, I'll get straight to the point. This is what happened." With a respectful smile on his face, Lu Chengfeng babbled a lot about the situation in Nanjiang City. There are true and false, there are real and fake. Lisa was totally confused and had no idea what he was trying to say. Because she was a little thirsty after taking a shower, Lisa picked up the cup on the table and drank some water halfway through listening. Seeing this scene, the smile on Lu Chengfeng's face slowly faded. After a while, Lisa felt that something was clearly wrong. "I have no strength left. It's still hot." "Lu what?" "Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng. My water." Lisa collapsed to the ground, her beauty exposed. The smile on Lu Chengfeng's face completely disappeared. The rational and cold-blooded nature that Lu Chengfeng had acquired as a special agent in his previous life was completely exposed. In his eyes, Lisa in front of him was no longer a human being, but a prey. Or just a patient on an operating table. "Ms. Lisa, do you think that you Americans are superior to others? We Americans are the best and greatest nation in the world. Oh, you think highly of yourself. Then would blondes like you choose to date yellow men?" Lisa still insisted, "How is that possible? We would rather date black people than lowly yellow people. You are inferior people. You mad dog, you actually tried to do something to me, I will definitely tear you into pieces." Lisa found it increasingly difficult to endure. Lu Chengfeng sneered, "Ms. Lisa, you not only insulted me today, but also insulted our nation. Don't you think you are superior? I now order you to be humble. Get down on your knees. Crawl over here. Apologize. You can't insult my character. You won't kneel, right? Then I'm leaving. I kneel." Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. This is a work of art he created based on his memories of his past life. A woman who has not received professional counterintelligence training simply cannot handle it. In his previous life, Lu Chengfeng had never failed. A lot of things happened during the 2 hours. 2 hours later, the sea finally calmed down. Lisa slapped Lu Chengfeng angrily. "Our family is a well-known name in the United States. You bastard. How could you do this to me? I'm going to kill you." Lisa actually took out a gun from under the pillow and pointed it at Lu Chengfeng. "You can't kill me." Lu Chengfeng confiscated Lisa's pistol with a light tap. "You have been poisoned by a very complex poison. Only I can remove the toxins from your body. I will come once every 3 days. I need to do it 7 times in a row to completely remove the toxins from your body. If you don't believe it, you can try to hold on for 3 days. What kind of poison is this? Why am I so hot? Please help me find a solution." Lisa was going crazy and was pulling at her clothes. "What can you do? You want Sang Deshang to kill me? You want my life? Then I can only threaten your life. Bitch, if I don't give you some strength, you won't know that we Xia people are not easy to mess with. Fuck. I won't kill you. I'll call Sang Deshang right away." Lisa immediately picked up the bedside phone and dialed Sang Deshang's mobile phone, claiming that she was just impulsive and it was up to him to decide how to deal with his subordinates. When Sang Deshang heard that Lisa would not pursue Lu Chengfeng, he naturally agreed. "Are you satisfied now?" Lisa said naively after hanging up the phone. "Kneel down." Lu Chengfeng also looked serious. For him, these things are like performing an operation. The right joints and which stitches to sew are all designed. No, I can't make the same mistake again. Many things happen throughout the night. Once you get to the point of intensity, things will be much easier. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Chengfeng knew that Lisa was about to side with him. But Lu Chengfeng didn't dare to ask about the core secrets between Lisa and Sang Deshang yet. After all, Lisa is now a conscious person, not a prisoner sitting in an interrogation chair and injected with professional spy drugs. Asking too much will create a rebellious mentality. You have to do it step by step. Lisa, I need your help with something. Why should I help you? I hate you. Lisa said the harshest words, but her attitude was obviously much softer than last night. Are you going to help or not? Do you still want to live? You say. Lisa was so angry at this shameless guy that she gritted her teeth. Do you have any connections with the Nanjiang police? You are underestimating me by asking this question. We both have a deep relationship in the eastern province. No, I don't need such a strong relationship. Sang Biao and I don't get along, and I hope to use your connections to destroy his business. Lisa was stunned for a moment, then said, That's fine, but you can't tell anyone about what happened last night. I don't want my reputation to be ruined. I have a fiancé in the United States, and his family is also a local celebrity. Let's see if you can help me kill Sang Biao first. If you don't want anyone to know, just do as I say. Okay, you can take a shower and rest now. I'll come and pamper you when I'm done with my work. Lu Chengfeng patted Lisa's delicate body and walked away. After leaving Tiange Hotel, Lu Chengfeng returned to the Happy Bathhouse. The female technicians brought over from the south of the city last night were really amazing. They brought a lot of regular customers to the Happy Bathhouse. The business of Happiness Bathhouse suddenly improved. Boss, you are awesome. From last night till now, the turnover has increased fivefold. Lao He looked at the guests coming and going on the first floor and rubbed his hands happily. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, So according to your ability, it's not a loss for you to call me Big Brother. Cough cough. At this moment, the phone at the front desk rang. When the front desk clerk answered the phone, he immediately heard a burst of angry cursing. You stole the technicians from my place, beat up my men, and told your boss to answer the phone. The waiter was trembling with fear and looked at Lao He. Brother He, it's Jingnan Sangbiao, he is very angry. Lao He gave a bitter smile. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Lao He answered the phone, Brother Biao, this is. You're so stupid. Sang Biao was so angry that he was spitting shit from his mouth. Old Black, I'm telling you. Tell your boss to come meet me immediately. Xilanman Hotel, get there in a quarter of an hour. Otherwise I will burn down your Happy Bathhouse. And your home too. Ciao. After Sang Biao finished speaking, he hung up the phone with a click. What do you mean? Lu Chengfeng asked with a smile. Sang Biao is very angry and asks you to go to Xilanman Hotel now. Okay, I'll go over now. I beat up their little brother, robbed their technicians, and destroyed their place. I'll also take down their lair in the future. It's better to make contact with them in advance. But we don't have enough manpower. There are only 5 of us in Happiness Bathhouse, including me. How about I ask Boss Sang? Or ask Chongqing Company to send some people over. Do you think he'll give it to me? Okay, forget it. I'll go by myself. No. I have to stay with you. Aren't you afraid of bad luck? I was the one who brought you to Nanjiang. I have to be responsible for you. If I die, I have to die before you. Lu Chengfeng sighed. Lao He is a guy with average abilities, but he is a very loyal person. At 12 o'clock noon, at least 50 or 60 people gathered in front of the entrance of Xilanman Hotel. Last night, a very powerful newcomer appeared in the north of the city. He openly declared war on the old man Sang Biao from Nanjiang, and even smashed up the other person's underwater flower bathing beach alone. This matter has spread throughout Nanjiang. This kind of arrogant and domineering way of doing things is really rare in Nanjiang. Many gangsters wanted to see what this new rising star had in spades. However, more people are speculating that after this young man is killed by Sang Biao, his boss Sang Deshang will overturn the table and fight with Sang Biao. In their eyes, there was no way this tough guy could walk out of the Xilanman Hotel alive today. He was just a mad dog raised by Sang Deshang. Young and handsome. He actually dared to come here, and only brought one brother with him. I'm afraid he will be torn into pieces. Oh, what a pity. We just arrived at Nanjiang and had no idea how deep the water is. He's just a rookie who thinks he can gain a foothold in Nanjiang by being brave and aggressive. The last person who did the same thing as him had grass over his grave that was taller than a person. Amidst a chorus of regrets, Lu Chengfeng walked into the Xilanmen Hotel with Lao He. His eyes were calm, but he remembered all the details of the hotel. When you can't win, you must have a backup escape route. This is a very important rule of survival. At the door of the box on the second floor stood Sang Biao's 4 men, looking at Lu Chengfeng and Lao He fiercely. Don't go in yet. Follow our boss's request and search him first. After saying this, Sang Biao's men prepared to search Lu Chengfeng and Lao He. What did you say? I don't think I heard it clearly. Lu Chengfeng stared with his eyes wide open. Our boss. Snap. Lu Chengfeng slapped the men to the ground and asked, Who dares to search me? If you want to search, ask your boss to come out and search in person. What a grumpy newcomer. The subordinate was beaten so badly that he dared not say a word. Fuck. If he's scared of me coming alone, then he has no chance of survival in Nanjiang. The orc from the south of Chengfeng. I think he's the little quail from the south of Cheng. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he raised his long legs and arrogantly kicked open the door of the box. Bang. The door was kicked open. With a bang, it hit the red carpet. In the box, Sang Biao, the famous boss from the South City, was wearing a flowery jacket, sitting on a chair and picking his toes. He was in his early 40s, of short stature, with a pair of triangular eyes that made him look particularly cruel and vicious. The whole person looked dirty. The 12 leaders under his command were stationed on both sides, including Scar and Brother Long, who had been beaten by Lu Chengfeng. The moment everyone saw Lu Chengfeng enter the room, they wanted to eat him alive. Damn it. Kick the door open. The little bastard is about to become too arrogant. Brother Biao, Xiaofeng is here. There were some misunderstandings about the past 2 days. Lao He wanted to smooth things over and calm the other party's anger. Bang. Sang Biao picked up a beer bottle and smashed it hard on Lao He's head. Misunderstanding you paralyzed. Lao He's face was covered in blood and glass shards. He wiped it and said, Sang Biao, you have no moral principles. Bang. Another beer bottle hit him. Lao He felt dizzy and fell to the ground. You bastard. It's okay that you opened the happiness bathhouse across from me, but you even dared to instigate a stray dog to steal my technician. You black bastard, I'll settle this with you later. Sang Biao spat at Lao He, then looked at Lu Chengfeng. Newcomer Lu Chengfeng, right? Pretty good at fighting, right? I want to see who's faster, your fist or my gun. Sang Biao took out a black 5-star and pressed it against Lu Chengfeng's forehead. Sang Biao's mouth was filled with a strong stench, and he cursed, You son of a bitch, you dare to mess with my place before your hair has even grown out. When I was hanging out in the south of the city, I was still a liquid. You are crazy about wanting to be the best. How dare you attack my place? Lu Chengfeng sighed. Putting a gun to someone's head may seem cool, but it is actually the most unprofessional method. Hiding is too easy. These people are still too amateur. Shoot. Lu Chengfeng said lightly. Do you think I don't dare? Sang Biao turned on the safety. Aim, front head in, back head out, open my skull, kill me instantly. Lu Chengfeng took half a step forward and pushed the black muzzle of the gun with his head. Sang Biao was actually pushed back half a step by him. Sang Biao was a little surprised. At such a young age, he didn't even blink when facing the gun. This is a born desperado. Are you sure I won't shoot? Lu Chengfeng said calmly, It may open, but not now. If Brother Biao wanted to kill me, he could have just sent someone to block me in the middle of the night. There was no need to have a talk in broad daylight. If I'm guessing correctly, Brother Biao wants to talk to me today and make some deals. Is that right? Lu Chengfeng's eyes were fixed on Sang Biao. Sang Biao smiled with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Oh shit. This little brat still has some brains. Sang Biao put away his gun and asked, "Why are you messing with my underwater flower bath?" Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "I'm poor, I want to make money, but I don't have any other skills, so I can only rob with my fists. I'll rob whoever has meat." Ha 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 ha. Sang Biao burst into laughter. "Damn it, that's so straightforward. Let me ask you, do you know why your boss assigned you to manage the happy baths?" Sang Biao began to sow discord. He saw that I can fight and wanted to give me a chance to test me. I can't let him down. I want to get promoted. Lu Chengfeng pretended not to understand. Bullshit. Will that old bastard Sang Deshang take you seriously? Let me tell you straight, Sang Deshang is using you as a gun. He is using you as a chess piece in his gambling. I bet you can kill me, and he'll reap the benefits. If you are killed by me, he won't lose anything. Stupid, you've become cannon fodder, do you know that? Lu Chengfeng tilted his head and thought about it, then it dawned on him, it seems to be true. Sang Biao pointed the gun at Lu Chengfeng's head again. You are a talented person. I will give you a way out. If you can kill Sang Deshang before 2400 hours tonight, I will hire you as my vice president of Chengnan. His status is above the 12 leaders. I'll let you manage all my bathhouses, and the commission is 30%. How is it? Isn't your master Biao much more open-minded than Sang Deshang? Lu Chengfeng hesitated for a moment. I would like to try, but I can't guarantee that I can defeat him. If he doesn't die, you will die. Sang Biao used his gun to push against Lu Chengfeng's head. He will date the little slut in the private house in the Red Maple Villa district tonight. Go and kill him. Bring his head to see me in the south of the city. Let me try. Without saying a word, Lu Chengfeng helped Lao He up from the ground and left. Sang Biao looked at Lu Chengfeng's back, and a sinister smile appeared in his triangular eyes. Sang Biao said to Dao Ba, "Spread the word among the gangs that Lu Chengfeng has cooperated with me, Sang Biao, and he wants to kill Sang Deshang." Scar said in surprise, "Brother Biao, didn't the news leak out? Sang Deshang must have been prepared." Sang Biao grinned and said, "How do you know that Lu Chengfeng will listen to us? I am cutting off his retreat. That old dog Sang Deshang is suspicious by nature. As long as we get wind of this, we will definitely kill him. This kid is a tough guy. If Wansha gets angry, what if he really kills Sang Deshang?" Scar said admiringly, "Brother Biao is really good at this. What if he really wants to kill Sang Deshang? Should we really let him manage the bathhouse? Give him shares?" Pooh. Sang Biao spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "He openly picked on my place, stole my technicians, and beat up my brothers. How could I let him live? Mobilize someone. No matter whether he can kill Sang Deshang tonight, I will kill him." Yes. In the afternoon, Lu Chengfeng brought Lao He back to the happy bathhouse. There was white gauze wrapped around Lao He's head, and the bright red blood stains were very conspicuous. "I'm hit by beer bottles all day long. If I dare to go alone, I will definitely be able to get out safely. Why did you insist on following him? You're just going to get beaten for nothing, aren't you? You can't get involved in high-end games. Your main responsibility is to find more beautiful technicians." Lao He touched his head and thought about it, and it was indeed the case. At this moment, a large number of sirens sounded. Anti-pornography. Lao He thought they were here to raid his place, so he quickly prepared to press the alarm hidden under the bar. Lu Chengfeng immediately held Lao He's hand. "They're not coming for us. They're heading south of the city. Is this true or false? Just take a look." Lao He looked up and saw dozens of police cars heading straight towards the south of the city. What's going on? Lao He seemed to have a premonition of something. Lu Chengfeng smiled. It was a correct move to deal with Lisa. The power of international friends is indeed great. Go, cut a watermelon and come over. We'll sit outside and watch the show. Sang Biao will quit this business from now on. As expected, every bathhouse in the south of the city was searched thoroughly, and all the female technicians were escorted out with their heads held in their hands. The door of the bathhouse was sealed. Lao He was stunned. Who did this? Lao He exclaimed. I did it. Lu Chengfeng ate watermelon with a harmless look on his face. This time Sang Biao will definitely be desperate. The pressure is now on Boss Sang. Let's see if he is willing to take the responsibility for us. At this point, Lu Chengfeng spat out a few watermelon seeds, pointed at the watermelon on the plate, and said, Boss Sang and Sang Biao both thought I was the watermelon on the plate. They are the ones who eat the watermelon. If they don't do it well, they will be the real melons. On the other side, Sang Biao was still drinking at the Xilanman Hotel. Suddenly, I received the news that my bathhouse was completely closed. Sang Biao almost went crazy. This is totally unethical. This is cutting off my source of income and not letting me live. Sang Biao naturally thought that this was Sang Deshang's doing, and called Sang Deshang in a rage. Old Sang, this is against the rules of the underworld. Since you are so unkind, I have no choice but to report you to the police station. If we're going to die, we're going to die together. Sang Biao was so angry that his veins popped out. At this moment, Sang Deshang also received the news that the south of the city was attacked. Moreover, Lu Chengfeng took the initiative to report it, saying that he had reported it to the provincial government. This little bastard is so sinister and treacherous. Sang Deshang explained, Biao, we two brothers have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. Have I ever broken the rules? Sang Biao roared, just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now. Sang Deshang smiled and said, I never broke the rules when I was penniless. Now that I have a big family and a big business, do I need to break the rules? Who doesn't have some shit on their ass? You can't do that. Is that the truth? Forehead. Sang Biao thought about it and agreed. Sang Biao asked, why did the police suddenly come to my place? Sang Deshang said calmly, whoever has been arguing with you recently, that's the one who did it. After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he hung up the phone calmly. Sang Biao was stunned for a moment, then he started to yell angrily, I've been fooled. That bastard Lu Chengfeng is cutting off my retreat. Get some help. Hold. The 12 bosses were completely furious. Immediately take out your mobile phone and start calling people. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng was walking alone in the streets and alleys in the south of the city with his hands behind his back. Every bathhouse in Sangbiao was sealed. Every time Lu Chengfeng arrived at the entrance of a bathhouse, he would take out a notebook and register. After all, these assets are to be incorporated. The seal is not on the property, but on the people. After dealing with Sangbiao, this place will still be a paradise for men to indulge in sensual pleasures. Lu Chengfeng. We found Lu Chengfeng. A dozen thugs were searching on the street, and when they saw Lu Chengfeng, they shouted out in surprise. Hurry up and report to the boss. Send someone. A dozen thugs shouted and approached Lu Chengfeng. Sangbiao flipped the table. Lu Chengfeng ran towards the north of the city. With the appearance of Lu Chengfeng, Sangbiao's subordinates gathered together according to the approximate location. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chengfeng was blocked in the middle of an alley. There are as many as 200 people. When enemies meet, they become extremely jealous of each other. These guys originally worked in the bathhouse, they earned a lot of money and could sleep with any girls they wanted. They lived a very carefree life. Now, the place has been raided and the income is gone. What is the difference between destroying someone's wealth and killing their parents? Lu Chengfeng, you are so wicked. Lu Chengfeng, I want to see how you die this time. Even if I cut this little bastard into 18 pieces, it won't make me feel better. The boss is here. With the announcement that the boss was here, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone made way for him. Sangbiao reached into his crotch and scratched it, sneering and cursing, Lu Chengfeng, Lu Chengfeng. I, your father, gave you a chance, and it would have been fine if you didn't seize it, but you still played dirty tricks on me. Are you worthy of my efforts? Lu Chengfeng said with a smile, Sangbiao, let's not beat around the bush. Even if I really betray you, can you save me? Sangbiao didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to see things so clearly. Ha ha ha. You're right. I never intended to let you live from the beginning. Sangbiao, I advise you to withdraw the people now, otherwise it will be bad for your health. Sangbiao grinned, you little bastard, you still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. Come on. Sang Biao waved his hand and retreated behind the crowd. In an instant, Sang Biao's men rushed towards Lu Chengfeng in a large number. Hongshuan Villa area. After drinking, Sang Deshang returned to the villa with a sexy lady, ready to take off his clothes and have a big fight. At this time, his personal subordinate Ah Gang pushed the door open and said, "Boss, something happened to Lu Chengfeng." Sang Deshang didn't even raise his head. "What do you mean?" Ah Gang said, "Sang Biao is leading several hundred people to chase him. They have already entered our northern city." Sang Deshang said calmly, "It's within expectations." At this moment, Lao He pushed the door open and ran in hurriedly. "You bastard! Don't you know to knock on the door?" Sang Deshang frowned. Lao He was so anxious that he almost cried. "Boss, Sang Biao is chasing Lu Chengfeng all over the city, you have to send someone to rescue him." Sang Deshang said coldly, "When he reported Sang Biao's place through crooked means, why didn't he think of this step today? Why didn't he think of reporting to me? Now that something happened, he knows to ask for help." Lao He said, "Xiao Feng, that's also for the benefit of our group. Boss, Sang Biao is leading his men to our territory in the north of the city. If we don't take action now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave." Sang Deshang took a cigar and put it in his mouth, and the sexy lady next to him immediately lit it for him. Sang Deshang thought that at this moment Sang Biao was like a mad dog, and whoever faced him would inevitably fight to the death. The noise will be huge. The impact will be very bad. There is no need for Chongqing Group to take this risk just for those bathhouses in South City and Lu Chengfeng. Sang Deshang said calmly, "Old Black. It's not that I don't want to mobilize people to help. Look at me, my brother, and the big guys in the group. Which one of them didn't fight its way out of a sea of blood? If Lu Chengfeng wants to get promoted, he has to go through this ordeal tonight. This is a test from the group. But no buts. I want to rest." At this moment, Sang Biao's men were already bloodthirsty. They were chasing Lu Chengfeng like a group of zombies. If you want to escape to that destination safely, you can only fight your way to the north. Lu Chengfeng ran towards the enemies in the north like a ghost. Like a ghost. Elegant and agile. Laugh. Laugh. Lu Chengfeng must not hesitate, nor must he be lenient. The terrifying killing power of the killing machine in the previous life completely erupted. After a while, they finally fought their way out. Everyone was stunned by his hideous look. While the others were stunned, Lu Chengfeng finally rushed out of the alley. Sang Biao, who was in charge of the command, was stunned. So many people can't surround him. If this little bastard doesn't die, I'll be the one to die. Chase them all. Whoever can take down Lu Chengfeng's head will be rewarded with 100,000. The thugs were like chicken blood, waving machetes and chasing after them. Lu Chengfeng slashed and fled into the territory in the north of the city. Sang Biao's men no longer cared and followed him into the territory in the north of the city. The momentum is extremely huge. Half of the northern part of the city was alarmed. In the villa. After finishing his work, Sang Deshang held a cigar in his mouth and drank red wine. "Boss, Sang Biao's men have all invaded our territory. Do you think we should send some reinforcements?" Even A Gang felt that it was unacceptable to watch his newcomer being hacked by Sang Biao on his own territory. But Sang Deshang waved his hand with a firm attitude. A Gang could only shut up. Fortunately, the police who received the news had already dispatched a large number of people. Chase those troublemakers all over the city. The noise lasted until the early morning, and the entire Nanjiang finally quieted down. Sang Biao's men were asking each other whether they had managed to chop down Lu Chengfeng. "Have you seen Lu Chengfeng's body? Where did this little bastard go?" The final conclusion is, the bastard is not dead. That's awesome. Sang Biao's 200 men chased and hacked him with all their might, but he didn't die and killed so many of them. That night, Lu Chengfeng's name spread to the ears of everyone on Nanjiang Road. The fighting power is bursting. The survivability is also super strong. It is not impossible to become a double-flowered red stick after working hard for 3 to 5 years. But in the minds of all the people in the underworld, Lu Chengfeng probably has no chance. No territory, no subordinates, no background. Just a lone wolf. His status in the underworld is not as good as the 12 leaders under Sang Biao. The key point is that he has completely angered the orcs. Isn't it going to be death sooner or later? There were even some thugs who wanted to surrender to Sang Biao and took the initiative to volunteer to help Sang Biao become the desperado Lu Chengfeng. In the presidential suite of Tiange Hotel. After taking a shower, Lisa held a glass of red wine and looked outside absent-mindedly. Lisa was in a mess the whole day. That devil. How could you treat me like that? What should I do? Lisa wanted to use her most important relationship to kill him immediately. But after that night, Lisa was reluctant to leave. It's so poisonous. Just as Lisa was stunned, the door opened. Lu Chengfeng walked in covered in blood. Throw the wig and stolen clothes on the ground. Are you injured? No. This is someone else's blood. You did a good job. All the bathhouses of Sangbiao have been closed. Did you miss me? I didn't miss you. Although Lisa said this, she admitted in her heart that Lu Chengfeng gave her a very special feeling. I don't want to see this bitch, but I have a little expectation. Let's take a shower and rest. Let's take a shower together. At this moment, Han Liming, who had not slept all night, was sitting at his desk, almost going crazy. This time it's a big deal. The impact is too bad. I've only been undercover for 3 days, and yet so many weird things have happened to me. No wonder he said he would be useless as an undercover agent. What a waste. At this moment, the red confidential phone on the table rang. Han Liming's mentor, a powerful figure in the imperial capital's police force, had an extremely stern tone. Han Liming. You have an unshirkable responsibility for what happened in Nanjiang last night. Can you still do this? Master, this is a long story. Han Liming gritted his teeth and reported the undercover operation to his mentor. This makes it seem like he is not incompetent in governing. It's because this undercover agent is too unreliable. However, after listening to this, my teacher fell into silence. Then he changed the subject. How does he look like someone who is so strong in combat, so decisive and ruthless? He's handsome, innocent, and harmless. Master, do you want to introduce him to someone? The intelligence system is planning to establish a close relationship with me recently. They want to find a new face. I'm looking for someone now. The so-called clinging is actually an activity of subversion. Generally, the targets are female political and business celebrities from other countries. In a northern country, such people are called crows. The intelligence system in the imperial capital is full of talented people. Can't we just pick one at random? Han Liming said. Something happened to their system recently. The information of personnel who can perform field work was leaked. They can't send people to perform on-site work in the short term, so they want to look for new people in the police system. I am somewhat interested in your undercover agent. He has strong adaptability and survival abilities. How about I contact the intelligence system and ask them to send someone to investigate? Han Liming thought for a moment and said, Master, since you can connect to the intelligence system, why don't you help me apply for a special agent to come over and help us go undercover in Nanjiang? The situation in Nanjiang is far more complicated than we imagined, and it is even linked to international groups. My undercover agent is really unreliable. I don't want to use him anymore. If someone from the intelligence system joined in, we might have some confidence. Well, let me connect with them first. After hanging up the phone with his mentor, Han Liming immediately called Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng could only go to the bathroom of the suite to answer the call. Where are you? I am healing in solitude. What the hell is wrong with you? How am I going to end what happened last night? Han Liming roared directly. Lu Chengfeng held a cigarette in his mouth and said calmly, Brother, the premise of being an undercover agent is to survive and then show your strength. Otherwise, how can you get close to Sang Deshang's criminal group? Those hooligans can stab people with knives if they have an argument, and they can hack people on the street if they are given 1,000 yuan. They are truly a social abscess. They will be squeezed out if they are not. Why are you so angry? The biggest difference between the thinking of special agents and police is that special agents don't have those rules and regulations in their minds. For the sake of national interests, any means can be used to treat the enemy, whether civilized, dirty, despicable, or shameless. We are willing to sacrifice our own lives for the country at any time, let alone the lives of those vicious criminals. Because they are in different systems, Lu Chengfeng's thinking is not on the same level as Han Liming's. Of course, he wouldn't argue with Han Liming. The hardest thing is to persuade an adult to change his mindset. Then you have to keep some for me. Lu Chengfeng took a deep puff of cigarette and said, Director Han, do you dare to make a bet with me? What do you mean? There was such a big commotion last night, the police must be arresting Sang Biao and questioning him, right? Nonsense. The whole city knows it's his men who are wielding the machetes. I bet the Nanjiang police will release him within 24 hours. If they don't release him within 24 hours, I lose. I don't think he will release it, but what if he does? Then I'll kill him. Lu Chengfeng took a deep puff of cigarette. Then take over the south of the city. Become one of the big bosses in Nanjiang. We'll see the results in 24 hours. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The third golden rule of undercover survival: if you can't become an undercover for the boss, you are not a competent undercover. Lu Chengfeng had a very thorough understanding of last night's situation. The Sang Biao in the south of the city are chasing me all over the city. Sang Deshang from the north of the city just watched from the sidelines. Everyone on the entire Nanjiang road is eager to draw a line between themselves and me. If anyone dares to answer my call now, he either wants to kill me or doesn't consider me as his real brother. Lu Chengfeng took out his mobile phone and tried to call Lao He. Beep. As soon as the phone rang, Lao He answered it. Boss, you're not hurt, are you? Lao He's voice came in excitedly. I'm fine. Boss, I'm really sorry for you. I originally brought you to Nanjiang to live a good life with Boss Sang. But I didn't expect Boss Sang to have too many concerns. Having said that, Lao He sighed in self-blame. Lu Chengfeng held the phone and smiled. Lao He answered the phone but never asked where I was. This means that he is not the one who wants to kill me. Simple man, you don't understand the wickedness of human nature. Let me ask you, can you mobilize 20 people now? 20. We can adjust it, but that's not enough for Sang Biao to chop. Who wants to chop people? We are law-abiding citizens. Old Black, I'm telling you, you must transfer him to me. He will be of great use to you. Whether you can become the boss of Nanjiang in the future depends on this. Oh, by the way, don't transfer people from Chongqing Company. I don't want to owe them any favors. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The fierce fight last night had such a huge impact. The Nanjiang Bureau had no choice but to call Sang Biao in for questioning. In order to put pressure on the police, Sang Biao arranged for the families of the injured to go to the gate of Nanjiang Police Station to seek an explanation before entering. Officer, did you arrest the wrong person? I'm the victim. Why are you arresting me if you don't want to arrest the murderer? The investigating police officer said, Sang Biao. It's outrageous for the family members to kneel outside the police station. Give them an order to go home first. Sang Biao put his feet on the table and said, Sir, is it so difficult for honest people like us to get justice? So many people were injured. They won't withdraw unless you bring Lu Chengfeng to justice. Oh, right. You summoned me here to ask me if I was causing any trouble, right? I'm telling you, no. If you have evidence, arrest me, sentence me. If you don't have evidence, just let me go. After Sang Biao finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to snore. The two policemen who were questioning him looked at each other and had no idea what to do with him. Outside the police station, more and more family members are causing trouble. The crowd of onlookers was packed in 3 layers inside and outside. Let Brother Biao go. Punish the murderer severely. We can't lock up innocent good people. Many of Sang Biao's men actually disguised themselves as victims and gathered outside the police station to protest their innocence. By the afternoon, the police could no longer bear it. I know clearly that this was all arranged by Sang Biao, but there is nothing I can do. Let him go and let him withdraw his men as well. We'll investigate the case slowly. Boss Qin Weiman rubbed his head. Yes. After a while, a trainee police officer was ordered to open Sang Biao's handcuffs. Sang Biao asked arrogantly, "Did you catch Lu Chengfeng?" "Not yet." The trainee police officer was a little nervous when he saw such a big shot and didn't dare to look him in the eye. "Haven't you caught him yet? Are you guys here for free? Can you do this? Damn it. Don't be too presumptuous." "Do you know where this is?" the trainee police officer said timidly. "Hey, you're threatening me, right? Be careful when you go out next time. I can find out your home address tonight." Sang Biao tightened his belt and left arrogantly. Clang. The door is open. "Brother Biao." The men who came to pick up the people stood in 2 rows and bowed together. "Lu Chengfeng is still nowhere to be found, right? Keep searching the entire city. I must see his body with my own eyes. Besides, isn't he a brother of Lao He? Tie up my Lao He for me. As long as Lu Chengfeng is not dead, I, Sang Biao, will not be able to sleep or eat. Damn it." Yes. In the southern suburbs of the city, there is an independent 3-story courtyard. Boom boom boom. Lu Chengfeng knocked on the door. "Sister-in-law, I'm Brother Biao's subordinate. Your wedding anniversary with Brother Biao is coming soon, and he asked me to send the flowers over. Here it comes." The door creaked open. A woman with big breasts and a round butt came out. "This damned bastard, he's out all day and never comes home, he even remembers our wedding day." Mrs. Biao was ready to take the bouquet of bright red roses. However, a black pistol suddenly stretched out from the flowers. Then, Lu Chengfeng's harmless face appeared. "Sister-in-law, don't shout for help, don't resist, otherwise the gun may go off accidentally." "Fuck you, do you know who my man is? How dare you point a gun at me? Mrs. Biao is no ordinary tiger. Stop talking nonsense. Go in." Lu Chengfeng poked her with his gun. "Wait for death." Mrs. Biao cursed and had no choice but to take Lu Chengfeng in. In the spacious hall, Sang Biao's 12-year-old son was holding a machete and practicing chopping at a scarecrow. At an age when he should be studying hard, he dyed his hair yellow and looked arrogant. As soon as he saw his mother being restrained, he rushed over immediately. "Let my mother go. I'm going to kill you, you little son of a bitch." The little brat cursed and rushed forward with a machete in hand, full of murderous intent. "Fuck you." Lu Chengfeng kicked the evildoer to the ground with a flying kick. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Sang Biao returned home with his personal subordinates. As soon as he entered the door, Sang Biao felt something was wrong. When I looked closely, I saw that my wife and son were tied to the ground. Something happened. Sang Biao immediately pulled out the pistol he was carrying, and his men also took out the daggers from their waists. "Brother Biao, good evening." Lu Chengfeng walked out of the kitchen with a smile. In his hand, he was holding a bowl of freshly cooked Fumanduo instant noodles, which he ate with great relish. "How dare you kidnap my wife and son? Put down the gun." Lu Chengfeng held the noodles in his left hand and pointed the gun at Sang Biao's wife with his right hand. "Lu Chengfeng. You scolded the guy next door." Bang. Lu Chengfeng shot Sang Biao's wife in the leg. Ah. Sang Biao's wife was in excruciating pain. "Brother Biao, this shot is to remind you to be more respectful when speaking to me tonight. I have a bad temper and my shooting skills are not good." Sang Biao's face turned pale. Only then did he realize that he had encountered a real mad dog. A mad dog crazier than me. Sang Biao and his 4 men had no choice but to lay down their weapons. "Tie them all up," Lu Chengfeng said to Lao He. "Yes." After a while, Sang Biao's entire family and 4 men were all tied up and thrown to the ground. Lu Chengfeng held the instant noodles, squatted in front of Sang Biao, and said with a smile, "Brother Biao must have made a lot of money in recent years. Hand over all the valuables in your home, such as bank books, gold, and jewelry." Sang Biao had no choice but to say, "The password to the safe on the 2nd floor is 952311. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. After a while, the men took out everything in the safe. 10 passbooks with a deposit of 1.8 million. There are 50 gold bars, with a value of over 1 million. In 2000, a lunch cost only $3, so the more than 2 million was definitely an astronomical figure. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Brother Biao, you have been the boss of Qingnan for so long, and you only earned this much. You are not honest." "Brother, it's all really here." Bang. Before Sang Biao could finish his words, Lu Chengfeng shot him in the leg. Ah. Under the garden at the entrance. Sang Biao was sweating profusely from the pain. Dig. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. Half an hour later, Sang Biao's real property surfaced. Cash. All in cash. A total of 150 million. "Brother, I've given you all my money. I just want to save the lives of my family." Sang Biao looked at Lu Chengfeng eagerly. What he is most worried about now is complete destruction. Lu Chengfeng smiled at Sang Biao, but the angle of his mouth was very restrained. Eyes, showing ferocious. With a wave of the hand. The fire burned fiercely, devouring all the evil. Boss, Lu Chengfeng defeated Sang Biao. A gang, a close subordinate, reported while standing in front of Sang Deshang. Sang Deshang's body shook violently, and then he looked into the distance in disbelief. One person picked the opponent's territory, dodged the pursuit of 200 people, and then stole the opponent's tower. Cruel. This new guy is really ruthless. Sang Deshang actually felt a little regretful. Boss, now it seems that he is definitely not an undercover agent. I understand. Gang, arrange a dinner, I want to meet him. Yes. Sang Biao, the dominant ruler in the south of the city, has disappeared. The entire Nanjiang underground world has become active. Most of the factory owners in the south area of the city have made a fortune in casinos and loan sharking companies in the south over the years. If we take advantage of the opportunity to occupy his territory, wouldn't we become rich? Many bosses have already started making plans to share the cake. But Lu Chengfeng has started eating the cake. And he kept it all for himself. The next night, Lu Chengfeng walked arrogantly into the water flower bath with a knife in his hand. Although the technicians are gone, this is Brother Long's base camp. Lu Chengfeng. How dare you come to my house? As soon as Brother Long and his 20 younger brothers saw Lu Chengfeng, they immediately picked up their weapons. Lu Chengfeng sat on the bench calmly, crossing his legs. "Along, your boss is gone, why don't you bring your brothers with me?" Brother Long roared. "Sang Biao is my sworn brother. Brothers. Go. Kill Lu Chengfeng." Brother Long and his brothers are about to rush up. "Aaron, when you were a child, your mother ran away from home and your father gambled all day and didn't come home. It was your grandmother who raised you, right?" Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. "What do you mean?" "My brother is accompanying your grandmother right now, chopping wood and fetching water for her." The old man was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits, saying that young people nowadays are really polite. Me. Brother Long's lips trembled violently. You. Why are you so excited? Respecting the elderly and loving the young is our traditional virtue. This is what we young people should do. Lu Chengfeng. The affairs of the martial arts world are the affairs of the martial arts world. Don't let the harm to your family be tolerated. Bullshit. Do you have the final say? Lu Chengfeng roared. Clang. The machete in Brother Long's hand fell to the ground. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. In terms of fighting ability, Sang Biao is 1,000,000 miles behind me. In terms of IQ, Sang Biao is 200,000 miles behind me. When it comes to being righteous, Sang Biao is 1,000,000 miles behind me. You've seen my skills. Follow me and you'll definitely reach a higher level. If you don't want to follow me, then continue to follow Sang Biao." Clang. Clang. The 20 little brothers were so scared that their machetes dropped to the ground. Obviously, the 20 little brothers have been intimidated. It doesn't matter who you follow, but you can't continue to follow Sang Biao. But Brother Long is still hesitating. After all, he is Sang Biao's sworn brother. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Along, let's be quick. Either you kneel down and worship me, the boss, or you fight me. Choose for yourself. We won't force you to do anything. Just be reasonable when you come out here." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he flicked his finger on the machete. Bite. The machete made a crisp and scary sound. "But I have one more thing to remind you, the truth is only within the range of cannons." Bite. The machete made another frightening sound. Plop. Aaron completely collapsed and fell to his knees. The other 20 little brothers also knelt down. "Boss. We'll follow you." Ha ha ha. Very good. The right choice is often more important than hard work. Lu Chengfeng helped them up one by one. Lu Chengfeng said, "Take your weapons and follow me to recruit the other 11 leaders." Brother Long said, "Brother Feng, it's easy for you to take me in, but other leaders are not so easy to deal with." Lu Chengfeng laughed. "Someone secretly kidnapped the families of the other 11 leaders. Those with parents kidnapped their parents, and those without parents kidnapped their relatives. They were all kept in a dilapidated dock by the river, and were doused in gasoline. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Do you think they are easy to deal with?" By the next morning, Lu Chengfeng had successfully completed the recruitment. By the morning of the third day, all of Sang Biao's casinos were closed. The Loan Shark Company was deregistered. All those who owed money to Sang Biao loan sharks were forgiven of their debts. The cash seized from various places, plus the 150 million seized from Sang Biao's home, totaled 200 million. What about investing in real estate and winning the lottery? Nothing comes faster than that one. The big and small bosses in the north, west, east of the city, as well as in Nanjiang Market, were all scratching their heads in confusion. We were originally formulating a plan to encroach on the southern part of the city. Lu Chengfeng became the boss of the South City overnight. And he also recruited all of Sang Biao's subordinates in an organized manner. Is Nanjiang going to see a change? South City Commercial Building. Lu Chengfeng directly took over the old company and used Sang Biao's company headquarters as the headquarters of his new company, naming it Chengfeng Investment Company. In the company's lobby, a slogan, "Unity, Pragmatism, Progress, and Dedication," is hung on the left. Brother Feng. The 12 leaders under Sang Biao stood respectfully in front of Lu Chengfeng with their hands hanging down. Behind each of the 12 bosses stood 5 or 6 younger brothers, all of whom were the boss's trusted confidants. How did we become Lu Chengfeng's younger brothers? How many days has he debuted? However, even though they were unwilling, the 12 leaders really did not dare to resist. This little beast in front of me is a mad dog. He is cruel and ruthless, extremely vicious, far worse than Sang Biao. Face is a small matter, life is a big matter. Brother Feng, all of Sang Biao's places have been converted into bathing centers. I have selected the best technicians. Take a look. Do you want to choose a trial clock? Lao He flattered Lu Chengfeng with a smile. Okay, call me up and let me take a look. Okay. 10 stunning beauties were brought before Lu Chengfeng. They all have fair skin, curvy figure, and affectionate eyes. Any one of them can beat those internet celebrities. Lu Chengfeng looked at one of the most beautiful women. My heart was shocked instantly. She has almond-shaped eyes, a high nose bridge, is about 30 years old, and has a perfect figure. Although she was dressed very ordinary, her temperament could not be concealed at all. She. Boss, you have good taste. Her name is Leng Ning. I have been in this business for so many years, but I have never seen anyone as beautiful as her. It's a pity that she's new here and can't let go. She only massages, not taps the back. But I will definitely help the boss train her and let her serve the boss well. Why is she here? Lu Chengfeng looked at Leng Ning with a stiff expression. I've just been hired. Any questions? Lu Chengfeng shook his head. The beautiful young woman in front of him who was pretending to be uneasy was none other than Lu Chengfeng's chief instructor in the intelligence system in his previous life. In his previous life, Lu Chengfeng entered the intelligence system in 2004. After 3 months of theoretical study, he followed Leng Ning to learn specific intelligence business. Infiltration, demolition, code breaking, interrogation, subversion, assassination, tracking and counter-tracking, bombing instructions. All special service skills were taught by her. He is not only a mentor, but also a close comrade in arms. Why did she suddenly appear in Nanjiang? Why go undercover as a technician in your own place? Lu Chengfeng racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Leng Ning couldn't figure it out. Leng Ning came to Nanjiang secretly from the imperial capital 5 days ago. In about 20 days, Nanjiang will welcome a very important guest. The Secret Service will carry out a close escort mission in Nanjiang. In view of the relatively complicated social security situation in Nanjiang, Leng Ning, as the overall leader of the security work, went to Nanjiang in advance to scout the area and familiarize himself with the situation in Nanjiang. However, yesterday, for no apparent reason, he received an order from his superiors to go undercover with a small leader named Lu Chengfeng in Nanjiang. At the beginning, when Leng Ning learned that Lu Chengfeng was a student expelled from the police academy, she once suspected that he was an undercover agent sent by the police to infiltrate the Nanjiang criminal gang. However, after learning about Sang Biao's tragic murder of his entire family, Leng Ning directly denied this speculation. Which undercover agent dares to be so arrogant? A total criminal. At this moment, after seeing this handsome young man of only 19 years old in real life, Leng Ning actually felt a little worried. He is so cruel and ruthless at such a young age. If it takes a few more years, won't he go to heaven? It is simply a social cancer that must be eradicated. Just as Leng Ning was deep in thought, a man who looked like a young master bumped into Lu Chengfeng. Are you blind? How dare you block my way? The young master cursed at Lu Chengfeng. But in a flash, the young man was attracted by the absolutely beautiful Leng Ning. I've heard that the women in the bathhouse in the south of the city are beautiful. They are indeed stunningly beautiful. Beautiful lady, sleep with me tonight. After the young man finished speaking, he reached out to Leng Ning. I won't hit you on the back. Leng Ning avoided the young man's dirty hands. No need to hit my back. I'll give you more money. The young man pounced on Leng Ning again. At this time, Lu Chengfeng stood in front of Leng Ning and said, "She is my woman." As soon as Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, his subordinates immediately protected Leng Ning. The young master pointed at Lu Chengfeng's nose and cursed, "Do you know who I am? I am young Master Chen from the west of the city." The West City District is a university town area, a fringe area between urban and rural areas, with a large area, a large population, wealthy residents, and tough folk customs. The Chen Tao family in the west of the city is very powerful in the local area and has a strong background. The Mr. Chen in front of you is Chen Tao's son Chen Ruchang, the only precious male in the Chen family. Lao Hei, I like this woman and I must have her today. Chen Ruchang looked straight at Leng Ning. This is our old continent Chengfeng. You just bumped into him. Lao Hei said lightly. So what about Lu Chengfeng? Isn't he just a brothel owner? You're not allowed to have sex with the prostitutes in the brothel. I want to sleep with this chicken today. Chen Ruchang doesn't take the new boss in Qingnan seriously at all. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Mr. Chen. I just said, she is my woman. Didn't you hear me? You're still talking about chicken. Kneel down and apologize to my woman. Go to hell. I, the great Master Chen from the West City, am asking a whore for a bitch." Snap. Before Chen Ruchang could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground by Lu Chengfeng. Then, Lu Chengfeng picked up an ashtray and smashed it down. In a short while, Chen Ruchang's face was covered in blood. Your dad is very awesome, right? He never taught you what politeness is, right? Lu Chengfeng squatted in front of Chen Ruchang and said with a smile. Chen Ruchang was used to being arrogant, but he still refused to accept the defeat. You are bullying others in your place, right? Just wait. Qingxi will get you. Lu Chengfeng sneered, you are causing trouble in my place, so I teach you a lesson. It doesn't count as bullying, right? One day I will come to your territory in the west of the city to teach your family a lesson. That's called bullying. Go back and wait, you idiot. Chen Ruchang was kicked out directly. Lu Chengfeng wiped the blood off his hands and came to Leng Ning. Beauty, from today on I will protect you and make sure no one dares to touch you. Brothers. Call sister-in-law. Everyone at the scene was stunned. You call me sister-in-law after just meeting me once. But after thinking about it, everyone understood. It turns out that the boss likes young women. All the men bowed together and shouted respectfully, sister-in-law. Leng Ning was stunned. Although I have a beautiful appearance, I am already 30 years old after all, and I have no advantage over those young girls. Why did Lu Chengfeng suddenly do this? Did I reveal any flaws? Impossible. I am not some kind of sister-in-law. Leng Ning behaved very reservedly and unsophisticatedly, just like a country girl. The 12 chiefs and all their subordinates looked at her and laughed. Only Lu Chengfeng didn't laugh. He had experienced Leng Ning's acting skills in his previous life. You are my woman. You will be their sister-in-law from now on. I don't allow you to give massages to customers. Just serve me. Lu Chengfeng held Leng Ning's hand. Hee. That was a hand holding countless guns. Sister-in-law. The 12 leaders bent down again and shouted in unison. At this moment, Lao He looked at the mobile phone and said worriedly, Boss, Mr. Sang said he would like to invite you to dinner at the VIP building tonight. Lu Chengfeng smiled, I expected this. Do you know why he wants to treat us? Lao He said, Of course we are celebrating for you. You killed Sang Biao and finally got his recognition. Hee, do you really think so? Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng brought Lao He and the 12 leaders to the VIP building to attend Sang Deshang's Hongmen banquet. When I got downstairs, I happened to see a stall selling watermelons. Is your melon ripe? Make sure it's cooked. Yeah, very good. Lu Chengfeng picked up a watermelon with his left hand, pulled out the machete with his right hand, and cut it hard, revealing the red and tender flesh. Lu Chengfeng took a big bite and said, It feels so good to eat melon. Remember to pay. We don't take a single penny from the people. Yes. Let's go. Let's have a feast. Lu Chengfeng walked into the VIP building lobby holding a watermelon. I suddenly discovered that the VIP building was particularly lively tonight. The lobby on the first floor was almost entirely occupied by Sang Deshang's men. As soon as Lu Chengfeng appeared with his men, everyone looked at the most arrogant and glorious men on Nanjiang Road with complicated expressions. It really is the Hongmen banquet. So many people have been arranged to guard downstairs. Lu Chengfeng smiled coldly, and brought Lao He and his 12 men to the large box on the third floor. Sorry, except Lu Chengfeng, no one else can enter. A bodyguard at the door arrogantly stopped the 12 leaders of the South City. His face was full of arrogance, as if in his eyes, Lu Chengfeng and the 12 leaders under him were inherently inferior. Lao He, help me hold this melon, don't drop it. Yes. Lao He took the watermelon that was bitten into pieces by Lu Chengfeng. What did you just say, you little bastard? Lu Chengfeng tilted his head and pointed at the other party arrogantly. Boss Sang has instructed that Lu Chengfeng can only go in alone and cannot bring his men with him. Did Mr. Sang bring his men in? Have. Then why can't I take it? How can I compare with Boss Sang? Snap. Lu Chengfeng directly knocked the other person to the ground. When did it become your turn to stop me? Damn it. Lu Chengfeng stepped hard on the other person's chest, then pushed the door open arrogantly. In the super luxurious box, Sang Deshang sat in the main seat, and all of Sang Deshang's core subordinates sat around him. The guest of honor seat on Sang Deshang's right was empty, reserved for Lu Chengfeng. We agreed to have lunch at 5 o'clock, but Lu Chengfeng dawdled and arrived only at 5:30. Sorry, boss, there's a traffic jam on the road. I'm late. Lu Chengfeng came to Sang Deshang with a smile, and sat in the guest of honor seat without any courtesy. The 12 leaders stood in the least conspicuous position in the box. Sang Deshang's face looked a little unhappy. When I eat in Nanjiang, others always wait for me. You, Lu Chengfeng, are just a newcomer. You have a big presence now. Sang Deshang glanced at a trusted middle-level executive in the company. The confidant understood what he meant and said, "Lu Chengfeng, now that you have taken over the territory in the south of the city, you don't even know your last name, right? You even dare to be late for the boss's dinner party." Lu Chengfeng looked at the other person with a smile. "Are you talking to me? Are you deaf?" "I'm not deaf, but you might be." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chengfeng suddenly stood up, grabbed the other person's head, and slammed it hard on the dining table. Bang! The table was almost broken. The other party suddenly fainted and fell under the table. "Chow Lu Chengfeng. How dare you do this in front of the boss? Lu Chengfeng, I'll chop you up. Mad Dog wants to die, right?" More than a dozen key members under Sang Deshang stood up immediately. Lu Chengfeng held a cigarette in his mouth, crossed his legs on the dining table and smiled coldly. "Even if all of you come at me, you are still no match for me. I advise you to calm down. Otherwise, it will be bad for your health." Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Sang Deshang suppressed his anger and said, "We are here to treat Mr. Lu to dinner tonight, not to fight. Be calm and sit down." "Yes." Everyone then sat down angrily. Sang Deshang picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, "Xiaofeng has just arrived at the group for a week, and he has already conquered the south of the city for a Chongqing group and made great contributions to the group. I suggest that we all raise a toast and celebrate for him. Cheers." After saying this, Sang Deshang drank the wine in the glass. Cheers. Cheers. Although the others were unhappy, they still drank the wine in their glasses. Sang Deshang said, "According to the company's regulations, whoever conquers the territory will be given the management in the early stage, and can get 10% of the management fee. Xiaofeng has made outstanding contributions in the Battle of Qingnan this time. I will make an exception and let him manage Qingnan alone and take 20%. As for the property seized from Sang Biao's house, Xiaofeng can also take 10 points as commission. And starting today, Xiaofeng will serve as the company's middle-level department manager." The backbone members of Chongqing Group at the scene were extremely envious. "We have worked hard for half our lives to reach the position of middle manager. He has only been in Nanjiang for a week. Congratulations, boss, for recruiting a powerful general. Lu Chengfeng, why don't you thank the boss? The boss has been very kind to you, you should learn to repay the kindness." Lu Chengfeng smiled coldly. According to conventional undercover operations, Lu Chengfeng should submit to Sang Deshang, then gradually gain his trust, and finally figure out his criminal chain. But who is Sang Deshang? He is cunning, treacherous, cold, and ruthless. He won't easily trust Lu Chengfeng for 3 to 5 years. Moreover, if he really went undercover for 3 to 5 years, how many dirty jobs would Lu Chengfeng have to do for him? This is simply an insult to a special agent with 20 years of experience in high-end bureaus. Solve the case in 1 month. Not even 1 more day. Boss Sang, tell me, how should I feel now that I am in charge of the South City? Should I thank you? Or should I hate you? Lu Chengfeng lay on his back in the chair, his big leather shoes propped up on the dining table, and blew out a smoke ring arrogantly. The scene was instantly silent. Sang Deshang certainly knew what Lu Chengfeng was referring to. Sang Deshang said calmly, "That night Sang Biao was chasing you all over the city, and I didn't send anyone to rescue you. You must have had some thoughts, which is normal. But I did that for your own good. Without that battle, how could you have enough glory to rise to the top of the company's middle management position in 1 step? How could others obey you? Right. How about this, in order to make up for your unhappiness, I'll make another concession. Qingnan, you take 30%. How do you think?" "Ha ha ha ha. Not that good." Lu Chengfeng burst into laughter. The people from Chongqing Group at the scene changed their expressions instantly. Everyone guessed that Lu Chengfeng would become arrogant after taking over the south part of the city by himself. I didn't expect it to swell like this. Many of them couldn't hold their breath and immediately stood up, reaching their hands to their waists, ready to lose their temper. "Sit down." Sang Deshang scolded, then looked at Lu Chengfeng calmly. "So what do you want?" Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Boss Sang. I conquered the south of the city by myself, and you didn't send any soldiers to support me. You didn't even give me a fruit knife. Qingnan should belong to me 100%. On the side, a middle-level manager of Chongqing Company shouted angrily, Lu Chengfeng, don't forget that you are from Chongqing Company. Edit, outside. Lu Chengfeng looked at the other person with sidelong eyes, raised his voice and lengthened the tone. The atmosphere on the scene almost dropped to freezing point. Sang Deshang suppressed his anger and said, then what are you talking about today? Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, of course we have to talk. The main reason I came here today is to ask if the North City can hand over 50% to the South City. What? Everyone at the scene thought they had heard it wrong and their faces turned purple with anger. He didn't come here to negotiate. He's clearly here to provoke me. Even Lu Chengfeng's 12 leaders were a little embarrassed. Is our boss too arrogant? On the side, Sang Deshang's men couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, Chao Lu Chengfeng. I'm going to kill you now. More than a dozen middle-level managers from powerful companies at the scene immediately took out their switchblades. Don't move. Lu Chengfeng's 12 leaders immediately took out their weapons. Come on. You can't talk about it, right? Then don't talk about it. Lu Chengfeng stood up, holding a cigarette in his mouth, raised his right hand, and overturned the table weighing more than 200 kilograms to the ground. Bang. The wine was spilled all over the floor. One-on-one or all together. It's up to you. If I let you walk out of this door alive, my last name is not Lu. Arrogant. More arrogant than a crow. The anger of both sides reached its peak and a war was about to break out. Sang Deshang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said, everyone, leave. I want to talk to Lu Chengfeng alone. Boss. Go out. Yes. People from Chongqing Company can only leave the box. You guys get out too. Lu Chengfeng waved to Lao He and others. Yes. Old Black, leave the watermelon for me. Oh. After a while, Sang Deshang and Lu Chengfeng were the only ones left in the huge box. Sang Deshang lit a cigar and said, now that there's no one else here, I'll be honest with you and tell you what's in my heart. In fact, I know that I didn't send people from the company to rescue you that night, and that's when the barrier in your heart was created. I asked you to come here tonight, but I don't really want your territory in the south of the city. I just want to test your heart and see if you are willing to follow a strong company. I have to remind you. In this small piece of land of Nanjiang, if you are not a friend of our Chongqing Company, then you are our enemy. I'm giving you one last chance to make a choice now. You are a talented person, I don't want to do anything extreme. There was a cold light in Sang Deshang's eyes. Lu Chengfeng didn't say anything, but held the watermelon that he had bitten into a pulp in front of Sang Deshang. Eat melon, bro. Actually, I have something to tell you. Even if you sent people to rescue me that night, I would not hand over Qingnan to you. Goodbye. In the box, Sang Deshang savored Lu Chengfeng's last words. Looking at the rotten watermelon in front of him, his face became ferocious. Hold. Sang Deshang punched out and smashed the rotten watermelon into pieces. Everyone, come in. Outside the door, the middle-level manager of Chongqing Company immediately pushed the door open and stood respectfully in front of Sang Deshang. From today on, we in the north and east of the city will be irreconcilable with them in the south of the city. Everyone keep your eyes open. Starting tomorrow, call the police if you see any trace of Lu Chengfeng. Sang Biao is a good man. The murderer must be brought to justice. Yes. That night, Lu Chengfeng seemed to have disappeared from the world. It has to be said that the makeup and anti-tracking techniques trained by the intelligence system are truly life-saving tools. In the pitch-black Jiangbei, Lu Chengfeng drove a small truck and waited there quietly. After a while, Han Liming and Wen Ryu arrived as promised in a Peugeot. The two of them were completely stunned by Lu Chengfeng. Facing such brutal criminals, it's a miracle to survive. Fortunately for him, not only did he survive, but he was getting better and better. In just 1 week, he managed to seize the territory in the south of the city and became a rising star on Nanjiang Road. The ability is really outstanding. Teacher 1, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look plumper now. Roll. Lu Chengfeng, what exactly are your 4 golden rules? I'm very curious. Han Liming asked. The first rule is that an undercover agent who is more like a bad guy than a bad guy is a good undercover agent. Yeah, I've heard of this. Second, the undercover agents who are alive are the undercover agents who can solve the case. Well, it's wonderful. Han Liming agreed. Third, an undercover agent who can't become the boss is an incompetent undercover agent. Ah, what about the fourth one? Let's not talk about the fourth one. Lu Chengfeng touched his nose. Go ahead, I want to hear it. An undercover agent who follows the lead of his superiors will have a short life. Okay, don't focus on this. I brought you a gift. Lu Chengfeng opened the back door of the truck. All gold and cash. Han Liming and Wen Ryu have never seen so much wealth in their lives. Both of them stared with their eyes wide open. All of Sang Biao's property is here. Is the department seriously short of funds? Is the public security college also short of funds? Let's drive away together with the truck. It's enough to live a good life for several years. Lu Chengfeng said. How much is it in total? Han Liming asked in amazement. 100 million. Oh my God, you didn't keep so much of it for yourself, did you? Can we still have some trust in each other? Oh, by the way, can you give me some money back for activities? How about I write a report to apply for 50,000 special service fees for you? Forget it, the funding is tight, so I won't cause any trouble for the organization. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. Han Liming's attitude softened a lot. The fact that Lu Chengfeng did not embezzle such a huge fortune shows that his original intention is still there and that everything is still under control. Han Liming asked, I asked you to get close to Sang Deshang, but you turned the table over with him, so how can you still be an undercover agent? Lu Chengfeng said, by the time that old bastard Sang Deshang trusts me, you will probably have retired or even passed away. Han Liming said, how can you talk like that? Just tell me, now that you have offended him, how can you get close to him and find clues? The original script was to slowly approach Sang Deshang, gradually gain his trust, and then follow the clues to take him down in one fell swoop. Now, he and Sang Deshang are completely incompatible. This situation is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Lu Chengfeng said seriously, Director Han, what do you think the two brothers Sang Deshang and Sang Shua want? Han Liming, money. Lu Chengfeng said, yes. In their eyes, interests are the most important. A little brother who can fight is nothing in front of interests. Isn't it? Yes. Han Liming and Wen Ryu said in unison. So don't be anxious. Even though I'm at odds with him now, as long as I hold that huge piece of cake, he will kneel down and beg me to become his sworn brother. Han Liming was confused. What is that huge cake? Lu Chengfeng shook his head firmly. I can't tell you. I'm afraid your heart won't be able to bear it. Just wait for the result. Oh, right. Sang Deshang has been safe these years. There must be someone behind him. If it goes as I expected, you should immediately arrange for someone to keep an eye on the movements of the Nanjiang police. Whoever grabs me the most will be one of Sang Deshang's protectors. After I hand over the stolen money to you, I will show up on my own initiative. I have basically controlled Sang Deshang's overseas contacts, but I need to play a long game with her. There is a master behind her. Maybe it's an international organization. Han Liming and Wen Ryu couldn't help but look at each other. This guy is really efficient. Han Liming said, if you are caught, you will be beaten to a pulp. I'll tell you in advance that I can't save you directly, otherwise my relationship with you will be exposed. Lu Chengfeng glanced at Han Liming with disdain. You are just a middle-level official in the provincial department. If the powerful people in Nanjiang really want to touch me, you really don't have the ability to save me. Wen Ryu covered her mouth and giggled. Han Liming was so choked that he couldn't speak. Don't worry, someone will save me. You just control the person behind Sang Deshang first, and then follow the clues. I will do my job. We can walk on 2 legs. Lu Chengfeng left after saying this. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chengfeng took Lao He to inspect various venues in the south of the city. Hello, Brother Feng. Northwest matter which place the young men or female technicians were from, they were all extremely respectful when they saw this childish young man. The reason why Lu Chengfeng withheld 100 million was not because he was greedy for money. But now that the business has grown bigger, there are too many places to spend money. This time during the attack on Qingnan, Sang Biao's former subordinates suffered heavy losses. Lu Chengfeng wanted to pay a huge compensation to the injured families to shut them up, and then throw the dirty water on Sang Deshang. This money must be spent. Don't feel guilty about spending money. Lu Chengfeng recorded the family details of each of Sang Biao's remaining brothers. If these younger brothers dare to rebel, their families will be the first to suffer. While making the threats, Lu Chengfeng also gave each of his subordinates a reward of 50,000 yuan. Use both kindness and force, so that your younger brothers will both fear and love you. This money has to be spent. Now that I have more enemies, for safety reasons, I have to buy more houses and stay in different places every night to prevent killers from lurking. This is also a lot of money. What if it is not intercepted? Are you really waiting for Han Liming to allocate 50,000 yuan for special service fees? By the time that little bit of money is paid, the grass on my grave will probably be as tall as a person. How's business these 2 days? Lu Chengfeng asked. Making a fortune every day. Lao He rubbed his hands happily. Yeah, very good. Remember this, you must not touch drugs and gambling. I will punish anyone who touches them. Yes. Is there any movement from Chongqing Company? No movement. I guess they were all intimidated by you, Brother Feng. Lu Chengfeng smiled. No movement is a big movement. At this moment, more than a dozen police cars stopped at the entrance of the bathhouse. Heavily armed police rushed in with guns drawn. It happens as it comes. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. Wang Guangming, the second-in-command of the municipal bureau, walked in personally leading the team. Lu Chengfeng, I suspect you are involved in a crime. Come back with me to assist in the investigation. Before going undercover, Han Liming introduced all the important figures in Nanjiang to Lu Chengfeng. He was not surprised that the second-in-command of the Nanjiang police force came to arrest him personally. Did Sang Deshang ask you to arrest me? Lu Chengfeng said calmly. Wang Guangming did not evade the question, but said, the law forced me to arrest you. Superior. Four detectives rushed forward, pinned Lu Chengfeng to the ground like an animal, and handcuffed him behind his back. Commander Wang. Your people hurt me, and I need you to apologize to me solemnly when the time comes. Wang Guangming leaned over and whispered in Lu Chengfeng's ear, Lu Chengfeng, tomorrow is Mr. Sang Deshang's birthday, and your life is my birthday gift to him. Old Da Lu Chengfeng from the South City was arrested, which caused an uproar in Nanjiang. All the prominent bosses in Nanjiang simply used 2 words to describe Lu Chengfeng, idiot. The brothers Sang Shua and Sang Deshang have been in Nanjiang for 20 years. The roots are deeper than those of towering trees. Why do you, a young boy who has just arrived in Nanjiang and is not even a month old, have the right to arm wrestle with others? Get it easily with just a flick of your finger. And there is no way to fight back. A yellow peanut was swallowed steadily. Before this, some bosses were planning to waver between Lu Chengfeng, the rising star, and Sang Deshang, the old boss. With Lu Chengfeng being arrested, all these bosses threw themselves into the arms of Chongqing Group. Some younger brothers of Chengfeng Company, fearing that they would be liquidated by Chongqing Group, also ran directly to the other side. Even Qin Ruchang, the young master from the West City, brought people to the South City to cause trouble. In the detention room of Nanjiang Municipal Public Security Bureau, Wang Guangming came to Lu Chengfeng in person. Lu Chengfeng, so many of Sang Biao's men were injured. Was it you who did this? How can I be so capable? Sir, I'm warning you, don't slander a good citizen, or I'll sue you for defamation. Bah. Why did everyone give you so much money if you didn't do anything? Sir, is it not okay for me to be kind and generous and have an overflowing love? Sir, your question is like, why did you help if you didn't hit him? Can't I do a good deed? I'm going to give your family some money too. I don't want your money, and you dare to threaten me. Wang Guangming was so angry that he jumped up. Look, even though I said I was giving you money to spend, you still want to accuse me of that. In that case I'll shut up. I won't say a word until my lawyer gets here. Wang Guangming sneered, I'm afraid that's not up to you. The next evening, Lu Chengfeng still sat there as steady as a rock. Relying on his strong physical fitness and professional anti-interrogation experience in his previous life, some of Wang Guangming's little tricks are nothing more than kindergarten kids playing house in front of him. Lu Chengfeng, are you ready to fight to the end? Wang Guangming was furious. Sir Wang, I said I am a good citizen. You will apologize to me for your behavior today. Apologize? Are you crazy? I think you don't know your last name. At this moment, Nanjiang Police Chief Qin Weiman walked in. Qin Weiman looked at Lu Chengfeng and couldn't help but frowned. Let him go. Qin Weiman said calmly. Qin Weiman knew that Wang Guangming arrested Lu Chengfeng not for any public interest. But he also wanted to use this incident to get rid of Lu Chengfeng, the troublemaker, and teach all the forces in Nanjiang a lesson. It's a pity that two of the connections above called and said that without sufficient objective evidence, don't touch Lu Chengfeng lightly. Qin Weiman then realized that this arrogant young man had connections up there. And it's not just ordinary deep. Release him. He is a major suspect. Wang Guangming looked at Qin Weiman in surprise. This is an order, not a negotiation. Do you need me to repeat it? Qin Weiman looked at Wang Guangming majestically, with an extremely overwhelming aura. Oh well. Wang Guangming didn't dare to act rashly and could only reluctantly open Lu Chengfeng's handcuffs. Lu Chengfeng, you can go now. But I advise you to be humble and behave yourself. I will continue to collect evidence of your crime. Director Wang, how about you send me out yourself? Lu Chengfeng knocked his legs on the interrogation chair and said arrogantly. Lu Chengfeng. Do you know who you are talking to? Wang Guangming shouted angrily. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, I won't be able to sleep well or eat well if I stay at your place tonight. You have framed me. I am in a bad mood. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you, my men should be waiting for me at your door now. You don't want to make a big fuss, do you? Or should I just live here? You have guts. Wang Guangming had no choice but to accompany Lu Chengfeng out of the door angrily. When he got to the door and took a look, Wang Guangming took a breath of cold air. The 12 chiefs of the South City were dressed in suits and stood there respectfully. There were at least hundreds of people standing behind them. In order to welcome Lu Chengfeng out, Lao He brought Leng Ning along as well. Sir Wang, how about my cards? Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng spread his hands arrogantly. I am a soldier and you are a thief. Don't think that you can escape the 15th just because you can escape the 1st. Wang Guangming warned unwillingly. If you were really a soldier, I wouldn't mind, but unfortunately you're not. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he raised his knee and hit Wang Guangming in the chest. Bang. Everyone's mouth opened wide when they saw it. Arrogant. Too arrogant. You dare to hit me. Wang Guangming knelt on the ground in pain. Lu Chengfeng leaned over to his ear and whispered, not asking you to kneel down and apologize is already giving the Nanjiang Police Department some face. This time I'm hitting you, and also for Sang Deshang to see. Just keep your temper to yourself. You don't want a truck to suddenly rush out from the road, do you? Ha 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 ha. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he got into the car under the escort of the 12 chiefs. In the car, Leng Ning tried hard to keep a calm expression, but he was extremely angry inside. This beast. It's so arrogant that it's inhumane. The key is that there is someone protecting him. There is no way to punish him through legal means. At this moment, Lao He and the 12 leaders became more and more powerful. They were all discouraged when Lu Chengfeng was caught this time. After all, everyone knows that the relationship between the Sang brothers is very strong. As a result, the boss was released in less than 24 hours and openly beat Wang Guangming. What does this mean? This shows that the boss's connections are stronger. The future is bright with him. Boss, Sang Deshang arranged for the police to trap you, we have to fight back. Boss, I have arranged everything for my little brothers here. I've transferred people too. Boss, I'm just waiting for your order. All the men are in high spirits. Aaron, what's wrong with you? Lu Chengfeng discovered that Along had a bandage on his shoulder and his face was a little pale, obviously caused by excessive blood loss. Nothing. Last night, Chen Ruchang, the young master from the west of the city, suddenly brought some people to mess up the place and had a fight. I see. Lu Chengfeng thought that the fact that Along was so powerful yet injured so badly showed that Qingxi had put a lot of effort into destroying the place this time. Aaron, I'll remember this grudge for you in the west of the city. Let's go to Deshang Street for a midnight snack. Lu Chengfeng pondered for a while and suddenly said. In the car, everyone's eyes widened when they heard the words Deshang Street. Deshang Street, as the name suggests, is a street named after Sang Deshang. The night market economy was very underdeveloped in the 2000s, and there were basically no places to eat late-night snacks. However, Sang Deshang directly set up an entire street of open-air food stalls, which instantly ignited Nanjiang's night market economy and turned it into a paradise for gangsters to drink and brag at night. As soon as the boss came out, he went to Deshang Street. It was obvious that he was going to smash things up. Boss, I have no objection to you going to Deshang Street for dinner, but shouldn't we assign more people? That's the place that Sang Deshang is most proud of. That's right, boss. Let's gather all the brothers together and have a decisive battle with him. What kind of battle is this? Send Ling Ning and I over first. Today is Sang Deshang's birthday, we have to give him a gift, right? Just do as I say. Yes. After a while, the convoy dropped Lu Chengfeng and Ling Ning at the intersection of Deshang Street, and then sped away according to Lu Chengfeng's arrangements. Lu Chengfeng held Ling Ning's hand and came to Deshang Street. The whole street was bustling with activity, filled with the smell of alcohol and noise. The entrance of every food stall is filled with customers, and it is almost impossible to get a seat. Fortunately, there was a large table in an inconspicuous corner with 2 empty seats. At this moment, all the other seats at the table were occupied by some hooligans. Can we share a seat? Lu Chengfeng asked politely. This bunch of burly guys were drinking and bragging. When they saw the good-looking couple in front of them, they were stunned at first, then nodded and continued bragging. Lu Chengfeng smiled and sat down with Ling Ning. Most of the people who can come to Deshang Street to spend money late at night are the gangsters in Nanjiang. There are hair salon owners, loan sharks, gamblers, prostitutes, etc. In short, few of them have legitimate jobs. And every time they came to eat, they would call Sang Deshang's men to inform them. In fact, this is a disguised form of surrender. These hooligans in Nanjiang have some common characteristics. For example, they are all big and strong, with short flat heads, big gold chains, tattoos, and are fat. And he loves to brag. 3 glasses of wine can make a heifer infertile. You say he is a criminal, but I haven't seen him in jail. You say he is a good person, but he is definitely not. At this moment, the guests at the shared table were happily bragging about themselves. Have you heard? Lu Chengfeng has been tortured to death in the police station. Inside information. Serves you right. Lu Chengfeng's face shows that he will die young. Of course not. Look at us, we are all fat and big-eared. We are blessed at first glance. That guy is just a brainless idiot who chops people. That's right. That idiot actually dared to fight against Chongqing Company. I really suspect that he caught a cold when he erupted that year. You are young and frivolous. You don't know how complicated society is. You are so immature. A few fat guys said bad things about Lu Chengfeng. Ling Ning turned to look at Lu Chengfeng and wondered if he was going to attack someone again. While eating boiled peanuts, Lu Chengfeng asked the guests at the table with a smile, "Why does Lu Chengfeng look short-lived? Have you seen him?" A fat man who had obviously drunk too much and couldn't even move his tongue straight said, "How could I not have seen this? One morning when I was buying fried dough sticks, he wanted to cut in line, but I slapped him aside." Another fat man also said, "When we were on the road, Lu Chengfeng was still digging mud in open crotch pants. It's a pity that he has been played to death, otherwise I can beat the shit out of that little bastard." That's right. Anyone who dares to fight Boss Sang in Nanjiang is brainless. Laugh. Ling Ning was amused by these cute fat guys. brother. Look at this Dashang Street, how prosperous it is. In Nanjiang, only Sang Dashang can protect you. We are all Sang Dashang's friends, and we have a very close relationship. Little brother, your girl is pretty good, how about lending it to me to play with? I will protect you in Nanjiang in the future. Sangda and I are mature. Lu Chengfeng suppressed his laughter, you can't afford to play with her. At this moment, there was a commotion on Dashang Street. All the customers who were eating at the open-air food stalls looked towards the street entrance. A group of men in black came over holding more than 20 wreaths. Those are Lu Chengfeng's men from the south of the city. Yes, 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 I recognize them. They are the 12 leaders of the South City. They're here to cause trouble. Send wreaths to Dashang Street. This is going to be a fight. Are they going to avenge the boss? Hundreds of people on the entire street had stopped eating and were looking at the wreaths and the 12 leaders in shock. Soon, all the wreaths were gathered around the Dashang Street plaque. Lao He and the 12 leaders came to the table where Lu Chengfeng was sitting. Everyone stood behind Lu Chengfeng and bowed together, boss. Sister-in-law. All the wreaths have been arranged. What? Boss. Sister-in-law. Could it be that she is? Lu Chengfeng. The fat people at the table were stunned with fear, looking at Lu Chengfeng and Lang Ning as if they were looking at ghosts. Lu Chengfeng, who is very famous in Nanjiang, actually sat at the same table with us to eat. The point is that we still scolded him. Are we going to be chopped off? Lu Chengfeng ignored the fat guys and asked Lao He with a smile, did you find the drummer? Lao He said, it's really hard to find them at this time of night. We had to break into the door of a wreath shop to steal these wreaths. Okay. Follow my instructions later. Yes. Clang. At this moment, a fat man at the table broke a bottle of beer because he was too nervous. Only then did Lu Chengfeng look at the group of idiots at the table. The 12 leaders also looked at the fat man at the table with fierce eyes. The eyes of the guys at this table were completely dazed. I'm sweating all over but I don't dare to wipe it off. I want to run away but I'm afraid that someone will chop me down from behind at any moment. Brother Feng, I'm nearsighted and didn't recognize you. Hello, Feng brother, handsome. Brother Feng will live as long as the southern mountains. These burly thugs' faces were twisted with nervousness. Lu Chengfeng looked at these hooligans and said calmly, are the dishes in Dashang Street delicious? Delicious or not? A fat man blinked his small green eyes, stammered with sweat all over his face. Just now, he was the one who cursed Lu Chengfeng the most harshly. The other party is a desperado who kills without blinking an eye. It's like this, our Riding the Wind and Waves company also has its own big hotel. Can you brothers come over and take care of the business in the future? When the gangsters at the scene heard this, it was as if they had been pardoned. He is giving us a chance. He's not going to kill us right away. I will definitely go. I have a dinner party tomorrow night and I can book it at your place. Me too. I can't wait to eat there now. Lu Chengfeng smiled, how about applying for a VIP membership now? VIP member. The hooligans at the scene were all smart people and understood it instantly. This is protection money. This is Brother Feng giving us a chance. The gangsters quickly took out their bags. In this era, everything is paid in cash, and those who are well connected in society like to carry a lot of cash with them to show off. Brother Feng, I want to apply for a membership of 50,000. My name is Wang Cheng, and I run a hair salon. Please take care of me in the future. Brother Feng, I'm going to recruit 100,000 members. My name is Guo Jiancheng, and I'm the one who fires cannons. Brother Feng, I don't have much money, only 20,000, but I have really admired Brother Feng for a long time. Lu Chengfeng laughed, very good, I'll register them all for you. Brother Feng, I'd like to ask you, where is the Riding the Wind and Waves Hotel? It is still in preparation and is currently in the early stage of preparation. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he stood up and looked at the hundreds of people on the street. Among these hundreds of people, there are big gangsters and small gangsters. Some have seen Lu Chengfeng, but most have not, they have only heard of Lu Chengfeng's reputation. But no matter whether you knew them before or not, you know them all now. He is the new ruthless man Lu Chengfeng who has risen to prominence in Nanjiang Dao. He looks very young, gentle, and handsome. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is violent, vicious, arrogant, and quick to attack. Just think about what happened to Sang Biao. He actually dared to enter Sang Deshang's territory with 13 people. He even sent him a wreath. So domineering. No wonder he rose so quickly. This young man has completely muddied the waters of Nanjiang. All kinds of people on Nanjiang Road officially witnessed the style of the newcomer Lu Chengfeng for the first time today. Lu Chengfeng walked, ignoring hundreds of pairs of eyes, and chatted with his men as if no one was around. Wherever he went, the hooligans at the drinking tables dared not even breathe. Several young men who had fled from the south of the city to the north were so scared that they wet their pants. The urine flowed from their crotches along the bench onto the ground, making a pa-pa-pa sound. The young girls at the scene looked at him with adoring eyes, trying to find a chance to be with him. A person who only knows how to chop people and has no followers can only be called a gangster at best. Having a bunch of little brothers who fight and kill each other every day is called a young and dangerous gangster. What do you call someone who has both younger brothers and a background? Boss, said one of the men. Am I considered a big shot now? Of course. The youngest boss in Nanjiang. At this moment, everyone in the audience agreed with it. Sang Deshang and Wang Guangming wanted to deal with him, but he was not hurt at all and was released soon. Who would believe you if you said he has no background? If he doesn't become the boss, who will? At this moment, there was a sound of a vehicle braking suddenly. Sang Deshang hurried over with his men. Hundreds of people. Everyone carries a machete. Everyone at the scene was terrified. I'm afraid this is going to be the hacking of the century. At this moment, Sang Deshang also felt a little lost. He never expected that Wang Guangming didn't kill Lu Chengfeng. But Sang Deshang was more scared. What is Lu Chengfeng's background? Even the Nanjiang police station can't deal with him. While deep in thought, Sang Deshang walked in front of Lu Chengfeng. Hey, isn't this brother Xiaofeng? Have you suffered any hardship these past 2 days? Sang Deshang said with a wry smile. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, I did suffer a little, but it was all thanks to Boss Sang. I heard that Boss Sang is celebrating his 50th birthday today, so I'd like to return the favor and send him some birthday wishes. Someone, come. Pay your respects. As Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, funeral music began playing from the big speakers on the roadside telephone poles. Lu Chengfeng's men took out paper money from the car and scattered it all over the sky in the autumn wind. Ah! All the idiots at the scene were stunned. Sang Deshang has been in Nanjiang City for 20 years, and people are trying their best to attend his banquet. Lu Chengfeng was so good that he came up directly to send a wreath, play funeral music and scatter paper money. Is there anyone crazier than him? At the scene, the men of Chongqing Company were almost on the verge of emotional collapse. Today is the boss's 50th birthday. This guy's face was smashed. Lu Chengfeng. Are you looking for death? You guys from the South City are here to cause trouble, right? Chow. I'll chop you to death. Lu Chengfeng's 12 leaders were not polite and rushed forward. So what if I cause trouble? Come on. Touch me. Don't jump, you little bastard. I'll remember you. Bang, bang, bang. Beer bottles fell all over the ground, and the two sides were about to start fighting. Don't move. Sang Deshang let out a vomiting roar. Everybody is quiet. Sang Deshang's eyes were red as he stared at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, Boss Sang, this is your territory now. You have the right time, right place, and right people. I've already knocked on your door. Turning over the table. At this moment, a resounding voice rang out, You little bastard Lu Chengfeng, don't you see what Deshang Street is? Do you think it can tolerate you running wild here? Lu Chengfeng looked up and saw a man who was about 50 years old and looked particularly strong, walking towards him with a boning knife. Uncle Han. When all of Sang Deshang's men saw this butcher-like man, they immediately bent down and lowered their heads, with an attitude of utmost respect. Luohan, Sang Deshang's sworn brother, was ranked the eldest. In the past, he was known as the Four Vajras of Nanjiang together with Sang Deshang and his other two sworn brothers. When he was young, he was extremely powerful and was nicknamed the Nanjiang Butcher. Although he has long retired behind the scenes, his status in the world is still very high. Whenever there are disputes or grudges in Nanjiang, as long as Luohan can be asked to step in, no one will dare to disrespect him. In order to ensure Luohan's retirement, Sang Deshang handed over the entire Deshang Street to him for management and respected him very much. Boss. Sang Deshang was also very polite to Luohan. Third brother, I'm going to chop this little bastard up right now. Damn it. Luohan raised the knife and prepared to chop at Lu Chengfeng. Don't be impatient, boss. Sang Deshang stopped him. The biggest stone weighing on Sang Deshang's heart right now is actually the backer behind Lu Chengfeng. He was worried that he would fall into Lu Chengfeng's trap and get himself caught up in it. And with Lu Chengfeng's combat power, there will definitely be a lot of casualties. With thousands of people present, there will be endless trouble. Lu Chengfeng, now that you've vented your anger, can you leave now? Sang Deshang said in a cold voice. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, of course I have to go. Boss Sang won't treat me to midnight snack. But before I leave, I want to advise Boss Sang that you are old now, it's time to give up your position. This is a young people's world now. You can't keep up with the times. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he left arrogantly. So domineering. Luohan held the boning knife tightly and said, Old third, when did you become so good-tempered? Sang Deshang bit his lips until they bled, and said, Boss, one-on-one, are you sure you can kill him? Luohan said coldly, after so many years of debut, you still don't understand me. Who can survive my boning knife? I'll pick out every bone from him and make soup for you. Sang Deshang, okay. Assassination. On the way back, the leaders under Lu Chengfeng asked, do you know why I went to Deshang Street to send a wreath? Do you know why I swore to come back in a high-profile manner? Do you know why I want to create hatred with Sang Deshang? Aaron stretched his head and said, pretend to be cool. Lu Chengfeng, you're just pretending to be your mother. Let the others tell us what they are talking about. Lao He and 11 of the 12 chiefs all touched their heads. What does it mean? However, one person's eyes lit up. Lu Chengfeng looked at the other person's handsome face. Wang Ba, do you understand what I mean? The boss should be planning to attack the west of the city. Lu Chengfeng looked at Wang Ba and sighed deeply. I, Lu Chengfeng, finally have a talented person under my command. The west of the city is the major economic growth point of Nanjiang in the next 20 years, which is also the biggest cake mentioned by Lu Chengfeng. As long as we can take over the big piece of cake in the west of the city, we can subdue Sang Deshang, and then follow the clues to catch his black industry chain and all the superiors in one fell swoop. The highlight of the undercover operation is in the west of the city. Lu Chengfeng said, Qingxi smashed our place last night, and today I heard that I came out safely. They must have taken extra precautions. They are a group of tough people from the urban-rural fringe area with explosive fighting power. With the current strength of our South City, can we defeat them? Everyone shook their heads. So I have to arouse enough hatred in the north of the city, so that the west of the city will think that I will fight with the north of the city at any minute. This way, the west side of the city will be less alert, and we will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that the boss was trying to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Boss, you've suffered a lot these past 2 days. Don't worry about the company's affairs. Go to the happy bathhouse and let Xiaotao help you take a bath to get rid of the bad luck. Lao He said with a wry smile. Lu Chengfeng looked at Leng Ning beside him and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Your sister-in-law is still here. She will be jealous. Leng Ning had a blank expression on his face. Cut. Who cares who a jerk like you sleeps with? The others looked at Leng Ning and were too embarrassed to say what they wanted to say. I don't see that my sister-in-law is jealous. Are you overthinking it? What does the boss mean? Go back and sleep with your sister-in-law. Let's sleep in the house that Oriental Mingdu just bought. I like that house very much. Yes. Half an hour later, Lu Chengfeng brought Leng Ning to the house in Oriental Mingdu. The moment he entered the house, Leng Ning smelled a hint of murderous intent. This is the ability to perceive danger that only top special forces can acquire through long-term training. But Leng Ning's face was calm. As a professional killing machine like her, no one in Nanjiang can touch her. The key is that condensation cannot disturb the other party. If the police can't deal with this little devil Lu Chengfeng, then let the killer kill him. It can be considered as removing a harm from the world. Unfortunately, Lu Chengfeng also smelled the murderous intent. And the taste is quite strong. Ling Ning, let's take a bath together tonight and cuddle with each other. Lu Chengfeng's hand was touching Leng Ning's body. Leng Ning was just about to push him away, but suddenly realized that he was not really touching her at all. Touching is just a cover-up. His eyes are searching like a thief. Leng Ning's heart was shocked. This bitch actually discovered that there was a killer hiding in the house. Leng Ning quickly looked at Lu Chengfeng carefully. Sure enough, Lu Chengfeng spoke nonsense nonchalantly while concentrating and identifying the killer's location. Soon, he became aware of soft breathing sounds coming from the bedroom closet. Found it. Bang. Lu Chengfeng kicked the wardrobe. The door of the wardrobe was kicked into pieces. The long legs kicked in forcefully. The killer hiding inside suddenly felt his chest cave in and let out a muffled groan. Come out. Lu Chengfeng smashed the remaining wardrobe door with one punch and dragged the other person out by grabbing his hair. Take a closer look, Arhat. At this time, Luohan's ribs were broken and pierced into his lungs. Blood was spitting from the corner of his mouth, and he completely lost his combat effectiveness. Uncle Luohan, are you hiding in the closet in the middle of the night trying to eavesdrop on our intimate moments? Aren't you too frivolous at your age? Ha ha ha. Luohan originally wanted to wait until Lu Chengfeng and Leng Ning could no longer stop and then suddenly attack and kill them. But I didn't expect it to be exposed so soon. Damn Lu Chengfeng. Just wait for your death. Chengbei will cut you into pieces. Including your woman. Luohan cursed with a hideous face. Ha ha ha, then let's see who dies first. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he called Lao He to inform him. In less than 10 minutes, Lao He and the 12 leaders of the South City, along with their trusted subordinates, arrived at the community in more than a dozen cars. The boss was assassinated. How could this be tolerated? Everyone hurried upstairs. As soon as they entered the house, the 12 leaders immediately protected Lu Chengfeng and Leng Ning. Lu Chengfeng, do you dare to kill me? Stab me in the heart if you dare. Luohan, relying on his high status in the martial arts world, pointed at his hairy chest with a sneer. Oh my, I'm so scared. I won't kill you. I promise to leave you a breath. Someone. Take him to the river. Bring Leng Ning with you. Yes. On an abandoned fishing boat by the river, Luohan was thrown on the deck like a dead dog. Lu Chengfeng, if you dare to touch me, the disciples of Chongqing Company will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Ha ha ha, Luohan, you were born a pig killer, and later you changed to killing people. Every time you kill someone, you are as careful as killing a pig. Removing the hair, skinning, deboning, and dividing the meat, at least 10 people died in your hands. I'm telling you. Times have changed. I, Lu Chengfeng, am the butcher and you, Luohan, are the meat. Laugh. Everyone watched with great shock. He is an idol who has been influential in Nanjiang for decades. Just like a pig to be slaughtered, being manipulated by him at will. However, this is just the beginning. You are the famous Uncle Luohan. I won't be able to explain if you die. Everyone on the side felt a chill run down their spines after hearing this. Hit me. By the way, don't hit the fatal spot. He is Sang Deshang's sworn brother, you can't hurt his life. At this moment, Leng Ning stood in the corner and watched all this quietly. From the moment she discovered that Luohan was hiding in the house, Leng Ning had been observing Lu Chengfeng. He has an extremely cunning mind and is extremely sensitive to danger. There is no need to talk about his fighting ability. Luohan's body is as thick as a door panel and he was kicked to pieces by him with just one kick. Their abilities in all aspects are far superior to those elite subordinates he trained in the Secret Service. If this cruel person is not eliminated, he will definitely be a disaster. In fact, Lu Chengfeng also felt Lang Ning's great hostility. But he couldn't explain anything. Lang Ning is a strong patriot, and he is unaware of his undercover identity, so it is normal for him to feel great hostility towards himself. The only thing I can do is to be careful and guard against her. Who on earth was the wicked person who sent her to Nanjiang? My head hurts. By the next morning, Luohan was completely exhausted. Like a wounded bat, it was crawling on the ground. For the first time, he realized how luxurious it was to die quickly and painlessly. He finally realized how painful it was for those people who died at his hands. He's still got a breath left, but he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Hurry and return him to Sangdashang. It would be disrespectful to leave him alone. Lu Chengfeng looked at his results with great satisfaction. The 12 leaders were terrified when they saw this and were just glad that they were not Lu Chengfeng's enemies. At this time, Lu Chengfeng looked at Scar and asked, "Scar, here is a cage and a barrel of gasoline. Which one do you choose?" "Put it in a cage and send it to Sangdashang," Scar said. "I'm asking which one you would choose." Lu Chengfeng looked at Scar with a smile, and a hint of murderous intent was revealed in his slender eyes. Scar looked at Lu Chengfeng in horror. The other 11 leaders sensed something was wrong and immediately surrounded Scar. "Boss, what do you mean by this?" Scar's eyes flickered. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Scar, don't you realize that something is wrong? Before this, I never told anyone where I stayed at night, not even Lao Hei. But why did I say in public last night that I was going to live in the Oriental City? Try it, taste it carefully." Everyone at the scene felt horrified after taking a closer look. The boss is so vicious. What a pity, Scar, you didn't stand the test. On the way back from Dashang Street last night, you were the only one who was absent-minded, with flickering eyes, and you even took the opportunity to use the phone secretly while going to the toilet. I didn't wrong you, did I? The other 11 leaders at the scene felt a chill on their backs. He is actually secretly observing each of us all the time. This sinister boss is so scary. Lang Ning looked at Lu Chengfeng in even greater surprise. This young little bitch has a mind as deep as the ocean. "Boss, I am loyal to you and I will never betray you." Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "It seems that you want to be like Luohan. Someone, take care of him. Don't let him die within 3 days and 3 nights. Scar looked at the wriggling Arhat on the ground and felt his heart break. "Boss, I was wrong." Scar was so scared that his knees went weak and he fell to the ground. "Cage or gas, your choice." "Boss, I was wrong, I was wrong." Scar knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Lu Chengfeng said, "If an apology is useful, then what else do I, Lu Chengfeng, need to do?" Lu Chengfeng's attitude is extremely firm. If you are not ruthless to your enemies, you will be the one who dies. There's nothing to be soft-hearted about. Scar saw that begging for mercy was useless, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "You little bastard. I will fight you." Scar took out his dagger and fought for his life after he finished speaking. Court death. Lu Chengfeng punched Scar on the head. Scar was knocked unconscious on the spot. "It sank," Lu Chengfeng said lightly. "Yes." Wang Ba, along with his 2 brothers, stuffed the unconscious Scar into the cage. The other 11 leaders felt sad and relieved. The sad thing is that the 12 bosses have been together for many years, but there may only be 11 left in the future. Fortunately, I didn't become the betrayer. Lu Chengfeng looked at everyone and comforted them gently. "Brothers, don't think too much. I have absolute trust in you. Actually, I am a very tolerant and generous person. Everyone has their own ambitions and ideas. I don't hate betrayal. I just hate betraying me. Thank you for your tolerance and generosity, boss." Wrong. Can this be called tolerance and generosity? In the evening, Sangdashang had just come out of the dance hall surrounded by his men when a van suddenly braked in front of him. A huge snakeskin bag rolled down. The van then left quickly. Several younger brothers immediately went up to check. It's Uncle Han. Oh my God. Still moving. Sang Deshang's younger brother opened the snakeskin bag in horror. How can this be considered a human being? Looking at the gently squirming Arhat, Sang Deshang cried. Sang Deshang cried very sadly. Sang Deshang's other two sworn brothers also cried. He's my sworn brother. It would be fine to just sink him into the river or burn him. You made him like this and gave him to me. It really hurts my heart. What a beast. Just as Sang Deshang was wiping his tears, his cell phone rang. Boss Sang, I heard that your sworn brother Luohan got into trouble. I'm shocked. Is my uncle Luohan okay? Lu Chengfeng said with great concern. Sang Deshang was so angry that his lips were shaking. Lu Chengfeng. No matter how many times he was hit, the one who messed with him will definitely suffer 100 times or 1,000 times. Oh my, last night my uncle Luohan was still alive and kicking with a butcher knife in his hand. I can still vaguely hear his voice and smile. Ha 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 ha, excuse me, please allow me to smile unkindly. Bye. I am deeply sorry for the loss. Lu Chengfeng laughed wildly and hung up the phone. Sang Deshang smashed the phone. At this time, the subordinate looked at Luohan and said softly, Boss, Uncle Han is gone. Deadly feud. No matter who comes, no one can resolve this grudge. Sang Deshang shouted in grief and anger. Someone. Send out the obituary. Send an obituary to all of Nanjiang. Sang Deshang roared angrily. Luohan's influence in the martial arts world is too great. Even if the youngsters in the underworld dare to show their teeth to the brothers Sang Deshang and Sang Shua, they dare not show their teeth to an old gangster like Luohan. That's good. He was killed by Lu Chengfeng in one round. The hatred between Lu Chengfeng in the south of the city and Chongqing Company reached its peak. Everyone on the entire Nanjiang Road was waiting to see how Chongqing Company would retaliate against Lu Chengfeng. At this moment, Han Liming from the provincial department was on edge. Is Lu Chengfeng a police officer lurking in a criminal group? Or is he a gangster who accidentally entered the police academy? If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be shot even if I go online directly. If it weren't for the teacher from the imperial capital observing him, Han Liming would have wanted to withdraw him immediately. At this moment, Leng Ning couldn't bear it anymore. That important official will be coming to Nanjiang soon. His bodyguard job is so demanding, what's the point of staying with this cruel young gangster? Leng Ning called her superior and asked him to work with the police to directly eliminate Lu Chengfeng and Sang Shua and Sang Deshang from Chongqing Company. But the order from the superior was very unexpected: continue to be undercover beside Lu Chengfeng, and if you find that his life is in danger, you must provide assistance. This command directly shocked Leng Ning. Lu Chengfeng is definitely a peanut-eating person. Why should I save him? Could he be an undercover agent? But how is this possible? He witnessed with his own eyes the process of him killing Luohan and Chen Jiang Daoba. Which undercover agent in the world dares to be so rampant? Condensation is completely eliminated. Strong company. The entire entrance and first floor hall have been converted into a mourning hall. The wreaths sent by the disciples and grandchildren were piled up in 3 layers. The loudspeakers played sad funeral music. All the core members of Chongqing Company were wearing black suits, white flowers on their chests, and had sad expressions. At least 500 or 600 people came to pay their respects to Luohan. These people were all led or helped by Luohan during his lifetime. Together with the backbone members, younger brothers, and helping staff of Chongqing Company, there were at least 1,000 people on the scene. The police were worried about accidents at the funeral and sent more than a dozen police cars to maintain order. At this moment, everyone on the road was waiting for Lu Chengfeng to appear. Chongqing Company sent an obituary to the entire Nanjiang Road. The content of the obituary was very meaningful. I hope Lu Chengfeng can come and burn a stick of incense for Luohan. If Lu Chengfeng comes, Chongqing Company doesn't have to attack the south of the city. If Lu Chengfeng doesn't come, then the day of Luohan's funeral will be the day when Qingnan will be destroyed. No one will be left alive. This obituary is actually an open declaration of war. The fact that Chongqing Company dared to send this obituary to the entire Nanjiang fully expressed their determination and confidence to break off relations. No one would doubt the ability of a strong company to completely overturn the table. Now, all the pressure is on Lu Chengfeng's side. It all depends on whether he dares to show up at Luo Han's funeral. Brother Feng. You can't go. They are deliberately trying to lure you out. Wang Ba said. Yeah, Brother Feng. At worst, we can just fight with Chongqing Company. Lao He also advised. Of course not. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't withstand so many people chasing and hacking you. Brother Long also said. Lu Chengfeng looked at the 11 leaders and asked, currently, which of the 3 forces on Nanjiang Road is the weakest? Lao He, we are in the south of the city. Well, Lao He is very confident. Lu Chengfeng nodded. Not to mention the foundation of Chongqing Company, it has been deeply rooted in Nanjiang for many years, with strong troops and abundant financial resources. And there is an even bigger boss protecting them. If they really go all out and attack the south of the city, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist them. Those unruly people in the west of the city will also take advantage of our illness to kill us. 2 against 1, they will surely die. So I have to go to the funeral, and you guys stay at home and prepare for the battle. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he prepared to leave the company alone. Boss, the 11 leaders shouted reluctantly. No matter what happens at the funeral, all of you are not allowed to leave the southern part of the city. Guard the tower to the death. Fortune and honor are sought in danger. As long as I, Lu Chengfeng, can come back alive, I promise to help you reach a higher level. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he left resolutely. At the entrance of Chongqing Company, thousands of people are ready to go. As long as Lu Chengfeng doesn't come today, they will rush into the south of the city like a tide and completely destroy Lu Chengfeng's foundation. If Lu Chengfeng dares to come, he will be buried with Luo Han today. Lu Chengfeng is here. Suddenly, a younger brother shouted. Everyone looked towards the road and found that Lu Chengfeng had really arrived. A black suit. Wearing sunglasses on his face. Very handsome. The scene suddenly became noisy. The police who were maintaining order immediately became nervous. The strong female employees were stunned. He actually dared to go to Chongqing Company alone. It's true that heroes emerge from young. A pair of beautiful eyes actually looked at Lu Chengfeng with some admiration. Lu Chengfeng pays with his life. Lu Chengfeng was buried with him. The younger brothers of Chongqing Company started shouting and surrounded them. Hundreds of Luo Han's disciples drew their machetes and rushed forward. Everyone surrounded Lu Chengfeng indignantly and were ready to tear him to pieces in a minute. What are you arguing about? What are you arguing about? You look like a novice. The dead are the greatest. I, Lu Chengfeng, am here to burn incense for the dead. Should we light this incense stick or not? You decide for yourself. If you guys say we can't go up, then don't go up. Just chop them down. Lu Chengfeng looked at everyone in the audience calmly and shouted without changing his expression. Let him burn incense. Sang Deshang shouted loudly. According to the rules of Nanjiang, no matter who comes to pay their respects, they must be allowed to burn incense. This is respect for the dead. Did you hear that? Your boss asked me to burn incense. Why don't you get out of the way? Damn it. Lu Chengfeng looked arrogantly at the huge crowd surrounding him. Luo Han's disciples were extremely unwilling to give in and could only grit their teeth and make way for him. Snort. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly and walked through the crowd to the morning hall. Lu Chengfeng, you really have the guts to come here. Sang Deshang said, gritting his teeth. Shoo, don't talk. Lu Chengfeng looked at Luo Han's coffin and portrait quietly. Luo Han's wife, children, and relatives were all kneeling beside the coffin, each with a machete under them, looking at Lu Chengfeng angrily. Lu Chengfeng picked up the incense on the table, lit it, and bowed respectfully to the portrait of Luo Han. Uncle Han. You suffered a lot by the river last night. I hope you won't be beaten again in the 18th level of hell. Ha 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 ha. Wow. As soon as Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, Luo Han's family members immediately burst into tears. Chow. Kill him. Sang Deshang yelled in anger, tears streaming down his face. Superior. Hundreds of people rushed up immediately. Flash. Lu Chengfeng grabbed a machete and rushed outside while swinging it. Luo Han's two sworn brothers and his son Luo Feng, along with a group of their closest subordinates, chased after them like crazy. This battle is a test of life and death for Lu Chengfeng. During his peak high school years, he was just chased and hacked by 100 thugs. And now there are at least 500 or 600 thugs chasing after them. And everyone was wearing a mourning hat. Everyone is filled with indignation. The probability of survival is really not high. But you have to fight it out. Superior. Chase. Mad dogs run really fast. A huge crowd chased after Lu Chengfeng and hacked at him. Lu Chengfeng continued to swing his sword accurately, quickly chopping down anyone who approached him. Along the way, although Lu Chengfeng was constantly stabbed in the back, he chopped more people to the ground. At least hundreds of the guys who were in the front were injured and left behind. More importantly, Lu Chengfeng's long-distance running ability is really outstanding. What kind of physical fitness is this? Those who don't know would think he is a direct disciple of the Ma family army. After running towards the suburbs for about half an hour, most people could no longer keep up. Too tired. Switch the train. Let the company drive over here to chase him. He's such a fast runner. One of Luo Han's sworn brothers called the company for help while running, requesting cars and motorcycles to chase him. Bang. Luo Han's son Luo Feng directly took out a shotgun and shot at Lu Chengfeng, who was running madly in front. Bang. Lu Chengfeng staggered and fell to the ground. The back is covered in blood. Get up and keep running. This spray can't kill him. Chase after him. Don't worry. He doesn't have enough blood to shed. Hold on. Bang. Luo Feng fired another shot. It's a pity that the shot missed. Lu Chengfeng's legs moved as fast as flying, and he ran even faster. At this moment, a Santana caught up at lightning speed. Squeak. Santana braked suddenly and stopped next to Lu Chengfeng. Leng Ning sat in the driver's seat and shouted, "Brother Feng, get in the car. Here I come." Lu Chengfeng jumped directly into the air, his legs jumped in through the passenger window first, followed by his upper body. No need to open the car door. All in one go. Leng Ning cursed inwardly, "How dare you act cool at this time?" Bang. Bang. Behind him, Luo Feng kept shooting at Santana with a shotgun. But soon, Santana disappeared from everyone's sight. Luo Feng and his breathless brothers covered their chests and coughed violently from exhaustion. "Brother Feng, do you think he is dead?" "I think it's about done. He got stabbed so many times and I even sprayed him." Go back, go back. He can escape the first day but not the 15th day." Leng Ning took Lu Chengfeng and placed him in an abandoned melon shed in the south of the city. Fortunately, Nanjiang has a safe house of the intelligence system. After Leng Ning got the relevant medicines from the safe house, Leng Ning began to treat Lu Chengfeng. "Brother Feng, does it still hurt?" Leng Ning spoke softly while stitching the wound. Lu Chengfeng looked at Leng Ning quietly. At this moment and this scene, Lu Chengfeng felt familiar. The two had carried out many missions together in their previous lives, supporting each other in the flames of war and smoke. But I didn't expect that we would be together again in this life. Shit. I almost died in this battle. I need to recruit more followers in the future to expand my power. Don't get excited, okay? Be careful not to open your wound again. You only know how to do bad things every day. Leng Ning curled her lips and continued to sew up his wound. Then what can I do? Lu Chengfeng looked at Leng Ning's pretty face. "Brother Feng, you are so young, are you ready to fight and kill like this for the rest of your life? Sooner or later you will be hacked to death." Leng Ning suddenly remembered that she was ordered to recruit some new members into the team. The guy in front of him, no matter in terms of age, combat effectiveness, survivability, battlefield judgment, etc., is a good seedling that he has never seen in recent years. If we recruit him into the intelligence system, wouldn't it greatly increase our strength? But on second thought, Leng Ning smiled and rejected his idea. He is just a gangster. How could such a scumbag join our team? What else can I do? How about we do something we love now? Lu Chengfeng smiled and stretched out his hand towards Leng Ning's waist. Don't want. Leng Ning pushed him away. You are still weak, don't let your imagination run wild. Lu Chengfeng chuckled and closed his eyes. After 7 days of rest, Lu Chengfeng's body had almost recovered. Boss Lu, are you going to live in this melon shed for the rest of your life? Leng Ning and Lu Chengfeng spent 7 days and 7 nights alone together. Their emotional distance shortened a lot and their tone of voice became a little more relaxed. Isn't this good? I can have a bunch of kids with you and plant some crops. Who wants to have a baby with you? Leng Ning rolled his eyes at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng bit a piece of grass in his mouth and lay there comfortably looking at the sunset. Those people in the west of the city can't hold back anymore, right? Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. How do you know that? The last time I was arrested, the Chen family in the west of the city couldn't hold back. This time, Chongqing Company spent so much money to deal with me, the people in the west of the city must think there is a loophole to exploit. Leng Ning nodded and said, some people on the street say you were hacked to death, some say you escaped, there are many different opinions. No matter what, those people in the west of the city thought you would never dare to return to Nanjiang again. Those subordinates of your riding the wind and waves company are unwilling to give up, and have all gone out to look for you. They want to see you alive or dead. The Chen family in the west of the city is now very powerful and has taken over a lot of your territory. Your company, riding the wind and waves, is about to collapse. Lu Chengfeng grinned and said, get out of the mountain. Go to Qingxi. This is the day we've been waiting for. Late at night, at the headquarters of Chengfeng Company. The younger brothers were holding machetes and sticks, nervously guarding the company's gate. Over the past 7 days, the Chen family in the west of the city has launched a massive attack and has taken over many of our territories. I'm afraid I can't make it through tonight. In the conference room on the 8th floor of the headquarters, the 11 leaders and Lao He are meeting to discuss how to deal with the situation. Before, when the 11 leaders followed Sang Biao, they formed a north-south confrontation with Chongqing Company and had a lot of hatred against each other. After following Lu Chengfeng, the hatred with Chongqing Company deepened. So facing the strong attack from the west of the city, they had nowhere to go and could only defend the only territory in the south of the city and fight to the end. In the conference room, Wang kicked the table angrily. Wang Ba roared, you send people to look for the boss every day. Are you going to do your job in the company? Our territory is almost being taken over by the West City. Brothers, the boss must be dead. We have to choose a new boss. He was wearing a black suit and a white shirt, and he looked fair and handsome, with the word arrogance written all over his face. This Wang Ba used to be a core figure when he was under Sang Biao, and his combat power ranked first among the 12 leaders. I originally thought I could take over Sang Biao's job, but unexpectedly I was recruited by Lu Chengfeng. After following Lu Chengfeng, he was also the only one who could guess Lu Chengfeng's strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. He is a man of both civil and military talents. Now that Lu Chengfeng's life or death is unknown, his ambition rises again. Wang Ba paced back and forth, roaring angrily, if we hadn't sent so many people out to look for the boss, how could we have been beaten like this by those bastards in the west of the city? We must withdraw all the people we sent out. One more person means more strength. It's not worth it to ruin the company for a dead man. And I have to be the boss. Give me your words. The other 10 leaders looked at each other and did not raise any objections. A country cannot be without a king for a day, and waiting like this is not a solution. Moreover, in terms of intelligence and fighting ability, no one in the entire Chengfeng company can surpass Wang Ba. At this time, Lao He said, I disagree. I believe that the boss is alive and we should continue searching. As long as the boss comes back, we can turn the tide. A comeback. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba climbed directly onto the conference table, then crawled in front of Lao He and put his hands on his ears. What did Brother He say just now? I don't think I heard it clearly. I say we should continue searching for the boss. You're paralyzed. Wang Ba grabbed the ashtray and smashed it directly on Lao He's forehead. Bang. Lao He was knocked to the ground with blood all over his face. Wang Ba, what are you doing? Several of Lao Hei's close subordinates rushed up immediately. Damn it. The bosses are talking, why are you guys supposed to step forward? Get back. Wang Ba looked at Lao Hei's men with great dominance. Lao Hei wiped the blood off his face and said to his close subordinates, everyone, step back and follow the rules. Yes. Lao Hei's younger brothers could only step aside. Wang Ba immediately raised his long legs and kicked Lao Hei. You just know blind loyalty. Without Lu Chengfeng, can't everyone just live like this? Am I going to be in mourning for him all my life and do nothing? Damn it. Wang Ba became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he picked up the ashtray and was about to smash it down again. Forget it, Brother Ba. Brother Ba, we are all family. When the other 10 leaders saw that Wang Ba was ready to kill them, they immediately stepped forward and pulled him away. Wang Ba roared. How can Lao Hei be considered a family? Brothers, the status of the 11 of us was earned through hard work. What the hell is this old black man? He is neither good at literature nor martial arts, he can only flatter people. We must choose a new boss today. And you have to choose me. Anyone who disagrees can come up and fight me in a one-on-one duel. Lao Hei insisted, the boss is still alive and dead, and you are discussing your position. Are you worthy of the boss? Hold. Wang Ba turned around, touched his mouth, then suddenly took out a dagger and pointed it at Lao Hei's neck. Believe it or not, I'm going to do you now. Lao Hei said with red eyes, if you were me, I would have the same attitude. And I, Lao Hei, am not a bootlicker. I brought Xiaofeng to Nanjiang, and I must be responsible for him. At this moment, the younger brother who was guarding the first floor ran up covered in blood. Boss, run away quickly. The Chen family from the west of the city is attacking. How many people? At least 200 people. How many people are left in our building? There are only about 40 left. Run away quickly. The corner of Wang Ba's mouth twitched viciously. Escape. Where should we escape to? The north and east of the city are both Sang Deshang's territories. Can he let us live? The south of the city is our last stronghold. After Wang Ba finished speaking, he rushed down like a mad dog. The other 10 leaders and Lao Hei thought that what Wang Ba said was right. Although the Dongjiang River is vast, there is no place for us to stay. Fuck him. Superior. The final battle of Chengfeng Company has begun. However, although the 11 leaders are powerful men, the other side has too many people, and each of them is a carefully selected expert. Less than half an hour. 8 of the 11 leaders have lost their combat effectiveness. Wang Ba was also seriously injured. Although he was in high spirits, he couldn't stop bleeding. And the other side surrounded him with 30 people. Wang Ba. Kneel down and surrender, maybe Qingxi can give you a job. Surrender you bastard. Wang Ba roars. At this time, Chen Ruchang, the eldest son of the Chen family, walked in surrounded by many of his subordinates. Dressed in gorgeous clothes and with a look of arrogance and complacency on his face. A bunch of rabble. I got beaten last time when I came here to take a shower. Today I'm getting my revenge. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who defy me will perish. Kill all those who refuse to surrender. Take all the women to the west of the city to work. Oh, by the way. Remember to find the girl I liked that day and give her to me. Wang Ba was covered in blood and cursed, Chen Ruchang. Don't be crazy. If our boss hadn't suddenly gotten into trouble, we would have taken down your West City long ago. Today's situation is purely an accident. We didn't lose to your Chen family. We lost to an accident. Chen Ruchang laughed loudly and came in front of Wang Ba. Chen Ruchang said, Wang Ba, you are also a talented person in the world. I, Master Chen, will give you a chance today. Knock down to me and bow down to the west gate of my city. I will let you be the boss from now on. Wang Ba grinned, go to hell. You are worthy. Chen Ruchang sneered, I want to see, your bones are harder, or my stick is harder. After Chen Ruchang finished speaking, he hit Wang Ba on the head with a stick. Wang Ba was in so much pain that he could not stand any longer. He could only lean against the wall, his mouth bleeding from biting his teeth. Chen Ruchang. Keep hitting me. Let's see if your father's bones are hard enough. Chow. Chen Ruchang grinned and said, you still don't want to admit defeat. Then I will beat you into submission. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Wang Ba is a strong man. He has his reasons for not admitting defeat. Everyone turned around and almost shouted out in surprise. Lu Chengfeng and Lang Ning actually arrived at the scene. Boss. Lao He, covered in blood, burst into tears. Boss. The ruffian Wang Ba also had red eyes. All the other injured people were also excited. Lu Chengfeng sighed, I deliberately came back a few days late, just to see how you guys are doing. Oh my goodness, my lair's about to be raided. Lao He wiped his tears and said, Boss, I have a responsibility. Of course you are responsible. Lu Chengfeng glanced at Lao He, then came to Chen Ruchang. Mr. Chen, you are looking forward to my death, right? Come on, cut me, I'm right in front of you. If you kill me, you can take control of the south of the city. Chen Ruchang swallowed his saliva. Although they have more people and more power, Lu Chengfeng's reputation is overwhelming. Cut me. Lu Chengfeng roared. Clang. Many of the younger brothers were so scared that they dropped their machetes on the ground. Overwhelming momentum. Me. Chen Ruchang was shaking with fear. After Lu Chengfeng calmed the situation, he put on an extremely kind face. Lu Chengfeng said, Mr. Chen, there is no deep hatred between us, right? It's all because of that woman, isn't it? Lu Chengfeng pointed at Lang Ning. Chen Ruchang nodded. Lu Chengfeng added, you should know who my real enemy is, right? Chen Ruchang nodded, Qingbei Chongsheng Group. Lu Chengfeng said, yes. The north of the city is so prosperous. If I conquer it, I can give you some of it. What's the point of us fighting among ourselves here? Chen Ruchang nodded first, then shook his head, why should I believe you? Lu Chengfeng, if you really don't believe it, then I can't do anything about it. Chen Ruchang thought about it and looked at Lang Ning. If you send her to me within 3 days, I will believe you. I'll give it to you tomorrow night. I'll deliver it personally. A smile appeared on Lu Chengfeng's lips. However, the control of lip isolation is very limited. Okay. It's a deal. Chen Ruchang really didn't have the courage to confront Lu Chengfeng, so he could only take his people and leave Chengfeng Pelong Company. The smile on Lu Chengfeng's face gradually faded, and he became sinister. Everyone who can move, please go to the conference room for the meeting. Those who don't have enough blood should be hanging on plasma for the meeting. We definitely have enough blood. Everyone was so excited about Lu Chengfeng's return as a king that they felt like they had been injected with chicken blood. In the conference room, Lao He reported on the situation this week. The summary is simple. Lao He sent more than half of his men out to search for Lu Chengfeng, leaving the rear empty and open to the enemy from the west of the city. Wang Ba wanted to take the throne, but Lao He disagreed. No one else can come up with an idea. So it became a complete mess. Lu Chengfeng looked at the scar on Lao He's head, then stared at everyone and said in a deep voice, what is the most important thing for us to be a younger brother in the riding the wind and waves? Loyalty. Ability is secondary. Because none of you are more capable than me. Everyone remained silent. Lu Chengfeng said, at that time, Sang Biao led your 12 leaders to hunt me all over the city. Sang Deshang from the north of the city did not help me. Everyone in Nanjiang thought that I, Lu Chengfeng, was dead. At that most critical moment, the only person in Nanjiang who dared to answer my call was Lao He. It was Lao He who brought 20 people to kidnap your family members at the critical moment to help me turn the tables. 12 pairs of eyes immediately looked at Lao He. Clatter. Lao He covered his face and smoked violently. Don't glare at him. I arranged for him to do that. Besides, even though he kidnapped someone, did he take good care of him? Ask yourselves. He even took care of the baby in the cradle and made him stop crying or making a fuss. Isn't a brother like this worth cherishing? I'm putting this out there. From now on, whoever touches Lao He is touching me, Lu Chengfeng. Did you hear that? Yes. Lu Chengfeng looked at Wang Ba, the traitor, and smiled. Lu Chengfeng knew that Wang Ba was one of the few capable fighters in Nanjiang. Young, arrogant, ruthless, and eager to get to the top. If used well, it is definitely a sharp knife. Wang Ba, you really want to be the boss, right? I tell you, becoming the boss depends on merit, not on the previous boss being hacked to death. Wang Ba immediately explained, Boss, I really don't want you to die. I am considering the long-term future of the company. I was wrong. I apologize to you. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. No, you are right, you did the right thing. This Chengfeng company belongs to everyone, not just me, Lu Chengfeng. If something happens to me, everyone should support this company and not let it be destroyed. This is the right choice. So today I have decided that the shares of Riding the Wind and Waves company will be divided equally among the 12 people present here. We are all the owners of this company. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Isn't this force too awesome? Leng Ning just sighed. You guys, a bunch of gangsters, are actually playing with equity incentives. It's really unbearable to watch. At this time, Lu Chengfeng looked at Leng Ning beside him again. Of course, the company's financial system must still be centrally and uniformly implemented. From today on, 50% of the company's revenue will be managed by Leng Ning. If there is any objection, the objection is invalid. Lu Chengfeng thought, keep 50% for company operations and give the other 50% to the country. Am I loyal to my country? What? Leng Ning is just a technician. Wang Ba blurted out. Then another slap on the mouth. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I'm a straightforward person. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, she is my sister-in-law, and she saved my life this time. From today on, if I'm not in the company, she has the final say in the company. If you have any objections, you can tell me. Is there? No. Not to mention that it doesn't exist, even if it does exist, who would dare to mention it? Everyone immediately looked at Leng Ning respectfully. Leng Ning was completely confused. I'm a senior intelligence officer. I'll be your gangster sister-in-law. Are you crazy? But on second thought, Chengfeng Company has made astonishing wealth. These are all stolen money, and it would be a shame if they were lost. The national finances are tight, so it would be good to get more and hand it over to the country. Thinking of this, Leng Ning suddenly changed to a gentle expression. Husband, if you really love me, just give me 100% of the company's financial power. Leng Ning held Lu Chengfeng's arm and said in a tender voice. I. Lu Chengfeng looked at Leng Ning in confusion. Leng Ning, you are so cruel. Your appetite is bigger than mine. Is that okay? Leng Ning stuck close to Lu Chengfeng. Well. Lu Chengfeng's scalp felt numb, and he could only agree. He is not afraid of condensation. What he was afraid of was the entire intelligence system behind Leng Ning. At the scene, all the bosses and subordinates turned their heads away in embarrassment. The arrogant and ruthless man from Nanjiang actually has weaknesses. It turns out to be a dog-licking tracheitis. All right, let sister-in-law take care of the money matters, and let's talk business now. At this time, Lu Chengfeng began to get to the point. Lu Chengfeng said, now that I'm back, what are we going to do next? Does anyone have any ideas? Brother Long, Gan Sang Deshang. Gan Qingbei. Lu Chengfeng, reason. Brother Long, Sang Deshang tried to kill our boss several times, and the north of the city is the most prosperous. It would be unjust if we don't take over the north of the city. Lu Chengfeng looked at the others, any different opinions? The others were also filled with righteous indignation, and seemed to agree with Brother Long. At this time, Wang Ba said, I guess the boss wants to attack the west of the city. And if I'm not mistaken, the boss will launch a full-scale attack on the west side of the city tomorrow night. Take over the west side of the city completely. Lu Chengfeng's eyes lit up, reason. Wang Ba said, because the boss just promised to give my sister-in-law to Chen Ruchang tomorrow night. But giving your woman away is definitely not our boss style. The only explanation is that the boss is going to set foot on the territory west of the city tomorrow night and defeat them all. Steal their money, food, and women. Lu Chengfeng slapped his thigh fiercely. Talent. Lu Chengfeng looked at everyone else in the room and asked, "Does anyone have any opinions about our all-out attack on the west side of the city tomorrow night? The company belongs to everyone, and we must adopt democratic centralism. Only when we have a unified mindset can we accomplish great things. If you have different opinions, please raise them now." Brother Long said, "Boss, we will listen to whatever decision you make. But this week, our men have been badly hurt. And those farmers in the rural urban fringe area in the west of the city are very tough. They can fight us with just a hoe. I'm worried that I won't be able to defeat him." Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "We'll talk about this objective reason later. Do you have any other objections?" Lao He said, "Boss, the north and east of the city are traditional commercial areas, with countless bars, KTVs, billiard rooms, and video studios. Shouldn't we take control of these places and collect protection fees? That place west of the city is deserted and no one lives there." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Lao He, you finally got the point of this meeting." Lu Chengfeng said this and looked at Wang Ba. "Wang Ba, can you tell me why we must attack the west of the city?" Lu Chengfeng wants to test Wang Ba. Wang Ba said, "The west of the city is the urban-rural junction, and a university town is being developed. Think about it, how much work is required to build a university? If we can get the earthworks, or even the construction work, the profits will be higher than drug trafficking. Besides, after the university town is built, students will need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, right? Where there are people, there is money to be made. Opening an internet cafe and a hotel alone will provide us with food and drink for the rest of our lives. We have to gain a firm foothold as soon as possible before Chongqing Group intervenes in the affairs of the West City." When the others heard this, they suddenly understood. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Wang Ba said it very well. In another 10 or 20 years, not to mention hacking people in the street, even taking out wallets in the street will disappear. We must actively transform. Adapt to the development of the times and become the boss. Leave the attack on the west side of the city to Wang Ba. Wang Ba, write me a plan overnight. As long as the plan is okay, we'll fight tomorrow night." At this time, Wang Ba raised his hand. "What's wrong, Wang Ba?" "Boss, I can't read. I can't even write my own name." Lu Chengfeng looked at the others, "Is there anyone else who can read?" All the bosses were shaking their heads like rattles. "The word knows me, but I don't know it. I want to tear up the book when I see it. Which teacher didn't I beat when I was in school?" Lu Chengfeng just felt pain in his chest. How can you become a boss without any education? Lu Chengfeng looked at Leng Ning and said, "Wife, can you invite a teacher to open a literacy class?" As soon as the leaders heard that class was about to start, they got up and ran away. "Stop right there." Lu Chengfeng took out a machete and smashed it on the table. "Screw you guys next door, I'll chop anyone who doesn't attend literacy class. I'll give you a month. Everyone must recognize 500 Chinese characters and recite 50 ancient poems. There will be monthly exams every month from now on. I will be the invigilator myself. If you fail to learn a word or recite a poem, I will chop you off with my sword. Whoever gets first place in the exam will get more points from me when we divide up the territory." The meeting is adjourned. The battle in the north of the city caused heavy losses to the Chongqing Group. Although the bodies had been destroyed and all evidence had been destroyed, the rumors still reached the ears of the upper echelons. Plus the mess that happened between Lu Chengfeng and Sang Biao last time, the higher-ups were extremely furious. All the tremendous pressure was placed on Qin Weiman, the head of Nanjiang Police Station. If something goes wrong again, he might not be able to continue. In desperation, Qin Weiman personally summoned together the bosses of North City and East City, Sang Deshang, the boss of South City, Dalu Chengfeng, and the boss of West City, Chen Tao. This is the first time that Qin Weiman has gathered these awesome people together for coffee. At this moment, the two big guys, Sang Deshang and Chen Tao, were staring at Lu Chengfeng with eager eyes. There is no need to talk about the grudge between Sang Deshang and Lu Chengfeng. That must be a life-and-death outcome. Chen Tao also absolutely did not believe that Lu Chengfeng could put aside their past grudges and live in harmony with him. "I'm afraid this grudge can't be resolved. Qin Weiman said, a lot of things have happened recently, and the higher-ups are keeping a close eye on us. If something happens again, no one will be able to escape. Give me some attitude. Qin Weiman has close ties with Sang Deshang and Chen Tao, but he did not get involved. When it's time to turn the table, he won't be polite at all. Unless there is a strong guarantee from above, he will have no choice. Sang Deshang immediately said, don't worry, Lao Qin. Our Chongqing group is a legal enterprise. I promise that Qingbei and Qingdong will not cause you any trouble. Lu Chengfeng said, I have always been a peace envoy. A moral model. Sang Deshang glanced at Lu Chengfeng. Go to your moral role model. Right, Mr. Sang. We usually have a good relationship and will always be happy to get along with each other, right? Lu Chengfeng glanced at Sang Deshang. Aha. Sang Deshang smiled coldly. How about we shake hands? Lu Chengfeng took the initiative to extend his hand. Hold one. Qin Weiman said, if you two families continue to fight like this, I really have no way to deal with it. Qin Weiman had said this, and Sang Deshang had no choice but to shake his hand. After shaking hands, Lu Chengfeng said, Boss Qin, our South City will never take the initiative to attack the North City and the East City. But what should I do if they fuck me? Qin Weiman said calmly, I believe Mr. Sang won't do that, right? Mr. Sang. Qin Weiman looked at Sang Deshang sharply. No matter how arrogant Sang Deshang is, he still has to give Qin Weiman some face. At least no major incidents can occur in the short term. Don't worry, Lao Qin. You have always been very influential in Nanjiang. Sang Deshang left after saying this. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Now that the north and east of the city are stabilized, I can focus on the west of the city. In the situation of three kingdoms, you must be the one who beats, instead of being the one who gets beaten. After leaving the police station, Chen Tao looked at Lu Chengfeng fiercely. Little bastard. You can fool my son, but you can't fool me. Live in peace. Lu Chengfeng chuckled. How about we shake hands too? Grip you to death. The next afternoon, Wang Ba made a plan to attack the west of the city. Of course, since he was illiterate, he could only narrate orally. Wang Ba sat at the conference table and introduced the situation in the west of the city to Lu Chengfeng and the other bosses. The west of the city is mainly composed of university towns and local relocated households. The Chen family is the largest household to be relocated in the area. We control 121 internet cafes, 30 hotels, 67 restaurants, and 15 KTVs. These places are mainly populated by local college students and are packed every day. Especially in internet cafes, those students spend all day playing CS and Red Alert in there. How can they go to school? They are just giving us money. Nanjiang Normal University is also moving to the university town. It is said that the earthwork project has been monopolized by the Chen family in advance. Lu Chengfeng asked, what are you going to do specifically? In the conference room, other leaders all looked at Wang Ba. Such a detailed investigation overnight. There is fineness in the rough. Wang Ba replied, I want to prepare 15 minibuses and move at the same time in the middle of the night to destroy all their sites. Surround the point and attack the reinforcements. When the core members of the Chen family leave the scene, the ambushed people will kill his entire family. And then they burn down the Chen family's ancestral hall. That's the lifeblood of the Chen family. They must be furious. When the remnants of the Chen family come to fight us to death. Ha 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 ha. What's the plan? Everyone in the audience was terrified after hearing this. Damn, this is really vicious. Is this the true teaching of the boss? Leng Ning frowned as he listened. Is this a bunch of bad guys gathered together? Even Lu Chengfeng thinks that since Wang Ba is already so awesome, shouldn't I, Lu Chengfeng, retire? Lu Chengfeng said, what do the other bosses think? Please comment. The other leaders all praised Wang Ba's tricks as vicious enough, saying that he would definitely be able to defeat the Chen family in the west of the city this time. No specific substantive opinions could be put forward. Lu Chengfeng knocked on the table and said, the overall plan is very good, but there are two small bugs. Boss, what do you mean by two little starlings? Parrots. Lu Chengfeng said, it means insufficient. First of all, your midnight surprise attack tactic can indeed achieve the effect of surprise. But you overlooked the Chen family's determination to resist. The Chen family has lived in the west of the city for generations, and they regard the west of the city as their inviolable territory. The harder we hit them, the greater their potential for resistance. Are you sure you can completely submit to their will tonight? Everyone thought about it and it was true. The people living in the urban-rural fringe areas are the most difficult to deal with. Wang Ba asked, how do we solve this problem? Lu Chengfeng said, how did I subdue you at that time? Have you forgotten? The 11 leaders looked at Lu Chengfeng, then touched their chins. How dare you bring up such a dirty thing? The 11 leaders looked at Lao He unconsciously again. Lao He covered his face and smoked again. Remember this from now on. Whenever you encounter fierce resistance, the best way is to attack the heart. Lu Chengfeng added. What a good way to attack the heart. Wang Ba said quickly, I'll arrange it right away. Boss, what is the second starling? Lu Chengfeng said, your last move, burning their ancestral hall to anger them is a good idea. But burning the ancestral hall is not enough. Have you considered the Chen family's ancestral tomb? Will this make them even angrier? Even more desperate? Cough cough. Leng Ning, who had been sitting next to him, started coughing violently. It's really mean to listen to these bad bastards. I can't listen to it anymore. What's wrong with sister-in-law? You look a little pale. Are you pregnant? We have someone to carry on our journey of sailing through the storm. Wang Ba asked about her well-being and flattered her. Go away. You guys keep chatting. I'm going to go out for some fresh air. It's a bit stuffy in here. Leng Ning walked outside with a stern face and looked up at the sky. Why hasn't the thunder struck these wicked people to death yet? In the conference room, everyone was discussing it enthusiastically. Lu Chengfeng said, okay, the plan is already very detailed, now it depends on how to implement it. Everyone, go and do your respective tasks. Wang Ba is the general leader. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell Wang Ba. Wang Ba said in embarrassment, Boss, there is a small problem here. When I went to my sister-in-law to apply for funding, she asked very detailed questions. You said it's her business as a woman. Lu Chengfeng raised his head and looked at Wang Ba. Wang Ba shut up unwillingly. Did she give you the funds? I did give it to her, but she wouldn't let me kill anyone. She said if I wanted to kill someone, she would kill me. Where did this old black man find this technician? He's about to shit on our heads. Shut up. You can mess with me, Lu Chengfeng, but if you dare to show your teeth to my sister-in-law, I will tear you apart. Lu Chengfeng roared directly. Wang Ba immediately retracted his head. Okay, I'll listen to you, boss. Just wait, after I conquer the west of the city, I'll pick out a few more female college students for you. They'll definitely be more attractive than my sister-in-law. Get out of here. That night, the operation against the west of the city began. I have to say that under the strong leadership of Lu Chengfeng, Chengfeng Palang's execution ability is at its peak. 15 buses were fully loaded with company members. Taking advantage of the dark night and strong wind, they followed the established route and accurately wiped out the Chen family's places one by one. In less than 2 hours, all the capable fighters of the Chen family in the west of the city were dealt with. In the early hours of the morning, they burned down the century-old ancestral hall of the Chen family and dug up all of the Chen family's ancestral graves. After the operation, all the tools used in the crime and 15 buses were pushed directly into the river. All those involved in the action should go home and sleep. In this age without video surveillance, it is really difficult to solve a case. Chen Tao has gone completely crazy. Qin Weiman had just warned not to cause trouble. He felt that even if Lu Chengfeng didn't listen, he wouldn't act so quickly. But I didn't expect that this mad dog had no martial ethics at all. Even the ancestral tombs and clan halls were not spared. Have you found out where Lu Chengfeng is? I found out about the boss. He's in their company in the south of the city. The Chen family is ruined in my hands. I feel so sorry for my ancestors. Any living men in the Chen family, follow me and kill Lu Chengfeng. Avenge our ancestors. Yes. Chen Tao brought everyone and came to the south of the city in a mighty manner. After finding the prestigious Chengfeng Company building, he smashed the glass at the door and rushed in with everyone. However, the scene scared everyone. Dozens of special police officers holding submachine guns locked Chen Tao and others tightly. Qin Weiman is in charge personally. Old Chen, why are you bringing so many people with you? Take a walk. Chen Tao said angrily. You've gotten so angry just by taking a walk. Chen Tao, you ignored my words, didn't you? Qin Weiman. Lu Chengfeng burned down my ancestral hall. Do you think I cannot take revenge for this deep hatred? Qin Weiman said, which eye of yours saw Lu Chengfeng burn down your ancestral hall? He spent the whole night drinking tea with me. I only saw you attacking other people's companies with homemade guns and machetes. At this time, Lu Chengfeng came down from upstairs. Hey, isn't this my brother Chen? It's so late at night, do you want to treat me to a midnight snack? Ha 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 ha. When Chen Tao saw Lu Chengfeng, his eyes almost bleed. Lu Chengfeng. I'll fuck your ancestors. After Chen Tao finished speaking, he raised his rifle and aimed it at Lu Chengfeng. Oh my. I'm so scared. Director Qin is here, and you dare to shoot and kill people. Do you take Director Qin seriously? Do you still have the law in your eyes? It's totally lawless. Lu Chengfeng spoke in a relaxed manner, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Tao's index finger that was holding the trigger. Qin Weiman said, Old Chen, let's talk it over. Whoever dug up your ancestral graves and burned your ancestral hall, I will investigate as soon as possible. But now you are holding a gun in front of me, you are in a passive position. Take my advice. Chen Tao roared, I won't listen. He can beat me and scold me. He can't burn down our Chen family century-old ancestral hall. How can I face the spirits of my ancestors in heaven? Lu Chengfeng was afraid that Chen Tao would not shoot, so he provoked him, Brother Chen, if you have the time, you might as well go back and gather up the rotten bones and flesh of your ancestors and find a new place to bury them. Ha ha ha. Who did this? What a talent. Lu Chengfeng's words completely made Chen Tao lose his mind. Chen Tao shouted hysterically and opened fire immediately. What level is Lu Chengfeng? When he finished saying that, he started taking evasive action. With a tactical roll, he hid directly behind Qin Weiman. Bang. Chen Tao almost hit Qin Weiman with one shot. Qin Weiman's scalp tingled. When the special police at the scene saw it, they opened fire without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Tao fell in a pool of blood. Everyone else, put down your weapons or I will kill you on the spot. Qin Weiman scolded the remnants of the Chen family. When the remnants of the Chen family saw that the SWAT was serious, they were so scared that they immediately put down their weapons. Everyone was pinned to the ground. This kind of criminal should be punished accordingly. Lu Chengfeng kicked Chen Tao's body fiercely. Qin Weiman looked at Lu Chengfeng, you hid behind me very skillfully just now. Lu Chengfeng, then when we ordinary people encounter bad guys, we must rely on Director Qin for protection. Qin Weiman snorted coldly, all right, all right. I will investigate the matter in the west of the city. Don't be too proud. Lu Chengfeng smiled. The fact that Qin Weiman agreed to come for tea tonight shows that he also wants to take advantage of the situation to eradicate the cancer of the Chen family. This is a tacit understanding that cannot be expressed in words. He is very experienced. In the morning, Chengfeng Company held a summary meeting. Everyone was beaming with joy. This operation can simply be described as perfect. Wang Ba said, Boss, the backbone of the Chen family is either dead or fled, there is no backbone left. Our people have completely entered. No one in the Chen family, the old, weak, sick, or disabled, dares to resist. From today on, the west of the city is ours to ride the wind and waves. There was warm applause at the scene. How much money did you copy this time? Lu Chengfeng asked. 8 million. Wang Ba replied respectfully. How much more? Lu Chengfeng looked up suddenly. 8 million. Lu Chengfeng touched his head and smiled. Damn it. Are there still good people in this era? When I, Lu Chengfeng, raided Sang Biao's house, I seized more than 200 million, but I only kept half of it. This Wang Ba is even greedier than me. He must have kept all the parts to the left of the decimal point, right? Wang Ba, put your head over here. I promise I can't kill you. Lu Chengfeng directly took out the machete. Wang Ba then realized that the boss suspected that he had withheld the money, and immediately raised his hands and swore, "Boss. I swear on the lives of my entire family that I didn't take a single cent." Bullshit. The coldness in Lu Chengfeng's eyes became even more intense. Wang Ba was so scared that his legs went limp. "Boss, if I take even a dime, you kill me immediately. I swear on my ancestors." "Then why is it only 8 million? You robbed the house of the boss in the West City. Not the slums." Lu Chengfeng just felt like he was not feeling well. Wang Ba said with a bitter face, "Boss, when the house was confiscated, I had the same idea as you, thinking that I could make a fortune. But later I found out that all the Chen family members are spendthrifts who spend money like water. When the first batch of university towns acquired land, the Chen family was compensated with a considerable amount of demolition money. These young and old suddenly became rich and became arrogant. Dating college girls, gambling, even ice skating. How much money do you think is enough to support these idiots? Fortunately, I was able to copy out 8 million. If I had copied out a bunch of IOUs, I could have used them to pay off his debts." Wang Ba also had a dejected look on his face and took out a cigarette and started smoking. "Boss, why don't we learn from Sang Deshang and open a casino? We can make a fortune every day." Wang Ba said suddenly. "Get lost. Don't touch gambling. Where's the 8 million you copied out? I gave it all to my sister-in-law. There's not a penny left. Are you too honest? It's easy for you to hand it in, but it's hard to get it out." Lu Chengfeng sighed. He regretted that he had acted rashly and proactively expressed his loyalty to the country. This is to bring the audit team into the community. "Boss, although the money is a little less, but I copied out another good thing." After Wang Ba finished speaking, he clapped his hands. A stunning beauty was brought in. Skin as white as snow. The figure is curvy and extremely stunning. The beautiful face is 360 degrees without any blind spots. Especially her elegant and cool temperament, which could make all the mundane people in the world bow their heads in inferiority. Chen Tao's lover. Yu Xiaona, a model. Wang Ba laughed. "Hurry up and meet our boss." Yu Xiaona's eyes were red from crying, and she stood there timidly without saying a word. Everyone looked at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng coughed and said, "I suspect this woman knows a lot about Chen Tao's crimes. Send her to my room. I want to interrogate her overnight. Oh, by the way, don't let my sister-in-law know about this." "Yes. I don't want it. You bunch of bandits. Let me go home." "Go away." Yu Xiaona was taken out crying. Lu Chengfeng looked at Wang Ba. "Now I declare that Wang Basheng, the vice president of the company, will serve as the boss of the West City." "What?" Everyone at the scene was stunned. Wang Ba was originally just a middle-level leader. Has he become the regional boss all of a sudden? In terms of area, the West City is larger than the South City. The other 10 leaders immediately looked at Lu Chengfeng. The meaning seems to be, "Why don't you promote me?" Lu Chengfeng glanced at them sideways. "What I mean is that you do have that ability." The other 10 leaders were so scared that they immediately lowered their heads. Wang Ba cried. Wang Ba felt tears welling up in his eyes. He thought that at best he could be promoted to vice president of a company. But he didn't expect that Lu Chengfeng appreciated him so much and let him be in charge of the west side of the city. "Boss, tears can't express how I feel right now," Wang Ba said with sobs. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Wang Ba, we have set our sights on the business opportunities in the west of the city. Do you think Sang Deshang is blind? Even if Sang Deshang is blind, is his brother blind? Countless people will fight for this piece of fat meat. We just took advantage of the Chongqing company's unpreparedness and seized the opportunity. the west of the city will be the main battlefield in the future. You will face great dangers. Save your tears for later. Wang Ba wiped his tears and said, as long as the boss supports me, I have confidence. At this moment, a subordinate pushed the door open. Boss Lu, all the bosses, Chen Ruchang, the son of the Chen family, has been captured. He has been hiding in the wild all night. Wang Ba immediately stretched his head and asked Lu Chengfeng, Boss, how do you think we should deal with this? Boss, he stabbed me yesterday. Wang Ba added another sentence. He was afraid that Lu Chengfeng would be too kind and spare Chen Ruchang. He also chopped me. Brother Long also reminded Lu Chengfeng. Actually, they worry too much. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, Wang Ba, you are the boss of the West City, you have the final say. Wang Ba was relieved and smiled slightly, revealing the murderous intent in the corner of his mouth. In the general manager's office of Chengfeng Group. The Chen family's ancestral hall was first built in the Qing dynasty. The tablets of our ancestors and the family tree that has been passed down for hundreds of years are all placed inside. Just burn them with a fire. Who with a little bit of humanity would do such a wicked thing? Aren't you afraid of losing your descendants? Sang Deshang puffed on his cigarette, feeling like he had been screwed. Sitting opposite him was a thin man wearing a black Zhongshan suit. This person is none other than Sang Deshang's biological brother Sang Shua, the real boss of Chengfeng Group. Back then, Sang Shua and Sang Deshang came out of an orphanage and built their own empire with their fists. After everything was stable, Sang Shua handed over all the official business to Sang Deshang, and focused on charity. Because of Lu Chengfeng's appearance, Sang Deshang has lost his composure. Sang Shua had no choice but to come out again. Sang Shua said calmly, Deshang, do you know that he played you? Sang Deshang asked, what do you mean? Sang Shua said, he has been fighting with you for so long. Did he try to take your place or occupy your territory? Sang Deshang thought for a moment and said, nothing. It seems like a fight. Sang Shua said calmly, from the beginning to the end, he has been eyeing the piece of fat meat in the west of the city. Mines, earthworks, docks, slag, construction projects, universities, each of them is a huge fortune. Having a conflict with you is nothing more than a diversion of attention from you and the Chen family. This bastard. He has not been fooled by the bright lights and nightlife in the north and east of the city. He is indeed a far-sighted gangster. Originally, I had already negotiated with the higher-ups about some projects in the west of the city, but now that bastard has taken over the place. What a twist. Sang Deshang sighed to the sky, ah. I have been playing with eagles all my life, but I didn't expect to be pecked in the eye by an eagle. Sang Shua said, something big is going to happen in Nanjiang soon, so keep a low profile. By the way, his little brothers are not doing anything out of the ordinary right now, right? I haven't heard anything about it. I heard that he often appears in Xinhua bookstore. Puff. Puff. Sang Shua coughed violently several times due to being choked by the cigarette. Xinhua bookstore is selling machetes now. I don't know. Do they still want to go to college? You make an appointment with him and I'll meet him. It depends on whether he can grasp the opportunity one give him. Yes. I'm going to meet Sang Shua soon. It's up to him whether I can seize the opportunity. Lu Chengfeng was talking on the phone with Han Liming. Han Liming really couldn't understand what robbing the Chen family's money and women in the west of the city had to do with the undercover operation. So he picked up the phone just now and scolded Lu Chengfeng again, even suspecting that he had betrayed him. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, taking over Qingxi means taking over the future of Nanjiang. It means taking over huge profits. Otherwise, why would Sang Shua, with his status, take the initiative to ask me out for a talk? I will make a feint to the east and attack in the west, but I will never deviate from the main line. Don't worry, Lao Han, my heart is red. After listening to it, Han Liming thought about it carefully and 2 words came out of his mouth, monster. Nanjiang Orphanage is located at the foot of the northern mountain of Nanjiang. The scenery is quiet and the air is fresh. In that era, real estate had not yet developed on a large scale, so the orphanage could still barely occupy such a feng shui treasure land. According to Lu Chengfeng's memory, in about 10 years, this place will be developed into a cemetery for the rich, and it is said to be more profitable than real estate. As you enter the welfare home, you can immediately feel the children's laughter. Some of the children in the yard were playing with a ball, some were drawing, and some were playing games. At this moment, Sang Shua, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, was playing Eagle Catches Chicken with a group of children. Uncle Sang, the eagle is coming. Uncle Sang, I'm about to be caught. The children seemed to be very familiar with Sang Shua and trusted him very much, and they had a lot of fun playing with him. What a joyful scene. Lu Chengfeng stood there and waited for 3 minutes, and found that Sang Shua was still playing with the children. Very focused. It seemed as if there were only children in his world. Lu Chengfeng didn't believe that Sang Shua couldn't see his arrival from the corner of his eye. He is deliberately leaving me alone. Lu Chengfeng thought about it and came to the center of the yard. Kick over the sand pile made by the children. Tear up the children's homework books. And slapped a kid in the face. The children were stunned at first, and then burst into tears. The harmonious atmosphere is gone. Sang Shua looked at Lu Chengfeng and smiled slightly. Sang Shua waved his hand, and the orphanage's caregivers immediately rushed to the scene to coax the children. Sang Shua walked up to Lu Chengfeng with a sincere smile on his face. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. My brother Deshang has an impatient temper and does things in a clumsy way. I'm sorry to make Xiaofeng laugh. Mr. Sang, you are too polite. We are gangsters out there. How can we not be laughed at one day? Just like me tearing up the kid's homework book just now. What we want is substance, not appearance. Lu Chengfeng said in a veiled way. Sang Shua laughed. Brother, you see clearly. Come, the scenery here is nice, I will take you for a walk. After Sang Shua finished speaking, he put his arm around Lu Chengfeng's shoulders. The two of them walked around the orphanage like good friends who could talk about anything. This orphanage was first built in 1960. Deshang and I were the first group of orphans taken in here. It's been 40 years. I thought I was able to call the shots in the martial arts world and sleep with beautiful women, but I didn't expect that this is the place I miss the most. I even want to move here and live with these kids every day. As Sang Shua spoke, he touched the little head of an orphan who passed by. Uncle Sang, would you like to play football with us later? Okay, you go first, Uncle will come over later. Go ahead, you're so good. Sang Shua looked at these children with tenderness on his face, like a kind father. Boss Sang, how about I move my luggage over here and help you take care of the children in the orphanage? Lu Chengfeng really doesn't like Sang Shua's pretentiousness. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Is it necessary to shape our personalities like this? Sang Shua looked at Lu Chengfeng with a half-smile on his face, and said, there is a reason why I treat them better. Their parents and even grandparents died in my hands. I have to do something for them, right? Lu Chengfeng took a breath of cold air. This is the first time I felt a chill on my back since I went undercover. Okay. Let's not waste any more time talking nonsense and get to the point. Sang Shua said, in the next 10 or 20 years, whoever occupies the west side of the city will be the richest man in Nanjiang. Xiaofeng, you are very powerful. You took over the territory in the west of the city by surprise. I, Sang Shua, admire you very much. But you can't take over the west side of the city alone. I have to get involved. I can let bygones be bygones for everything else and we can talk about it. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Can. Come on in. Lu Chengfeng said decisively. What? Sang Shua looked at Lu Chengfeng. He didn't expect to be so straightforward to Lu Chengfeng. Then tell me your conditions. I guess the return you ask for will not be low. Sang Shua said with a smile. If I let Boss Sang get involved in my business in the west of the city, then I should also get involved in Boss Sang's business in the north and east of the city. Sang Shua was stunned for a moment, then laughed. That's fair. You can come into the KTVs, casinos, bars, and even the businesses on Deshang Street in the north of the city. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, you should know that this is not what I want. The smile on Sang Shua's face froze. I don't understand what you're saying. You understand. Lu Chengfeng looked straight at Sang Shua. Time seems to have stopped. Sang Shua's smile disappeared. He never expected that Lu Chengfeng had such a big appetite that he dared to covet his most core and sensitive business. Brother, what you said is a big deal. I have to study it and give you a reply another day. Lu Chengfeng smiled. This was the first time that Lu Chengfeng had tentatively put forward his request since going undercover. He knew that the other party would not surrender so easily. This is just like international politics. What you can't get on the battlefield, you can't get at the negotiating table either. Sang Shua was obviously just being perfunctory. We have to keep fighting. At this moment, Sang Shua looked towards the orphanage's office and shouted, "Where's Xiaolan? Uncle Sang has guests, but there's no one to make tea." "Here we come, Uncle Sang." After a while, an innocent girl in her teens came over with a tea tray. "Uncle Sang, this brother, please have some tea. This is the fairy tea we picked on the tea mountain ourselves. It's a very high quality, and has a subtle fragrance." Sang Shua said, "The best tea, very sweet. Brother, you probably haven't had it yet, try it." The beautiful girl respectfully handed the teacup to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smelled it and found it indeed had a refreshing and unique fragrance. When Lu Chengfeng brought the teacup to his mouth and was about to drink, he suddenly paused. Fairy tea, does it have to be fed to me by this little fairy with her mouth to make it more fragrant?" Lu Chengfeng looked at the beautiful girl. Sang Shua laughed, "Brother, you really have a refined taste. Xiaolan, feed him with your mouth." Xiaolan looked at Sang Shua and nodded. Xiaolan opened her red lips slightly, drank the emerald green tea into her mouth, then leaned into Lu Chengfeng's arms, ready to feed the tea into Lu Chengfeng's mouth to mouth. However, Lu Chengfeng suddenly grabbed Xiaolan's neck, and then slapped her hard, causing the tea to pour back into Xiaolan's stomach. "Ah!" Xiaolan let out a horrified cry, then bent over and tried to scoop out the tea. But after a few seconds, Xiaolan fell to the ground and didn't move, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Such a tragic death. Her method of poisoning was very secretive, but it was still a little immature after all. Lu Chengfeng lifted Xiaolan's hand and took off the ring containing the poison. Sang Shua smiled, "No wonder Deshang lost to you, it was indeed a fair loss." Lu Chengfeng said, "Boss Sang, you asked me to come here to discuss business today. Is this your style of discussing business?" Sang Shua said calmly, "Do you think that I can't do business in the west of the city just because you guys occupy the west of the city?" Lu Chengfeng said domineeringly, "I think that no one can come in without my nod." Negotiations were again terminated. Sang Suk clapped his hands. 10 top masters appeared in front of Lu Chengfeng. "In Nanjiang, anyone who stands in my way will die." Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Boss Sang, if you touch me, aren't you afraid that Lisa will die?" "What?" A cold light flashed in Sang Shua's eyes. "She's your lifeblood, isn't she? As long as I leave here safely today, no one can touch her. Otherwise, she will surely die. You decide." Sang Shua looked up to the sky and sighed. Almost no one knows about the close relationship between Chongqing Group and Lisa. This kid has only been in Nanjiang for a dozen days and he has been able to expose this relationship and even use it to protect himself. It's simply a devil. I can let you go today. But I warn you, Lisa is beyond your reach. If you hurt her in the slightest, I will destroy you forever. Also, I must eat in the west of the city." After leaving the orphanage, Lu Chengfeng let out a long sigh. Every communication with Sang Shua brought up at least 3 questions. First, Lisa is Sang Shua's protector and holds a very high position. By following her lead, we should be able to find out more about Nanjiang and the criminal network outside. Second, there is something very wrong with this orphanage. Everything about it is weird. Third, I made the right bet on Qingxi. Sang Shua's vision was much higher than Sang Deshang's. He stared at Qingxi. This was the only bargaining chip I could trade with him. Lu Chengfeng called Han Liming and said, "Director Han, without alerting the enemy, send someone to secretly investigate the Nanjiang orphanage." "Why?" "I don't think it's right." "Good. I talked to Sang Suk once. How did the talk go? I was right about him. He wanted to do legitimate business in the west of the city, but he didn't believe that I could cover the sky with one hand in the west of the city, so he was stuck in a stalemate. How to break the situation? Then I will just cover the sky with one hand and show him. Beat him until he surrenders. Just after hanging up the phone, a police car stopped next to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng took a subconscious look and was shocked to find that Qin Weiman and Sang Deshang were actually sitting in the car. The door of the police car opened, and Qin Weiman's assistant got out of the car and said, "Boss Lu, come with us. Director Qin will treat you to a cup of coffee." "Why are you drinking coffee again? Aren't you afraid of insomnia?" Lu Chengfeng jumped into the car and sat next to Sang Deshang. Sang Deshang narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Lu Chengfeng also narrowed his eyes and thought. In just 1 week, this was the second time Qin Weiman invited me to have coffee. This means the situation is more serious than last time. Half an hour later, the car entered the Nanjiang police station. In the conference room on the second floor, there were already 6 or 7 big bosses of Nanjiang Road sitting there. These bosses are village tyrants and local snakes, and they are completely incomparable with regular troops like Lu Chengfeng and Sang Deshang. These guys were originally bragging with cigarettes in their mouths, but when they saw Lu Chengfeng and Sang Deshang coming in, they immediately shut up in fear. "Get out of the way. Do you have the right to sit in the first row?" Lu Chengfeng directly pushed aside a village bully and sat in his seat. "Good job. So domineering. How could the village tyrant dare to argue with a plague god like Lu Chengfeng? He could only sit in the back row." Qin Weiman sat in the middle of the conference room. Everyone looked at Qin Weiman. Qin Weiman simply took out his gun and slammed it on the table. Everyone was shocked. "What's going on? Director Qin, please talk nicely. It's scary to use knives and guns." Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. "From today onwards, within a month, I hope that there will be peace on our Nanjiang Road, with no fights or brawls." Several big guys at the scene coughed out. "All we have relied on over the years is fighting and killing to make money. What should we do if you don't ask us to fight? Shall we become cadres?" "Director Qin, this may be a bit difficult," a boss laughed. "Is it difficult?" Qin Weiman raised his voice. "If you find it difficult, then stay here for a while. When I feel it's not difficult anymore, I'll let you go." "I'm not kidding." Qin Weiman looked at his gun. The bosses then realized that this time it was serious. "It's not difficult at all." The boss immediately smiled coquettishly. Qin Weiman looked at Sang Deshang and Lu Chengfeng, the mortal enemies again. "Boss Sang, Boss Lu, do you think it's difficult?" "It's not difficult. We in the Chongqing group have never been fond of fighting or making trouble, Director Qin, don't worry," Sang Deshang said lightly. Qin Weiman looked at Lu Chengfeng again. "Director Qin's order is the operating purpose of our company." Lu Chengfeng expressed his opinion with a smile. Lu Chengfeng finally figured it out. If Qin Weiman could solemnly pull out his gun and threaten someone, then that must be a very serious matter, and it might even involve internal security work. It must be kept safe and stable from top to bottom. If things go as expected, I'm afraid many places will have to close down. Sure enough, Qin Weiman immediately said, "Boss Lu, can you close those bathing places for a while?" "Why? We are a serious business. If we don't open, my brothers and the female technicians will have nothing to do. Your industry is really unsightly. There are important state events." Qin Weiman said dejectedly. "Major state events?" Everyone was shocked. "Major state events? That's a big deal. Anyone who encounters bad luck at this critical juncture will be guaranteed to have his ancestral graves dug up clean. Please rest assured, Director Qin, we will definitely put the overall situation first. We will definitely close down the places that need to be closed down, and we won't cause any trouble for the government. Everyone at the scene is smart and knows how to make choices." Qin Weiman said coldly, "I hope you will do what you say. During this period of time, if anyone dares to destroy me, Qin Weiman, for a while, I will destroy him for life. You can go now." "Okay, Director Qin." Everyone can see that Qin Weiman is serious this time. After Qin Weiman held the meeting, security work in Nanjiang immediately became tighter. On the streets, there are obviously more staff members patrolling and inspecting the community. In some important neighborhoods, you can see black-clad special agents carefully checking every trash can and manhole cover. After confirming that there are no explosives, seals will be affixed to the relevant locations. On the few tall buildings, you can see some snipers testing their positions. Lu Chengfeng is too familiar with these processes. And it is easy to see from their process that this time they are carrying out a first-level guard mission. In Xia State, the Special Services Guard missions are divided into 3 levels. The third level is the lowest level, and the person guarding the guard is the number 1 provincial commander. The second-class security mission is to protect international dignitaries, usually the number 1 figure in a small country or the number 2 or 3 figures in a large country. The first-class guard mission is the highest level of guard, and those who understand will understand. Generally speaking, the imperial capital or the demon city are the first choice for big shots, and the first-level guard missions they undertake are heavier. Nanjiang's economy is very developed, but its political status is not high. How come there is a level 1 guard mission? At this moment, Leng Ning also received a call from her superior, saying that she would be in charge of a first-level guard mission in Nanjiang. Leng Ning finally understood why her superior sent her to Nanjiang as an undercover agent. At night, Lu Chengfeng came to the west of the city alone with a map. It looks deserted and is far less lively than the bright lights and nightlife in the north of the city. But Lu Chengfeng knew that an investment of hundreds of billions was coming. If anyone can get a piece of the pie, then they won't have to fight for several lifetimes. How could Sang Shua not be tempted? This is the main battlefield. To the north of Nanjiang University is a bustling commercial street. In this era, bars had not yet become popular on a large scale in the country. But places with universities tend to accept new things faster after all. In this commercial street called Back Street, in addition to the bustling internet cafes, there are already more than a dozen bars. Lu Chengfeng had nothing to do, so he walked into a bar, ordered a beer, and drank while pondering the map of the West City. "Handsome guy, come have a few drinks with me." A girl who looked to be around 20 years old, with earrings and dyed white hair, sat next to Lu Chengfeng. There were 4 or 5 girls following behind him who were dressed very avant-garde. Maybe because Lu Chengfeng was so handsome, the white-haired beauty took the initiative to flirt with him. Lu Chengfeng glanced at the other person and said contemptuously, "Your chest is too flat, you are not qualified to drink with me. Get out." "So old." A girl next to him said, "Do you know who you are talking to?" "Who is it?" Lu Chengfeng asked calmly. "Backstreet Sister Qi." "Ask around, who in the entire back street dares not to give face to Sister Qi?" "You little bitch. I'm giving you face by letting you drink with me, don't you understand?" Lu Chengfeng just laughed. "I've never heard of any backstreet Sister Qi. But you just scolded me, you might get beaten." Lu Chengfeng took a sip of beer and continued looking at the map. "Which university are you from? Believe it or not, I will kill you." Sister Qi from the back street pushed Lu Chengfeng. On the side, a group of thugs immediately surrounded them when they saw someone had offended the famous Sister Qi. "Apologize. Pay me money. You dare to mess with our Sister Qi, you must want to die." The yellow-haired hooligans are extremely arrogant. Sister Qi sneered and said, "Boy, you know you offended me tonight. Either let me sleep all night, otherwise I may not be able to calm down." Lu Chengfeng almost burst out laughing and said, "Oh, Sister Qi is so angry, who is your boss?" Sister Qi sneered, "My boss is the famous Wang Ba. Brother Ba." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Brother Ba is so famous in the west of the city." "Nonsense. The entire west of the city is under the protection of my brother Ba. He can destroy a city by himself. He is as famous as Sang Deshang in the north of the city and Lu Chengfeng in the south of the city. Brother Ba is not as famous as Lu Chengfeng. He is Lu Chengfeng's younger brother." A little girl reminded. "Almost. Brother Ba's territory is bigger than Lu Chengfeng's. He has more followers than Lu Chengfeng. He is more famous in the west of the city than Lu Chengfeng. Brother Ba will surpass Lu Chengfeng sooner or later." Sister Chi admires Wang Ba very much. Lu Chengfeng was so amused that he couldn't help laughing. Do you know that what you said will kill Brother Ba? Call your Brother Ba to come. I came here to see him tonight. Sister Chi laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Who is that? What is Brother Ba's status? Can you see him whenever you want? Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, Okay, don't say anything. I'll call him now. I want to see how awesome Brother Ba is now. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and called Wang Ba. Where are you? Boss, I'm studying in the library of Nanjiang University. Why did you go to the library? With your elementary school education, can you recognize all the characters? Boss, didn't you tell me to study hard? I'm afraid you'll chop me up if I don't pass the monthly exam. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You are the one who protects the Parrot Bar, right? I'm in charge of the entire west side of the city. I'm surrounded by your guys in your place. I'll give you 10 minutes to come here. If you take more than a minute, I'll destroy your place. Wang Ba was startled and quickly hung up the phone. At this moment, Sister Chi from back street laughed and said, Oh, you're using a mobile phone to fool people. Lu Chengfeng said, I am the boss of your Brother Ba. Sister Chi from Hojia laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Boss. Which boss would go out without his younger brothers? You don't look like a boss at all. Brothers and sisters, teach this rude boy a lesson. After the fight, send me to my room and let me sleep. Lu Chengfeng pointed to the clock on the wall of the bar and said, Your West City boss will be here in 10 minutes. It won't be too late to fight later. Sister Chi from Hojia laughed and said, You make it look real. Then I'll give you 10 minutes. If our Brother Ba doesn't come, I'll kill you tonight. Boss, bring me some beer. Drink while I wait. Okay. The boss sent over a lot of beer. Sister Chi from the back street, along with her little sisters and brothers, surrounded Lu Chengfeng and stared at him intently. Lu Chengfeng ignored these little gangsters and drank his beer calmly, looking at the map of the West City. Within 5 years, 5 universities will be built in the west of the city. The first to start was Nanjiang Normal University, where the site had been chosen and the demolition had been completed. The first phase of construction is about to begin. The total investment reached 10 billion. Whether he could make Sang Shua kneel down and cooperate depended on whether he could win the project from Nanjiang Normal University. In any era, having power and influence may not necessarily make people kneel, but having money can definitely make people kneel. Just as Lu Chengfeng was thinking, there was suddenly a commotion in the bar. Everyone stood up and looked outside the door respectfully. Wang Ba rushed over angrily with his 4 close subordinates. Brother Ba. Everyone shouted almost in unison. Sister Chi from Hojia ran up to Wang Ba and said respectfully, Boss, there's an idiot in there pretending to know you. That's my boss. Wang Ba slapped Sister Chi from the back street to the ground. What? Everyone was completely shocked. That low-key and handsome young man is actually Wang Ba's boss. Isn't that Lu Chengfeng, the one that everyone in the martial arts world is talking about with fear? Everyone was so scared that their scalp went numb. I'm afraid we're going to get into big trouble tonight. Wang Ba came to Lu Chengfeng, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said respectfully, Boss, why didn't you say hello when you came? Have you eaten? Lu Chengfeng laughed and said, If I hadn't come here secretly, I wouldn't have known that you, Wang Ba, were so arrogant in the west of the city. Look, that little girl just said that your Brother Ba's territory is bigger than Lu Chengfeng's. I have more brothers than Lu Chengfeng. In the west of the city, I've only heard of Brother Ba but not Brother Feng. Wang Ba was so scared that his lips trembled. Boss, are you pointing at yourself? Wang Ba is really afraid of the boss in front of him. He is powerful in combat, thoughtful, and vicious. If he doubted me, I might not live past tomorrow morning. Wang Ba looked at Sister Chi in the back street and pulled her over. Slap, 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 just a few slaps. Do you believe that I can sell you to a brothel? You want me dead, you idiot. Sister Chi in the back street was beaten until her face was covered in blood and she didn't dare to fart. Okay, you're just a little girl, don't hurt anyone. Lu Chengfeng stopped her. Only then did Wang Ba return to Lu Chengfeng. "Boss, you can't scare me. Qingxi and I are yours. I wish I could hang your quotations on the headboard of my bed so I can reflect on myself every day. Wow. My trip to the library was not in vain. I even learned some idioms. Excuse me. Excuse me. Boss, these little brats in the west of the city are ignorant and blame me for my poor leadership." After Wang Ba finished speaking, he looked at his men who were kneeling on the ground. "What are you still standing there for? Call me boss." "Boss." Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and stood up, saying, "I have something important to talk to you about tonight, come with me for a walk." "Yes." Lu Chengfeng took Wang Ba out of the bar. When passing by Sister Qi in the back street, Lu Chengfeng bent down and looked at her. "Boss Lu, I was wrong." Sister Qi from Hojie felt that she was afraid she was going to die. Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly and pointed to the 20 bottles of beer on the bar, "Drink them." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he took Wang Ba away. The two came to the reserved construction site of Nanjiang Normal University. Lu Chengfeng said, "The situation has been tense in recent days. Don't confront people from the north and east of the city head-on." "Yes." Lu Chengfeng pointed to the huge open space and said, "From today on, no construction vehicles are allowed to come in without the permission of the Riding Wind and Wave Company. Can you do this?" Wang Ba said, "Don't worry, boss. Even if I have to sleep under the wheels of a construction truck, I won't let them in." Lu Chengfeng nodded with satisfaction. He likes Wang Ba very much. Be ambitious, be smart, and most importantly, be fearless and able to fight. There's no need to sleep on the wheel, just hold on for a while. I want all the roads in the west of the city to be driven by our wind and wave riding engineering vehicles. Wang Ba's eyes lit up immediately. The amount of information behind this sentence is simply too much. I knew that the boss was ambitious. Wang Ba's voice trembled with excitement. You are also an ambitious person, otherwise you wouldn't understand what I am saying. Come with me tomorrow to see President Zhang Sichuan of Nanjiang Normal University. He is in charge of the construction of the new campus. Yes. The next morning, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba arrived at the old campus of Nanjiang Normal University in the east of the city. After some inquiries, the two arrived outside Zhang Sichuan's office. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I heard a familiar voice coming from inside. Bai Jie. Lu Chengfeng felt warm in his heart. Lu Chengfeng remembered that when Bai Jie was in her third year of high school, she was in debt because of her husband's gambling. She sold the house in Dongzhou and paid off her husband's debts. Because she had a postgraduate degree, she and her husband left Dongzhou and applied for a teaching position at Nanjiang Normal University. But I didn't expect to meet him again. Who is that woman inside? Wang Ba asked softly. My high school English teacher, Bai Jie. Lu Chengfeng's heart beat faster and he leaned at the door and listened carefully. Wang Ba glanced at Lu Chengfeng and discovered for the first time that the boss could also be a mean person at times. In the office, Bai Jie's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Principal Zhang, don't be like this, I am a married woman. Zhang Sichuan said with a grim smile, Teacher Bai, your husband owes a full 2 million in the casino of Chongqing Company. If you don't treat me well, how can you repay this debt? We are about to build a new campus in the west of the city. You should know how powerful I am, right? Outside the door, Lu Chengfeng sighed softly. Bai Jie's husband is really an incorrigible person. Bai Jie has given so much for him and even moved to Nanjiang, but he is still addicted to gambling. I'm not that kind of person, please don't force me. Bai Jie said softly. Zhang Sichuan said, if you are nice to me, I can ask the debt collectors to waive your interest. In this way, you can save money and slowly repay the principal. Otherwise, the debt collectors won't let you go. While Zhang Sichuan was speaking, he forcefully hugged Bai Jie and tried to push forward with his foul mouth. Don't push me too far. Bai Jie struggled hard. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Snap. Bai Jie slapped Zhang Sichuan on the face. You dare to hit me. After Zhang Sichuan finished speaking, he pressed Bai Jie onto the desk and prepared to tear off her clothes. Bang. Lu Chengfeng kicked the door open without hesitation. Wang Ba also quickly followed in. Who are you? How dare you break into my office? Zhang Sichuan never expected that a stranger would break in at this time, so he had to let Bai Jie go. Bai Jie widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. Lu Chengfeng. How did this bad student come to Nanjiang? Shouldn't he be studying at the public security college in Dongzhou? Xiaofeng, why are you here? Did you skip class again? Bai Jie asked in surprise. Lu Chengfeng sighed. What a sexy and beautiful young woman. She has a pretty face, and is very well educated. I could have lived a happy life, but unfortunately I married a piece of trash and was forced into this state. Lu Chengfeng took off his coat, covered Bai Jie's body, and said gently, Go home first, I will tell you slowly later. Good. Bai Jie glanced at Lu Chengfeng and left Zhang Sichuan's office with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Chengfeng sat down on the sofa. Wang Ba respectfully lit a cigarette for him and then stood behind him. Who are you? Get out of my office. Zhang Sichuan raised his hand and was about to pick up the phone to call security. This is our old continent, Chengfeng. Wang Ba said sternly. Zhang Sichuan's hand hung in the air and he gave up on making the call. Are you the famous boss Lu from Qingnan? What are you doing barging into my office? I want to talk to President Zhang about the project at Nanjiang Normal University. Zhang Sichuan smiled. He smiled with contempt. Zhang Sichuan said, Lu Chengfeng, who gave you the courage to ask me this? Your education level is only high school, right? Your company, Riding the Wind and Waves, is full of uneducated hooligans, right? What qualifications do you have to interfere in the affairs of Nanjiang Normal University? Wang Ba shouted angrily, Zhang Sichuan, please be more polite. Zhang Sichuan said with disdain, Shorty mule, you want to chop me. This is an ivory tower, put away your social tricks. I'll kill you. Wang Ba was about to lose his temper. But Lu Chengfeng stopped him. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, is the ivory tower holy? Tearing off the female teacher's clothes. Principal Zhang, I don't think my brothers and I are shameful. At least we live an upright life. On the contrary, the higher up you are, the more despicable the things you do are. Don't pretend we can still talk properly. Zhang Sichuan blushed and said, Lu Chengfeng, that's a project worth tens of billions. Do you know how many people you are to come to visit? I don't care how many people I am, the Nanjiang Normal University project in the west of the city can only be undertaken by me. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Sichuan laughed out loud. Young people really don't know their place. You may not know this, but Sang Shua, Sang Deshang, and I have been good friends for many years. If you haven't been kicked in the head by a donkey, you should understand what I mean, right? Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Sichuan. Even if you are not their longtime friend, they will come to you. On Nanjiang Road, the only company that has the strength to take on this project is Chongqing Group. Am I right? Zhang Sichuan said coldly, it's good that you know. I'll tell you clearly, Sang Shua has already discussed the details of the cooperation with me. The overall project leader must be Chongqing Group. You, Lu Chengfeng, won't even get a sip of soup. After Zhang Sichuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Wang Ba and sneered, Shorty mule. Do you think you can force me to do this project by using force? Dream on. If you dare to touch me, I will definitely call the police and punish you. If Nanjiang can't punish you, I will come to Dong province to punish you. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, Principal Zhang, you are worrying too much. Every industry has its own way of dealing with others. You are not a gangster, so we will definitely not use the same tactics against gangsters to deal with you. That's not how you get a project. Zhang Sichuan snorted coldly, you're smart. You can get out of my office now. You're a bunch of cockroaches. But Lu Chengfeng interrupted Zhang Sichuan, let's put things in perspective. The way you dealt with Bai Jie was even more despicable than that of a gangster. Then I can only solve the problem by using gangster methods. Lu Chengfeng crossed his legs and spoke elegantly. Zhang Sichuan was surprised, what? You dare to touch me? I am a high-level intellectual. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile, Wang Ba, Director Qin doesn't allow us to cause trouble, but does being brave enough to help others count as causing trouble? Not really. Then get him. Don't hurt your hands. He still has to sign a contract with us. Okay. Wang Ba picked up the ashtray on the table and started smashing it. Bang. Bang. After a while, Zhang Sichuan lay on the ground with blood all over his face, shivering. Lu Chengfeng squatted down and patted his face. Don't call the police, otherwise you will be embarrassed and might even be thrown into the river. After leaving Zhang Sichuan's office, Wang Ba spat fiercely, You call yourself an intellectual? Boss, what's the point of studying? It only makes you a bad person. Lu Chengfeng said, Okay, go back to the company and prepare some money. I have to help Bai Jie. Yes. In an old residential area outside Nanjiang Normal University. Bai Jie returned to her rented house in a daze. As soon as I entered the room, the door was kicked open. A group of thugs ran over. Teacher Bai, it's the end of the month. Do we have to pay back the interest we owe? The leading thug looked to be in his 40s, with eye mucus in his eyes, and looked particularly disgusting. Nicknamed Triangle Eyes. He is the leader of the gangsters in the Royal Yaoqi Casino under Chongqing Company who is responsible for debt collection. Triangle Eyes, I haven't received this month's salary yet. Bai Jie said timidly. Triangle Eyes looked at Bai Jie's curves and said, Teacher Bai. We can't keep putting it off. Or he. The men with triangular eyes let out a creepy grin. Bai Jie was startled and said, Don't go too far. The woman with triangular eyes grinned and said, What's the use of your useless husband? He has no money and no moral character. Teacher Bai, you can either divorce him or live with me. I dream of marrying a cultured woman like you. Giving birth to a bunch of kids, having no worries about food and drink, how wonderful it would be. Bai Jie stepped back again and again, You all, get out of here. Otherwise I will call the police. The men with the triangle eyes grinned and said, Go ahead. I'm afraid no one can save you even if you scream your throat out. Just then, the door opened. Lu Chengfeng walked in. As soon as Bai Jie saw Lu Chengfeng, she hid behind him immediately as if she had seen a savior. Triangle Eyes and his 4 men immediately took out their knives. Bai Jie was so scared that she screamed, Ah! Who are you? Lu Chengfeng. What? When Triangle Eyes and his men heard this famous name, they were shocked. Lu Chengfeng looked at the other person with eyes like knives and said, I suggest you put away the knives. This is for your own good. Who hasn't heard of Lu Chengfeng's stories in the martial arts world? Operating a knife in front of him is tantamount to suicide. Triangle Eyes and his little brothers quickly put away their knives. Bai Jie was shocked. Why can Xiaofeng's just one sentence make these evil thugs put down their weapons? Lu Chengfeng, when did it become your turn in the south of the city to intervene in the affairs of the east of the city? You're interfering now. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, You're here to collect debts today, right? I will pay off Mr. Bai's debt. Notify Chen Lei to come back, and we will settle the debt together later. Now, I want to talk to Teacher Bai alone, so stand at the door. Triangle Eyes didn't dare to act rashly and took his men out obediently. Lu Chengfeng closed the door and looked at the stunning young woman whom he had a crush on. Bai Jie was shocked. These people, Cottonwood, are all desperados. Why did they obey and stand outside at Lu Chengfeng's command? Xiaofeng, aren't you studying at Dongzhou Police Academy? Why are you in Nanjiang? Bai Jie has no contact with society and doesn't know that the student in front of him has already become a powerful figure in Nanjiang. I was expelled from the public security college on the 10th day after I reported for flirting with my homeroom teacher. Teacher Bai, you should understand me. I have a rather peculiar tendency. Lu Chengfeng looked at Bai Jie quietly. Bai Jie's pretty face turned red as she thought of those cheesy love letters that Lu Chengfeng wrote to her when she was a teacher. So shameless. Teacher Bai, did your husband start gambling again after moving to Nanjiang? Lu Chengfeng asked. Yes, he is a dog that always eats shit, and he is in debt again. The creditors can't do anything to him, so they have to look for me every day. How much gambling debt do you owe now? 2 million. Hiss. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. 2 million is an astronomical figure. Bai Jie's annual salary is probably only 20,000 or 30,000. Isn't the monthly interest already very high? Yes, and the interest is compounded. Bai Jie sighed and felt that there was no hope in life anymore. She was almost driven to death by these debt collectors. Lu Chengfeng said, "Let me help you pay it back." Bai Jie sneered, "How can a poor boy like you who just graduated from high school be able to help me pay off my debts? Come to think of it, you originally had the qualifications to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. It's because of me that I went to junior college." Lu Chengfeng said, "Every time I am in class, I don't look at the blackboard, I only look at you." "Shut up." Bai Jiao scolded, "You are only 19 years old now, you have a lot of youth, you can still repeat your studies and start over. Only by studying can you succeed." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Teacher Bai, why don't you divorce Teacher Chen?" Bai Jie sighed, "How can I leave it? He is now idle and has no food to eat. Whenever I mentioned divorce, he wanted to jump off the building." Lu Chengfeng sighed. For a scumbag like Chen Lei to find such a good wife is simply a blessing from his previous life. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to cherish. At this moment, Chen Lei, who received the notice, came back. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Chen Lei looked sleepy, and it was obvious that he was the type who stayed up late every day gambling and didn't come home. "He is Lu Chengfeng, a student I taught in high school," said Bai Jie. Chen Lei thought for a moment and said, "I remember now. I peeked at the letter you wrote to her. You've been thinking about her since you were in high school." "I'm still thinking about it now," Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. "Lu Chengfeng, what are you talking about?" Bai Jie glared at him with a red face. "Chen Leizong, what do you mean?" Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Teacher Chen, let's make it short. I will help you pay off all the foreign debts you owe. Just divorce Teacher Bai quickly and stop wasting her time, okay?" Chen Lei was stunned and looked at Bai Jie. Bai Jie was also confused. What is going on with Lu Chengfeng? Why are you so confident? "Little guy, do you know what you are talking about?" "Of course I know. The money will be here soon. I just want to ask you whether you agree to a divorce or not." Chen Lei thought, could it be that pie really fell from the sky? "Okay, I promise." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Bai Jie opened the door and found Wang Ba and Triangle Eyes walking in together. "Teacher Bai." Wang Ba greeted respectfully. Lu Chengfeng said, "Triangle Eyes, let's settle the accounts and see how much money Teacher Chen Lei owes your casino." Triangle Eyes said, "The principal is 2 million. With a snap, Wang Ba placed the 2 black leather boxes on the simple dining table. "The interest is 4 million. Triangle Eyes added. Wang Ba was stunned, "I brought too little." Lu Chengfeng rolled his eyes, "What can you do? How much did you bring?" Wang Ba scratched his head and said, "I brought 3 million. I thought the maximum I could get from the 2 million principal was 1 million in interest, but I didn't expect the casino in the east of the city to be even more shady than me." Lu Chengfeng looked at Triangle Eyes and said, "You only brought 3 million. Take it. The rest is forgivable." "I wonder if I, Lu Chengfeng, have the face to do this." Triangle Eyes sneered, "Are you trying to bully others by taking advantage of your power?" Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "It's not bullying. The principal of 2 million yuan was an illegal gambling debt, and I paid 1 million yuan in interest. Am I not being fair? How about you ask your boss Sang for instructions?" Triangle Eyes sneered and said, "There's no need to trouble boss Sang to personally deal with the East City issue. Our East City Lord Do is in charge. Boss Lu, you probably don't know what our Master Do's nickname is, right? Abacus Do." After Triangle Eyes finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone from his purse and dialed Doya's number. "Master Do, Lu Chengfeng has appeared in the east of our city." Douyi asked, "What is he doing in the East City?" "Help Chen Lei's family pay off their gambling debts, and ask if the interest can be waived." Master Do sneered. "Forget it. He's lucky he didn't get cut when he came to our territory." You're still giving him a free pass. Tell him that he, Lu Chengfeng, has no face in front of me, Lord Do from the east of the city. Receive. Triangle Eyes hung up the phone and said contemptuously, Mr. Do said that he has the final say in Dongcheng. You have no face in Dongcheng. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed. Lu Chengfeng said, very good. I will personally visit Mr. Do tonight to give the remaining money to him, as long as he dares to take it. Take these 3 million first. Get out of here before I get angry and chop people down. Triangle Eyes sneered arrogantly, then went downstairs with his men carrying the money. Teacher Chen, regarding the divorce. Lu Chengfeng looked at Chen Lei. Wait a minute. Chen Lei interrupted Lu Chengfeng. Chen Lei was stunned. He finally realized that Bai Jie's student had made money. Moreover, he still hasn't given up on Bai Jie and is willing to pay off his debts for him. Since he likes my wife, why not get more from him? I'll go down and say thank you to Triangle Eyes. We'll talk about the divorce later. After Chen Lei finished speaking, he couldn't wait to go out and catch up with Triangle Eyes. Lu Chengfeng felt that there was something wrong with Chen Lei's eyes, and then went to the window. Triangle Eyes, wait a minute. Chen Lei stopped Triangle Eyes, who was about to leave. What's wrong? Can we forge more debts? What's the meaning? Look, that idiot wants to pay off my wife's debt so much, let's make up a debt of 10 million, and then you pay half and I pay half. How cool is that? Triangle Eyes was stunned and said, that's a good idea. But he's not someone you can easily mess with. Are you sure you want to do this? What's so bad about that? My wife is just a student, an idiot. Triangle Eyes said, okay, then I'll help you fake a debt of 10 million, but I'll make it clear in advance. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear it alone. Upstairs, Lu Chengfeng heard their entire conversation. A sinister sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. After discussing the dirty things, Chen Lei returned upstairs with a smile on his face. Lu Chengfeng said, Teacher Chen, I have already helped your family pay off 3 million yuan of debt. Can we sign the divorce agreement? Chen Lei said, that means there is still a shortfall of 3 million. Besides, I have another debt. Lu Chengfeng smiled and asked, how much? Chen Lei said a little unconfidently, 10 million. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, no problem. Chen Lei was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to agree so readily. I should have reported more earlier. You knocked too little. Bai Jie was anxious. Bai Jie knows Chen Lei, this treacherous villain, too well. Chen Lei, are you still a man? I've helped you pay back 3 million out of kindness. Where did you get the 10 million debt? Bai Jie just felt it was so embarrassing. Chen Lei said shamelessly, then there is indeed a debt of 10 million. Bai Jie, let me tell you, you will lose unless you pay me back my 10 million. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a divorce. I'll drain you to death in my lifetime. Bai Jie couldn't help but shed tears. What can you do when you encounter such a rogue? I can only blame myself for being blind at the time. Chen Lei looked at Lu Chengfeng again. Right, classmate Lu Chengfeng. Look at my wife, she is beautiful, has a good figure, a good personality, and a high level of education. Who would marry a wife like this and be willing to leave her? I think 10 million is a bit too little. Hee hee. Lu Chengfeng touched his chin and actually laughed out of anger. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Wang Ba's lips trembled with anger. You are still a teacher like this. You are not as open as us who are mixed up in society. Chen Lei said shamelessly, okay. You can go now. Come to my house when you have paid off my debt. I haven't touched my wife in a long time. I want to make out with her today. Let's go. Wang Ba can no longer control his temper. I clenched my fists and wanted to rush forward. But Lu Chengfeng stopped him. Lu Chengfeng took out a stack of cash, about 50,000 yuan. Chen Lei, take this money and go to the casino. I want to be alone with Teacher Bai for a while. Lu Chengfeng threw the 50,000 yuan directly on the ground. Chen Lei looked at the 50,000 yuan in cash and a look of excitement appeared on his face. I lost my job and my wife's salary is only enough to support the family, and she has no pocket money left. If you have $10 in your hand, you would want to take a gamble, let alone 50,000. You are insulting me. Chen Lei stared at the money on the ground, but his words were still tough. Don't do that, Wang Ba, take a lighter and burn this money. Good. Wang Ba immediately took out his lighter. No, 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 I want it. Chen Lei bent down impatiently and prepared to pick up the money on the ground. However, Lu Chengfeng's leather shoes suddenly stepped on his hand. Chen Lei frowned in pain. What are you doing? If you want this money, there is one condition, don't go home tonight. What do you mean? Literally, if you agree, take the money and get out. Okay, I agree. Chen Lei had no backbone at all. Go away. Chen Lei took the money and left. Wang Ba said tactfully, Brother Feng, I have something else to do in the company, so I'll leave first. Return. Ah. Go find out more about the background of Douya's place, and prepare 3 million in cash. I'm going to destroy the place tonight. Receive. After Wang Ba left, only Bai Jie and Lu Chengfeng were left in the room. Bai Jie wiped her tears and looked at Lu Chengfeng as if she didn't know him. Xiao Feng, what happened to you? How did you become so rich? You didn't commit any crime, did you? Bai Jie used to treat Lu Chengfeng as a child. But after what happened today, he found that he only looked like a child, but his words and actions were full of maturity. It is exactly in line with the saying that a strong man is naturally charming. Don't worry about what I do. I promise to pay off your family's debts and free you from the sea of misery in marriage. But I have a small condition. What conditions? Come to my company sometime to teach us. I have set up a literacy class. Okay, I have to go back to the company. I'll come back to you after I've sorted things out. Bai Jie looked at Lu Chengfeng's back and felt a little confused. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of Chengfeng Company, Lao He and the 11th leader sat upright with their younger brothers. Lu Chengfeng presided over the meeting. Lu Chengfeng first conveyed Qin Weiman's spirit of drinking coffee. There will be a state event in Nanjiang soon. This is a huge event and we must not let these idiots mess around. What? You don't allow us to fight or kill people. Then what's the meaning of our lives? Brother Long jumped up suddenly, as if he had lost the direction of his life in an instant. Quiet. Can you be a little more calm? Lu Chengfeng patted the table. Brother Long could only scratch his head and sit down. What is the purpose of our fighting and hacking people? Lu Chengfeng prompted. The group of bosses below scratched their heads and didn't know how to answer. Lu Chengfeng said angrily, it's to make money. Everyone lives in this world to make money. Fighting and hacking are just means. Wouldn't it be better if we could make money without fighting or cutting people? A boss touched his bald head, then suddenly realized and said, Boss, I understand what you mean. You want to turn black into white and lead us onto the right path from now on. Doing legitimate business. Lu Chengfeng said, if you are not shady enough, you are not even qualified to do legitimate business. That's a later story. I just want to ask you, can you control yourself and avoid trouble in the recent period? All the bosses at the scene said in unison, yes. Lu Chengfeng nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Wang Ba said, Boss, I have figured out the situation of Chongqing Group's casino. This casino is called Royal Yaoqi. It is very famous in the east of the city and even in the entire Nanjiang. Brother Long interrupted, Boss, you want to gamble. Didn't you forbid us from gambling and drugs? Wang Ba said, the boss was defeated by them in the east of the city today. We have to fight back tonight. What? You dare to hit our boss? I'm going to chop them up right now. Brother Long jumped up. Others also took out their weapons. Fuck him. That's right. It's outrageous. Except Wang Ba, everyone is ready to go. Everyone, sit down. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his head. Didn't you hear the spirit I just conveyed? What did you just promise me? You forgot already. When Lu Chengfeng lost his temper, everyone was so scared that they dared not speak. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't make sense. You keep saying that you want to be low-key, but you are not low-key yourself. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his head and said, Wang Ba, bring the cash and come with me to smash the place later. Everyone else just sit still at home. Even if I'm chopped to death, you're not allowed to move. Do you hear me? I heard it. Lu Chengfeng added, Lao Hei, go help me with something in the next 2 days. Rent a large room and decorate it like a classroom. Desks, blackboards, ceiling fans, everything has to be exactly like a high school classroom. When all the bosses heard this, they turned pale with fear. Boss, are you going to take the monthly exam? I haven't even started reviewing yet. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. No, 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 this place is for my own use, just do as you are told. On the side, Wang Ba chuckled, boss really knows how to have fun. Half an hour later, Lu Chengfeng brought Wang Ba to the magnificent gate of the Royal Yaoqi. Boss, are we here to give away money or to win money? I haven't heard that you can gamble. Wang Ba couldn't help but wonder. Shut up. Lu Chengfeng slapped Wang Ba on the head. Lu Chengfeng is here. At the gate, the younger brothers from the east of the city immediately stood ready when they saw Lu Chengfeng coming with his most powerful man, Wang Ba. Everyone stood at the door nervously, even their hands were shaking. Oh, Royal Yaoqi doesn't dare to accept gamblers anymore, right? Or just close it down. Lu Chengfeng was walking back and forth at the door with his hands behind his back. But the younger brothers in Chengfeng Company would never dare to let him in. This plague god is not easy to deal with. At this moment, Dou Yi, the nominal boss of Royal Yaoqi, came out. Dou Yi has followed Sang Deshang for many years and is the core backbone of Chengfeng Company, specifically responsible for managing the Royal Yaoqi. When Mr. Dou saw Lu Chengfeng coming with money, his fat face immediately smiled like Maitreya Buddha. In terms of fighting ability, our Chengfeng Company is indeed not as good as you, Lu Chengfeng. When it comes to playing with money, I can cheat you to death. Excuse me, Boss Lu, are you here to pay back the money for Chen Lei? Dou Yi asked with a smile. Let's make a bet first, and then pay him back when we win. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Dou Yi almost died of laughter. The casino is a bottomless pit. Anyone who comes here will die. Here comes the opportunity to contribute to a strong company. Boss Lu looks like someone who will win money. Please come in. Dou Yi bent his fat belly and had a naive smile on his face. Lu Chengfeng looked at the fat man and asked calmly, Abacus Dou, I have something to confirm with you. I, Lu Chengfeng, have no face in the East City, right? Dou Yi smiled wryly and said, Boss Lu, you can't eat face. This place in the east of the city only cares about money, not looks. And if everyone cares about face, won't our market economy be in chaos? Lu Chengfeng laughed, market economy. The interest you charge people is several times higher than the principal. Which country's market economy did you study? Dou Yi said calmly, I'm willing to accept the loss, there's nothing I can do about it. If my father owes Mr. Lu a debt, I will pay it back. Yes or no? Lu Chengfeng nodded, I've been waiting for you to say this. Master Dou, I'm going to go in and play. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back and swaggered into the casino. Dou Yi immediately found a corner and called Sang Deshang, Boss, Lu Chengfeng came to the East City to gamble. Did you find someone to kill him? Sang Deshang sneered, the situation is a bit tense now, you are not strong enough to kill him. But someone will kill him. Just wait, we'll give him a strong dose of medicine later. Sang Deshang's sinister eyes suddenly shone with light. Okay. If he gets away with it, I won't have to live like this anymore. A cold light also flashed across Dou Yi's face. Mr. Lu, here are your chips, a total of 5 million. The beautiful receptionist looked at this newly rising celebrity in Nanjiang with respect. Even though they are the enemy of Chengfeng Company, I really like them. Wang Ba immediately took the chips from the beauty. The casino on the first floor is bustling with games such as Landlord, Baccarat, and Dice. Whatever you want, you can have it. Hey, this dice dealer is pretty good looking. Lu Chengfeng discovered that a female dealer was shaking the dice cup. Every time she shook it, the mountain would shake violently, causing at least dozens of gamblers to gather in front of him. As soon as Wang Ba saw that the boss was interested, he immediately pulled the two gamblers apart. "What are you pulling? Who are you? You dare to touch me in the east of the city, you want to die, right?" The two gamblers swore at Wang Ba. Wang Ba pointed at Lu Chengfeng from the south of the city. The two gamblers immediately shut up. When the other gamblers heard that Lu Chengfeng was coming, they were so scared that they jumped up from their chairs and hid away. The busty female dealer looked at this legendary boss in surprise. So young. So handsome. So pretty. Compared to those short guys in the casino, he's like a god. "Hello, Mr. Lu." The female dealer smiled gently. "Beauty, shake the dice and I'll make a bet with you," Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. "How would you like to play, Mr. Lu?" The sexy dealer was extremely charming and even had a feeling of admiration for Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng put all his chips on it. 5 million, bet big. There was a sudden cry of surprise from the surroundings. In this day and age, losing 50,000 yuan is enough to make people desperate and jump off a building. Okay. He comes here to gamble 5 million. Is Chengfeng Pelong a banknote printing factory? The female dealer looked at Lu Chengfeng in amazement. What a cool move. She's simply an idol. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Beauty, if I lose, the 5 million will belong to your Chongqing company. If I win, I don't want money, I want you to work in my company. How about it? Shake it. I bet big." Lu Chengfeng looked at the pretty face and impressive figure of the sexy dealer. The sexy dealer blushed and said, "Boss Lu, you have to wait until I finish shaking the bet before you can place your bets. I'll just buy the big one." "Beauty, my sixth sense tells me that you're going to get a big one." The sexy female dealer covered her mouth and laughed. "That's not necessarily true." Brush. The female dealer flicked her hand, and 6 dice flew into the dice cup. Snap, snap, snap. The female dealer looked at Lu Chengfeng with her beautiful eyes while gently shaking the dice cup. Snap. The dice cup was placed on the table. "Beauty, give me your hand." Lu Chengfeng held the female dealer's white and tender hand. "What?" Lu Chengfeng kissed her hand gently and said, "Good luck is here, open it." The female dealer smiled and opened the dice cup. The 6 dice are 6, 6, 5, 4, 4, 6. Big. Wang Ba said excitedly on the side. "He is a member of our company," Lu Chengfeng said arrogantly. "Yes." The subordinate pulled the female dealer out and brought her to Lu Chengfeng. "Boss, how do you know she will definitely win? Is he trying to win 5 million from Chingnan boss? On one hand, he gets hacked to death by Chingnan boss, and on the other hand, he gets a high salary by riding the wind and waves with us. How would you shake it?" After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he grabbed a handful of chips and gave them to the female dealer as a reward. "Mr. Lu, please respect yourself." The sexy female dealer acted coquettishly. "Ha ha 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 ha. You don't need to respect yourself if you have money." On the side, the gamblers were drooling with envy. "That's the sexy female dealer we've been thinking about countless times. You can start riding the waves in just a few minutes. I'm so envious." At this time, the famous 6th master of the Royal Yaoqi came over. "Boss Lu has come to our North City to have some fun. Why don't you play a few games with him?" 6th master smiled harmlessly. Lu Chengfeng smiled. The reason why Lu Yi is called Lu Yi is because he is known as the #1 in Nanjiang Casino. His gambling skills were so advanced that some people in the underworld said he had a 6th finger, so he was nicknamed 6th Master. The 6th Master is specially in charge of the Royal Yaoqi, and he is on guard against any experts coming to cause trouble. At this moment, assigned by Suanpan Do, 6th Master came specifically to eat Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile, "6th Master has come out, it seems that Royal Yaoqi is determined to take me down tonight." Suanpan Do brought an abacus over and said with a fake smile, "Boss Lu, feel free to gamble. Although you have no face in our East City, you have credibility. No matter how much Mr. Lu wants to borrow from us tonight, we will lend it to you unconditionally. Thank you. Lu Chengfeng rolled his eyes at Master Dou, then said to Master Lu, how about rolling the 6 dice and seeing who gets the highest number? No problem. How much is Mr. Lu betting? Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, gambling is illegal. How about we not gamble, but just see who's better? If I win, you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Call Chengfeng Company a bastard. Same if I lose. Sixth Master's eyes lit up. If I can force that little bastard Lu Chengfeng to kowtow and admit defeat today, how much reputation will I gain for my Chengfeng Company? Okay. Let's do it. After Master Lu finished speaking, he picked up the dice cup and prepared to shake it. Wait. Lu Chengfeng pressed down Lu Ye's dice cup with his hand. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? Lu Chengfeng said calmly to the audience, I have 3 characteristics. First, I will accept defeat if I lose. If I lose later, I will not deny my debt. With so many gamblers watching, I can't possibly ruin my reputation. What matters is fairness and justice. Does everyone agree with this? Sixth Master laughed and said, if Boss Lu doesn't have this little credibility, then he's not Boss Lu. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, okay, then I will continue. Second, I have a sharp eye. If anyone dares to do anything with the dice or the dice cup, I promise to see through it and catch you convinced. Third, I am narrow-minded. If anyone dares to cheat in front of me, I guarantee that his fate will be worse than Luohan's. His whole family will be the same as Luohan's. I'll put this ugly thing on the table and make it clear, so that no one will complain about injustice and blame me, Lu Chengfeng, for being ruthless. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he stared at Lu Yi. Sixth Master only felt that Lu Chengfeng's eyes were as sharp as knives. How tragically did Luohan die? Not much better than the human pigs in history. At least he is the one who died the most miserably in Nanjiang in recent years. Who wants to be next? The casino belongs to a powerful company, but your life is your own. Master Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and silently threw 4 dice filled with mercury into his trouser legs. Boss Lu, can we start? Let's get started. Lu Chengfeng stared at Lu Ye's eyes. Master Lu raised his hand and 6 dice flew into the dice cup. Click, click, click. Master Lu picked up the dice cup and shook it vigorously for a while. Snap. Open. Everyone was shocked. 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Almost a leopard. Isn't this a win? Ha 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 ha. Sixth Master is indeed a master. Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and laughed. Boss Lu, it's your turn. Okay. Lu Chengfeng raised his hand, and 6 dice flew into the dice cup. Sixth Master was shocked. What a skillful technique. Shake it off. Open. Lu Chengfeng slammed the dice cup on the table. 6 sixes. Really 6? The whole audience was in an uproar. Sixth Master's face turned pale instantly. Ha ha ha. Excuse me, kneel down and kowtow. What? Are you trying to cheat? Lu Chengfeng stared at Sixth Master. The Sixth Master could only kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times to Lu Chengfeng. Chengfeng Company is a bastard. Chengfeng Company is a bastard. Chengfeng Company is a bastard. With tears in his eyes, Mr. Lu cursed his own company 3 times, then stood up crying. The casino manager, Dou Yi, was not angry at all. Instead, he said with a smile, Boss Lu, how about we go to the VIP room on the 2nd floor? These are all low-end games, and it would be embarrassing for you. Okay. Lu Chengfeng sneered, the highlight of the night was about to begin. Wang Ba. Go. Aha. On the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, Wang Ba said excitedly, Boss, where did you learn the gambling skills? Can you teach me? You are simply the gambling god in my mind. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. I cheated. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he threw out a few mercury dice. There were only a few dozen people in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. But they are all well-known figures in Nanjiang City. Many of them are even regional leaders. When everyone saw Lu Chengfeng coming in, they stood up and respectfully called him Brother Feng. Although Lu Chengfeng didn't know them, it didn't stop them from looking at him with respect. The more courtesy you show to others, the less blame you will get. If you are polite to others, you may get beaten less in the future. Boss Lu, what do you think of these two dealers? They are mother and daughter, said Dou Yi with a smile. Lu Chengfeng looked in the direction that Dou Yi pointed, and his eyes were suddenly wide open. A stunning beauty who looks almost the same age. Lu Chengfeng said, I've always heard that Royal Yaoqi has two treasures. Could they be this mother and daughter? Dou Yi smiled and said, that's right. It's rare for Boss Lu to visit our Royal Yaoqi. This is our gift to Riding the Wind and Waves Company. After Dou Yi finished speaking, he said to the mother and daughter, from today on, you will go to Chengfeng to work. Boss Lu will definitely offer a higher salary. The mother and daughter came to Lu Chengfeng shyly. I'm Mom Chengfeng. I am my daughter Qiuyu. Very good, I'll take it. She is definitely the face of the company. All the big guys in the audience were drooling with envy. It's great to have strength. At this moment, a young man from next door stood up angrily. Big Head Dou. I've been asking you for this mother and daughter for so long and you still won't give them to me. What do you mean? Several brothers who looked like second-generation officials behind him also stood up. Wang Ba whispered in Lu Chengfeng's ear, Qin Weiman's son Qin Hao is a glutton, a whore, a gambler, and a traitor. Qin Weiman is worried sick about him. Lu Chengfeng smiled. No wonder Chongqing Company wants to send Chengfeng and Qiuyu to Chengfeng. It turns out that he was waiting for me here. At this moment, Sang Deshang also arrived at the scene. Oh my, today is a great day for our little home. Boss Lu is here, young Master Qin is here too. What's wrong with you, young Master Qin? Who has offended you? The whole audience fell silent. Qin Hao, this playboy, is notorious. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch tonight. Qin Hao pointed at the beautiful mother and daughter and said, I, Qin Hao, have discussed these two with you more than a dozen times, right? Sang Deshang nodded. Did you give it? No. What did you say then? I said this mother and daughter are the treasures of the store, they are not for sale. Then why let them go to work? Are you making fun of me? Snap. Qin Hao smashed a soda bottle next to him to the ground. The atmosphere at the scene dropped to freezing point. Sang Deshang said, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. It's my subordinates who are not doing things properly. After Sang Deshang finished speaking, he looked at Master Dou and deliberately said, Master Dou, what kind of thing did you do? What do you want me to do now? Dou Yi sang a double act, I'm sorry, boss. Boss Lu is famous and powerful, and I was busy flattering Boss Lu. I made a mistake in this matter. Lu Chengfeng smiled coldly. What a great show. Lu Chengfeng suddenly said, since we have done something wrong, do we have to fight? Boss Sang, your little brother is so unreliable. Isn't this creating a rift between me and Master Qin? Should we fight for such a serious mistake? I. Sang Deshang's face trembled. Damn Lu Chengfeng. What a difficult person who always finds ways to deal with him. Sang Deshang was carried up and couldn't get down. He could only say, he deserves to be beaten. Then fight. If Director Qin hadn't said that no trouble was allowed during this period, I would have taught my little brother a lesson for you. Lu Chengfeng said with a sneer. Mr. Dou looked at Sang Deshang with a face full of grievance. Old Sang. You arranged for me to do all this. You can't use me as a scapegoat, can you? Sang Deshang looked at Dou Datu. How can I perform this play without using you as a scapegoat? Hit me. Following Sang Deshang's order, his men immediately pressed Dou Data to the ground. After a round of punches and kicks, Dou Data lay there groaning with blood all over his face. Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng burst into laughter. Master Dou, this is the first beating you've received tonight. There will be another one later. Go wash the blood off your face and wait. Mr. Dou looked at Lu Chengfeng angrily and thought, you'll die later. At this time, Qin Hao said, what's the point of beating this kind of dog to death? The key is what to do with this pair of beautiful women. Sang Deshang deliberately comforted Qin Hao. Mr. Qin, this mother and daughter have been sent to Chengfeng belong. Next time I find something better, I'll bring it to you right away. I just want them both. Qin Hao looked straight into Sang Deshang's eyes and said word by word. At the scene, everyone was so scared that they didn't even dare to fart. How awesome is Qin Hao? With his father Qin Weimin protecting him, he can act arrogantly in Nanjiang. Even the Chongqing group has to bow down to him. Sang Deshang pretended to be helpless and looked at Lu Chengfeng. Boss Lu, what do you think we should do? Lu Chengfeng smiled. Lu Chengfeng almost bent over with laughter. Sang Deshang, Sang Deshang. This is the first time I know you graduated from Beijing Film Academy. What do you think? You don't think I, Lu Chengfeng, am someone who will give in easily, right? The smile on Lu Chengfeng's face disappeared, and murderous intent appeared. In this gambling hall, all the well-known figures in Nanjiang are present. If I give in front of Qin Hao, how can I live my life in the future? Lu Chengfeng had to admit that Sang Deshang's move of using Qin Hao to make trouble was really brilliant. Qin Hao didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to be so tough. He pointed at Lu Chengfeng's nose and cursed, "Fuck you, Lu Chengfeng. You're just a country dog. What right do you have to hang around in front of me? Don't you know who my father is? Qin Weimin. Kneel down if you don't want to die." Several wealthy young men around Qin Hao started laughing. Some of them are sons of vice presidents of the court, and some are sons of directors of the municipal government. They have long been spoiled by gangsters in the underworld. In their eyes, they are the ruling class of this city. And these hooligans in front of them are just dogs in their eyes. How dare a dog like you snatch a woman from Brother Hao? That's right, I'll kill him in a minute. He looks like he's stepping on a sewing machine. Giving him a life sentence is considered lenient. Several young thugs supported Qin Hao and scolded Lu Chengfeng together. Lu Chengfeng came to Qin Hao indifferently. Lu Chengfeng said politely, "Mr. Qin, I have a good relationship with your father. Listen to my advice, just take it today and don't make trouble with me. How about giving each other some face?" Qin Hao was annoyed. "Lu Chengfeng, who dares you to talk to me like that? I, Qin Hao, am putting this out there. If anyone tries to take this mother and daughter away from me today, I will make him quit Nanjiang. Face. You are not worthy of talking about face in front of me." Lu Chengfeng sneered, "So there's nothing to talk about?" "Nonsense. Am I talking to you? I'm ordering you around." Qin Hao snorted contemptuously. Lu Chengfeng smiled and turned away. Everyone thought that Lu Chengfeng must have been afraid of Qin Hao and backed off. But then, Lu Chengfeng suddenly turned around. A punch hit Qin Hao's chest. Bang. Suddenly, Qin Hao flew out like a kite. Snap. Qin Hao smashed a mahjong table to pieces when he landed. Puff. Qin Hao suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Everyone at the scene was stunned. He even dared to hit Qin Weimin's son. Isn't Lu Chengfeng afraid of eating yellow peanuts? How dare you grumble at me, Lu Chengfeng? Don't you even consider whether you are qualified? After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he rushed forward and kicked Qin Hao in the chest. Snap. Snap. Obviously, the ribs are almost broken. Qin Hao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Sang Deshang almost jumped for joy. This move is really brilliant. Qin Weimin said that whoever dares to start a fight within a week will be arrested first. Now Lu Chengfeng not only started a fight, but he was beating Qin Weimin's son. Isn't this a complete death? Lu Chengfeng, Lu Chengfeng. That's the level you're at. Apart from being able to fight, he has no brains at all. However, Lu Chengfeng's next words almost made everyone at the scene lose their souls. Wang Ba beheaded Qin Hao. What? Did Qin Hao? Sang Deshang swallowed hard. Are you crazy? Wang Ba was also confused. Boss, this is Qin Weimin's son. If you kill him, Nanjiang will be stained with blood. Lu Chengfeng sneered, I will let Nanjiang be stained with blood tonight. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he looked at Qin Hao's young friends. Those second-generation friends were so scared that their legs went limp. You guys were really good at scolding me just now, weren't you? Kneel down. Lu Cheng's voice was as cold as ice. What? Making people of our status kneel down in public? A second-generation guy was about to lose his temper on the spot. However, Lu Chengfeng said calmly, I tell you, the better your background, the more you should not mess with people like us. Because we have nothing to lose. If we trade one life for another, we'll make a huge profit. You only live once. Kneel. Or not kneel. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he slapped a second-generation man on the face with the back of his knife. The second generation was so scared that he fell to his knees. The legs of the other second generations went weak and they also knelt on the ground. Snap. Snap. Lu Chengfeng slapped the second generations who were kneeling in front of him one by one. After a while, his hand was covered in blood. Go back and tell your parents that the slapping you gave me today was to teach their son a lesson. Don't come to the casino if you don't have anything to do. If I see you again next time, I will kill you. The whole audience was silent. Lu Chengfeng wiped the blood off his hands, looked at Wang Ba, and said, Wang Ba, what are you still standing there for? Do Qin Hao? Yes. Wang Ba pulled out a sharp knife, came in front of Qin Hao, and was about to cut Qin Hao's neck. You can't kill him. Sang Deshang rushed over and stood in front of Wang Ba. Lu Chengfeng, if you want to die, don't drag us with you. He is Qin Weiman's son. Sang Deshang panicked. Sang Deshang was completely panicked. He originally wanted to stir up the feud between Qin Hao and Lu Chengfeng, and use Qin Weiman to destroy Lu Chengfeng. But I didn't expect that this idiot was going to kill Qin Hao directly. How could he afford to die in his own place? What would happen if Qin Weiman found out that he used Qin Hao as a tool? Qin Weiman can mobilize special police from all over the province to destroy himself. Lu Chengfeng is a madman. Sang Deshang shouted to his men, what are you all still standing there for? Send young Master Qin to the hospital. Sang Deshang's men immediately went forward to carry Qin Hao. But Lu Chengfeng stood in front of Qin Hao. Why are you in such a hurry? I was the one who beat him up, so even if he dies, I'm responsible. Sang Deshang cursed with red eyes, can you take responsibility? He is Qin Weiman's son. If he dies here, we are all doomed. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, it's over, so it's over. Boss Sang, are you scared? Sang Deshang is really a little afraid of this mad dog. Can we save people first? Okay, let's talk about a few things. Lu Chengfeng looked at Master Do. Lu Chengfeng said, your East City Lord Do is a very old bastard. He took 3 million from me in broad daylight today. It's only natural to pay back debts, that's fine, but the problem is that he said I have no face in the East City. I want to ask, do I have any face in the East City? Lu Chengfeng patted his face and looked at Master Do with a grin. Do Yi was completely panicked. Today I got to see Lu Chengfeng's methods. A total mad dog. Do Yi wiped his sweat and said, I'll send someone to deliver the 3 million and Chen Lei's IOU to your company right away. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, am I, Lu Chengfeng, so easy to deal with? I just said, you're going to get a beating. Do you believe it now? Sang Deshang and Do Yi are really convinced. They finally understood that Lu Chengfeng had already made a complete plan from the moment he stepped into the royal Yaoqi. We are counting 5 steps, but others are already counting 20 steps. Sang Deshang sighed and said, old man, kneel down. You are in trouble today. Do Yi had no choice but to kneel down in front of Lu Chengfeng. Kowtow. Lu Chengfeng said lightly. Do Yi was a little embarrassed. What if I don't kowtow? I, Lu Chengfeng, asked you for face during the day, but you didn't give it to me. Do I have to save face for you now? Don't I have any face? Knock. I have to hear the sound every time. Otherwise it doesn't count. Lu Chengfeng pulled a stool and sat down, crossing his legs. Do Yi gritted his teeth and knocked down hard. Boom. The head was instantly broken and blood was flowing out. Keep going. Don't stop until I tell you to. Boom. Boom. Doi kowtowed like a big fat pig. When he knocked the 36th time, he finally passed out. The whole audience was silent. The beautiful dealers hid in the corner, looking at Lu Chengfeng quietly with their beautiful eyes, full of admiration for the king. Sang Deshang said, Lu Chengfeng. Are you satisfied now? I'm not satisfied. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, kneel down too. Kowtow. What? The whole audience was in an uproar. He actually wanted Sang Deshang, who had dominated Nanjiang for more than 20 years, to kneel down and kowtow. Sang Deshang and all his men were immediately so angry that veins popped out. Lu Chengfeng, don't go too far. Lu Chengfeng, you asked Mr. Sang to kowtow to you, aren't you afraid of shortening your life? Do you think that the people in our royal Yaoqi are just eating for free? All the younger brothers of royal Yaoqi jumped up and picked up their weapons. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly, crossed his legs, and looked at Sang Deshang elegantly. Boss Sang, this time you made the first move, and I took it. You don't dare to gamble, right? Either you or not. See if I dare to kill Qin Hao. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he pointed the dagger at Qin Hao's neck. You are a mad dog. Sang Deshang gritted his teeth and finally knelt in front of Lu Chengfeng. Boss. You can't kneel. Boss. We have lost all our face. Boss. If you kneel down, our Chongqing company will lose face. All of Sang Deshang's men knelt behind Sang Deshang, with tears in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed happily. The muscles on Sang Deshang's face were shaking like a sieve. With this kneeling, I, Sang Deshang, have lost all the face I have lost in the past 20 years. Kowtow. Lu Chengfeng shouted harshly. I kowtow. With tears in his eyes, Sang Deshang kowtowed to Lu Chengfeng. Very good. Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and stood up, send Qin Hao to the hospital. Sang Deshang quickly waved his hand and asked his men to carry Qin Hao out. Goodbye, Boss Sang, thank you for your hospitality today. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba walked away arrogantly. Puff. Sang Deshang looked at this scene and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss Sang. Boss Sang, are you okay? Sang Deshang cried with blood in his mouth, go and report to Qin Weiman that his son was seriously injured by Lu Chengfeng. Yes. Lu Chengfeng, I want you to die. Sang Deshang shouted in grief and anger, then fainted. In Nanjiang Central Hospital. Qin Weiman was looking at his unconscious son in the ward, his eyes were so red that they almost bled. Lu Chengfeng. This beast. At least I helped him. Even on the matter of killing the Chen family in the west of the city, he had reached a tacit understanding. He actually did such a deadly thing to my son. Do you really think I'm a freeloader? There were at least 20 police officers standing outside. They all came to comfort Qin Weiman. Director Qin, let's do it. Director Qin, if you don't do anything to Lu Chengfeng, he will become even more arrogant. Director Qin, he didn't hit Qin Hao. He hit you in the face. All police officers are filled with righteous indignation and are ready to take action. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Lu Chengfeng is here, a police officer shouted. Everyone turned around and saw Lu Chengfeng and 11 leaders swaggering into the hospital. Lu Chengfeng. How dare you come to the hospital? Do you really think we dare not arrest you? More than 20 police officers are about to rush forward. Wang Ba and the others immediately stood in front of Lu Chengfeng. Wang Ba, who was dressed in a suit, was particularly arrogant and shouted. More people. Do you believe me if I transfer more people now? Come on, sir. Just try to shoot me in the head. My Wang Ba's head is made of stainless steel. Damn it. Wang Ba, keep a low profile. Even a head of stainless steel cannot withstand bullets. Lu Chengfeng pushed aside the crowd and came in front of the police officers. Sir, I have a cold and a stuffy nose. Is it illegal to come to see a doctor? Do you have to be so nervous? At this time, Qin Weiman's voice came from the ward, "Let him in." The police officers then made way for him, glaring at Lu Chengfeng and watching him walk into the ward. At this moment, Qin Weiman was sitting beside the hospital bed, looking at the unconscious Qin Hao, with his back to Lu Chengfeng. "Director Qin." "Lu Chengfeng. I know someone is protecting you. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? How dare you come to the hospital?" Qin Weiman turned around, clenched his fists and roared. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Director Qin, if you let Qin Hao continue to play like this, he will play you to death." Qin Weiman's expression froze. Lu Chengfeng's words contain a lot of information. Qin Weiman's clenched fists slowly loosened. Qin Weiman understands this disappointing son better than anyone else. He is definitely a dude who is about to embark on a path of crime. But this is my own son after all. I take care of my son. Do I need you to intervene? Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Director Qin, I am not interested in taking care of your son for you. But I am interested in taking care of you. You may not know this yet, but Qin Hao already owes Royal Yaoqi 10 million, with 3% interest. Your annual salary is only 30,000 yuan, right? You'd have to go without food and drink for 300 years to pay it back. And that doesn't even include interest. Director Qin. You've been trapped by Chengfeng Company." "What?" Qin Weiman opened his eyes wide as if struck by lightning. "Are you telling the truth? Then why didn't Chengfeng Company ask me for the debt?" "Director Qin, are you so angry that you are confused? They don't want money, they want an umbrella. If you don't touch them, this 10 million debt will not be exposed. If you touch them, they will immediately use the 10 million to make a fuss. You won't even know how you died." Qin Weiman looked pale, breathing heavily, then sat down dejectedly. This rebellious son. After a long time, Qin Weiman looked up to the sky, sighed and cursed. Lu Chengfeng said, "I think you are aware of the fact that I beat Qin Hao. It was Chengfeng Company that was behind this. They wanted to use you to get me. Those people are completely heartless and treat Qin Hao and you as tools. Director Qin, you have helped me, and I will remember it in my heart. So I want to help you this time, return the favor." Qin Weiman said coldly, "Do you want to help me pay back 10 million? Do you think I will want it? What's the difference between the money I owe you and the money I owe Sang Deshang?" Lu Chengfeng said, "Of course I understand this, and I am not prepared to take out 10 million to pay off your debt. Qin Hao can't stay in the country anymore. He can only go abroad and go to school under a different name. In this way, the 10 million gambling debt will become a bad debt, and they can't do anything to you. I have a channel that can help you get Qin Hao out." Qin Weiman sneered, "Helping me so much? I have to do a lot of things for you, right? Chengfeng Company wants to use me as a tool, aren't you the same?" Lu Chengfeng said, "I am different from them. They used money to blackmail the Qin family, forcing them to kneel down and speak. There is no money involved between you and me, and you stand tall in front of me. This is my respect for you. You can catch me anytime in the future. There's no baggage. Is it clear?" Qin Weiman looked at Lu Chengfeng in surprise. Transparent. This young man is really insightful. How can he have such mature and wise thinking at the age of only 19? Qin Weiman opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Chengfeng carefully. After a long while, Qin Weiman finally asked, "Who are you?" After leaving the hospital, Lu Chengfeng called Bai Jie's office and said, "Teacher Bai, I have cleared all your family's debts. Can you come and take the IOU back?" Bai Jie was surprised and said, "Is it true?" Lu Chengfeng, shouldn't we repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude? Bai Jie said, "How about I treat you to a meal? Or just chat?" "Okay." Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone, looked at the 11 leaders around him, and said, "Wang Ba, Yan Zai, you two accompany me to the east of the city for dinner, and the others can go back." Lao He said, "Boss, it's not safe for only 2 people to accompany you to the east of the city, right? How about sending more people?" Lu Chengfeng shook his head. "This is an extraordinary period. Chengfeng Company will not do anything reckless on a large scale." "Yes." Wang Ba was puzzled. Why did the boss bring Yan Zai with him this time? Among the 11 leaders, Yanzai ranks 5th. He had good fighting ability originally, but his body became useless after taking drugs. Although Lu Chengfeng ordered him to quit, his fighting ability is still not as good as a normal person. But Wang Ba did not dare to question it, so he could only accompany Lu Chengfeng to the east of the city with Yanzi. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng and Bai Jie came to a food stall in the east of the city, ordered some dishes and a case of beer. Wang Ba and Yanzi stood not far away, guarding Lu Chengfeng's safety. Wang Ba was dressed in a suit, looking handsome and tall, with sharp eyes. Yanzai had dyed blonde hair, wore a flowered jacket, held a cigarette in his mouth, and yawned. "This is the IOU, take a look at it and see if it's correct." Lu Chengfeng handed the IOU to Bai Jie. Bai Jie looked at it and said, "Yes." Lu Chengfeng, tear it up, just like you tear up the sufferings of the past, tear it up. Bai Jie seemed to be in another world. "Yesterday, I was so overwhelmed by the huge debt and interest that I wanted to jump off the building." "Are you debt-free today?" Bai Jie was crying while tearing up the IOU. "Xiaofeng, I want to drink with you." Bai Jie, who was reborn, was very excited. "Okay. Let's not go home until we're drunk tonight. Dim lights, sexy beauties, and mellow beer. Romantic. It's really wild." At this moment, a dozen thugs approached with machetes not far away. Although Qin Weimin ordered that no trouble should be caused in the near future, a dozen or so of Sang Deshang's closest subordinates still risked the world's condemnation. Because Sang Deshang was hospitalized after kneeling in the casino. The whole person is completely ruined. The doctor diagnosed it as depression. "Damn you, Lu Chengfeng. My second uncle has been completely ruined by you. Lu Chengfeng. It would be unjust if you don't die." A dozen thugs rushed over shouting. The guests around were so scared that they quickly scattered. Bai Jie was terrified. "Xiaofeng, they are going to chop you up." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "Wang Ba and Yan Zi are here. Don't worry about them. Come, let's drink." At this moment, Wang Ba and Yanzi pulled out machetes from their waists. "Chow. You're looking for death." The two of them rushed up together. Not far away, Wang Ba and Yan Zikan's blood was boiling. Here, Lu Chengfeng and Bai Jie were drinking wine romantically. This scene deeply touched Bai Jie's wounded heart. What a strong little man. Feeling safe. Bai Jie's eyes towards Lu Chengfeng became more and more complicated. After a while, Wang Ba and Yanzi knocked all 10 opponents to the ground, and then returned to a place not far from Lu Chengfeng to continue guarding. At this time, Bai Jie was already staggering. His alcohol tolerance is really average, and his face is as red as a piece of red cloth. "Xiaofeng, I can't do it anymore. Can you take me home?" "Good." Lu Chengfeng helped Bai Jie up. Yanzai and Wang Ba respectfully opened the car door, helped the two into the car, and drove Lu Chengfeng to Bai Jie's house. "Wait for me downstairs, I'll take her upstairs." The car stopped downstairs of Bai Jie's house. Lu Chengfeng picked up Bai Jie and walked towards her house. Yanzai and Wang Ba looked at each other and smiled obscenely. As soon as she got home, Bai Jie lay on the bed and couldn't move. "I want some water. I'm so thirsty." "Okay, wait a moment." Lu Chengfeng found a cup, filled it with some water, and handed it to Bai Jie. "Xiaofeng, please go back. I will thank you again after I have dealt with the divorce." Although Bai Jie has a sexy and hot body, she is very traditional and conservative at heart. Aha. Wow. My goodness, he vomited everywhere. There was vomit all over his chest and bed. Lu Chengfeng frowned, looked at the filth, and said, "Sister, let me help you take a shower." Bai Jie sobered up a lot because she had vomited out all the wine, and said, "I'm fine. Xiaofeng, please go back soon." Lu Chengfeng laughed and said, "Can you sway like this? Don't fall." "I can do it." "Good." Bai Jie struggled to stand up and staggered towards the bathroom. "Sister, don't fall." After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he stood up and left. But after taking a few steps, I heard a bang coming from the bathroom. What followed was Bai Jie's cry of pain. "Sister, what's wrong with you? I fell and couldn't stand up. Lu Chengfeng could only push open the bathroom door and help her out. Just then, the door opened. Chen Lei walked in. Lu Chengfeng. What are you doing in my house so late at night? Lu Cheng said, Chen Lei, don't forget your promise. I've paid off your gambling debts for you. You can divorce Bai Jie now. Chen Lei pretended to be embarrassed and said, but I still have 10 million debts. Lu Chengfeng sneered, are you sure? The triangle eyes can prove it. Then you get triangle eyes here. Good. After a while, triangle eyes came over. Chen Lei said, triangle eyes, take out my IOU. Someone wants to pay me back. Lu Chengfeng looked at triangle eyes and said, Xiao San, are you sure he still owes you money? Triangle eyes looked at Lu Chengfeng. I noticed that there was murderous intent in Lu Chengfeng's eyes. Triangle eyes shuddered with fright. Douyu was beaten so badly that he is still unconscious. Even Sang Deshang was hospitalized for depression. How many lives do I, Triangle Eyes, have to play with him? Triangle Eyes said, Boss Lu, Chen Lei no longer owes me any debt. We are even now. Chen Lei was stunned. Triangle Eyes, didn't we agree that? I agreed to let you go. Triangle Eyes cursed directly, you want to die but I don't. Don't come to me again. Triangle Eyes ran away after saying that. Chen Lei was completely confused. Lu Chengfeng said, Teacher Chen, now that it's clear, you no longer owe any foreign debts, can we get a divorce now? Chen Lei said, you said divorce, so we can get a divorce. What should I eat and drink after I get divorced? Bai Jie is a teacher at school. She earns at least 2,000 yuan a month. She can at least support me. You want me to divorce you? Forget that idea. When Bai Jie heard that this scoundrel refused to agree to a divorce, she got so angry that her eyes turned red. Chen Lei looked at Lu Chengfeng again. Lu Chengfeng, I can see that you are doing well now. You really want to protect her, right? Or you give me 10 million. As long as you give it to me, I will divorce her. If you don't give it to me, haha, I am her legal husband, I can sleep with her and beat her every day. Are you angry? Are you jealous? Chen Lei laughed shamelessly. Bai Jie immediately shouted angrily, Chen Lei, are you still a man? Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, Teacher Chen, it's not that I don't want to spend money, but no matter how much money I give you, you will lose it all overnight. Gambling is a bad habit. I have to help you quit it so you can live a good life. Wait a moment. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he came downstairs and got into his car. Wang Ba said, Boss, I just saw Chen Lei go upstairs. I guess this bastard is not willing to divorce teacher Bai Jie, right? Yanzai said, Boss, if you like that bitch Bai Jie, why don't you just do Chen Lei? Lu Chengfeng looked at Yanzi, did we do it? Are we gangsters? Aren't we? Of course we are not. Lu Chengfeng said earnestly, the above-ground world and the underground world each have their own rules. We killed those hooligans because they are from the same world as us. It's either you die or I live. We can only talk with knives. But Chen Lei is an intellectual, a man of the earth. If we kill people of the earth at will, we will be dead soon. It's like saying that we are a bunch of maggots, stirring each other in the shit. That's fine. The most others can do is cover their noses and avoid us. But if you want to climb onto the dining table, what will be the consequences? Wang Ba opened his mouth wide. What a vivid metaphor. What about Chen Lei? Let him harm teacher Bai Jie. Lu Chengfeng said, gambling is really harmful. I want to help him quit gambling. Otherwise, this family will be ruined. Wang Ba and Yanzi showed admiring looks. The boss's humanity can shine throughout the universe. He obviously cares about Bai Jie, but he still wants to help him complete this family. It's simply love without boundaries. Boss, you've moved me to tears. You've made me understand a saying, loving someone doesn't mean owning them, as long as you see them happy, that's enough. Wang Ba's handsome eyes turned a little red. Lu Chengfeng looked at Wang Ba in surprise, then turned to look at Yanzi. Yanzi, why don't you take Chen Lei out to play recently? Play what you are best at. Got it. Yanzai's eyes lit up. Wang Ba looked at Lu Chengfeng with a confused look on his face. So this is how you help Chen Lei quit gambling. This can definitely be stopped. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ba felt a chill on his back. No wonder the boss brings Yanzai out at night. It turns out that the boss had already anticipated that Chen Lei would not give in. I've already prepared how to deal with him. How do you think our brains compare to theirs? After a while, Chen Lei came down excitedly. Boss Lu, I heard that you sent your men to accompany me for eating, drinking, and having fun. Lu Chengfeng threw a bag of money out of the car. Yes, Yanzai knows how to play. I promise you will have a blast. If you don't have enough money, feel free to ask me for it. Chen Lei quickly picked up the money and said, Boss Lu is really generous. Boss Lu, don't worry. As long as you are sincere to me, I will divorce Bai Jie sooner or later and give her to you. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, well, have fun. Let's go. Thank you, Boss Lu is so generous. Chen Lei waved the money in his hand and walked away proudly with Yanzai. Wang Ba started the car and prepared to send Lu Chengfeng back. Boss, where are we going to rest tonight? Where should I go to rest? Lu Chengfeng was actually a little overwhelmed. Female dealer. Mother and daughter dealers. Boss, do you want to sleep in the apartment in Oriental Garden? Chen Tao's little lover Yuxiaona is still imprisoned there. She is also a stunning beauty. Chen Tao, a country bumpkin, is really lucky. Wang Ba, a straight man, has no feelings for women, but when it comes to Yuxiaona, he can't help but be impressed by her peerless and cold beauty. Lu Chengfeng asked, has she been crying, making a fuss, or even hanging herself these past 2 days? Wang Ba said, she cried and made a fuss, but she didn't have the courage to die. Lu Chengfeng said, keep an eye on her. This woman will be very useful. Good. Boom. At this moment, a Jinbei van came speeding from behind, followed by a sharp sound of sudden brakes. Lu Chengfeng looked subconsciously and found 4 guns sticking out of the car. Wang Ba. Jump out of the car. In this situation, staying in the car is just waiting for death. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, Lu Chengfeng pushed open the passenger door, then used his right hand to drag Wang Ba down from the driver's seat. Bang. Bang. Several bullets instantly pierced the driver's glass and the car door. If Lu Chengfeng's reaction was even 0.1 seconds slower, Wang Ba would probably have been shot in the head by now. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba hid behind the car, avoiding the opponent's shooting. Through the rearview mirror, you can see 4 masked men with guns slowly approaching the car. Lu Chengfeng subconsciously raised his gun and wanted to fight back. This feeling is so familiar. I don't know how many times I've experienced this in my previous life. According to his shooting skills, 4 bullets are enough to kill 4 enemies. But on second thought, he reluctantly put away the pistol. Being too good at shooting is a sin. It can't withstand subsequent ballistic testing. How could a student who had only attended police academy for 10 days have such accurate and incredible shooting skills? Details determine the success or failure of Undercover. Snap. Snap. The enemy continued to shoot as they approached. The car shook violently due to the bullets, and metal sparks flew. Wang Ba muttered to himself, 5, 4, 3. Lu Chengfeng asked, what are you reading? Wang Ba, boss, I'm counting how many bullets they have left in their guns. When they run out of bullets and change their magazines, I'll rush out and kill them. Lu Chengfeng, what if each of them brought 2 guns? Wang Ba, what should I do? Run. Lu Chengfeng said, when I count to 3, I will run south to attract fire, and you run west to the alley, and then we will go back separately. Don't shoot later. Your poor marksmanship is only suitable for showing off by stabbing someone's head at close range. Shooting will only expose your position. Yes, boss. 1, 2, 3. As the words fell, Lu Chengfeng's body suddenly stood up and rushed forward. The moment his hands touched the ground, his whole body shrank into a ball, minimizing the area affected by bullets, and then he rolled forward. After this series of actions, the man was already more than 10 meters away from the car. The key point is that while performing the action, he was also shouting, "I am Lu Chengfeng. Come and kill me. You idiots." Snap, snap, snap. All the firepower was attracted away by Lu Chengfeng. The bullets chased after Lu Chengfeng's buttocks, making popping sounds when they hit the ground. But soon, Lu Chengfeng disappeared into the dark alley. Because Lu Chengfeng attracted the firepower, Wang Ba easily sneaked into the alley. "I'm in the alley. Come on, you idiot." Lu Chengfeng continued to lock himself in the dark alley and provoke. The alley is small and the lighting is poor. As long as the killer walks into the alley, he is sure to kill the other person with his bare hands. However, the killers seem to be afraid of Lu Chengfeng's fighting ability. After shooting in Lu Chengfeng's direction for a while, they got in the car and sped away. The news that Lu Chengfeng was assassinated by a gunman instantly caused an uproar in both the black and white circles of Nanjiang. After returning to the company, Wang Ba directly transferred out all the hundreds of key personnel under his command. Damn it. Destroy the north of the city. Destroy the east of the city. Cut that old dog Sang Deshang into pieces. Other leaders also carried machetes and led their followers to join the headquarters in a menacing manner. The north and east of the city are extremely tense. Sang Deshang mobilized all his men to guard important places such as the Royal Yaoqi. A fierce fight between the two bosses of Nanjiang is about to break out. But the most nervous are the Nanjiang police. Nanjiang is about to receive an extremely important guest. Now the whole city has entered the first-level security stage. If Chongqing Company and Chengfeng Company were to engage in a fight at this time, the impact would be catastrophic. In order to appease Lu Chengfeng, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the second-in-command Wang Guangming personally brought a working group to Chengfeng Company. "Why are you gathering so many people in the middle of the night?" Wang Guangming and his men stood at the gate of Chengfeng Company, full of official authority. Wang Ba held a baseball bat and said arrogantly, "I couldn't sleep at night. I want to go out for a walk to lose weight." "It's not illegal, right, Wang sir?" "Walking. Is this how you take a walk?" Wang Guangming snorted coldly, "Call your boss out." "Wang Ba, our boss is seriously injured. He is receiving treatment." Wang Guangming was a little dumbfounded. A person like Lu Chengfeng would feel that he had suffered a great loss if he couldn't take advantage. Now that he's been severely injured, can he just let it go? This is really troublesome. Wang Guangming could only stand at the door and shout, "Lu Chengfeng, quickly withdraw your people. This is a critical period. If you cause trouble, we will all die. Why don't you come out and say something?" However, Lu Chengfeng did not show up. Instead, more and more people gathered downstairs in the company. There are hundreds of them. This does not include those who have arrived from other places. As long as Lu Chengfeng gives the order, everyone will rush to the north and east of the city. Nanjiang is in complete chaos. Wang Guangming stood at the door, turning around anxiously. About half an hour later, Lu Chengfeng finally came out accompanied by his men. His body was wrapped in bandages, and the red blood stains were extremely conspicuous. "Boss!" All the brothers shouted in unison. Wang Guangming stepped forward and said, "Lu Chengfeng, quickly disperse your men." Lu Chengfeng came in front of Wang Guangming and held up 2 fingers, 2 shots. "I was shot twice. If I don't kill Sang Deshang, how can I calm down my anger?" Wang Guangming said, "Sang Deshang is currently in hospital, so it's not necessarily him who carried out the assassination." Lu Chengfeng sneered. "He is as strong as an ox, why would he be hospitalized? The layout is quite comprehensive. It's completely cleared, right?" Wang Guangming said, "Don't throw dirty water everywhere." Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened, "What do you mean? Say it again for me. Are you here to take sides? In Nanjiang? Apart from you police and Chongqing group, who dares to shoot at me? Now you say it's not Sang Deshang, then it's you, Wang Guangming." Wang Guangming gritted his teeth anxiously, "Don't bring this upon me. Just tell me how we can evacuate the troops." Lu Chengfeng roared, "Tell Sang Deshang to come to the south of the city to see me." Wang Guangming said, "Absolutely not. If Sang Deshang comes, there will be no chance for him to return alive." Lu Chengfeng said, Then I'll go to the north of the city to meet him. Is that okay? If he doesn't feel guilty, he won't dare not meet me. Wang Guangming said, you can go find him, but you can't bring anyone with you. Wang Ba, nonsense. How can we guarantee the safety of our boss without bringing anyone? Sir Wang, you are in the same group with Sang Deshang, right? You are obviously taking sides. Do you really think we in Qingnan can't lift a knife? Wang Guangming wiped his sweat and said, you can bring people, but the number of people must be strictly limited. In the hospital, Qin Weiman stood in front of Sang Deshang's bed. Qin Weiman's face was extremely ugly. Boss Sang, you are already old, aren't you too unstable? You're planning an assassination at this critical moment, what do you want us to do? Are you forcing me to flip the table and lock you in? Do you want to completely destroy Chongqing Company? Sang Deshang, I really didn't assassinate him. I've been suffering from depression these past 2 days and I'm recovering from my illness. Qin Weiman said, who would believe you if you said you didn't assassinate him? Let's go, he has an appointment with you to talk in the Royal Yaoqi. Sang Deshang shook his head, I'm not going. Qin Weiman said, we must go. The brothers on both sides of you are already on the verge of a fight. What if you two bosses don't talk? Are we really going to have 1,000 people kill each other? The street in front of the Royal Yaoqi gate was directly blocked. Everyone knows that Lu Chengfeng was assassinated. And his first target of revenge was the Royal Yaoqi. The most capable forces of Chongqing Group are ready for battle. In order to prevent major incidents, the police also dispatched a large number of police cars to park at the entrance of the Royal Yaoqi. After a while, 2 cars drove quickly to the gate of the Royal Yaoqi. The younger brother from Chengfeng Company got out of the car quickly and opened the door for Lu Chengfeng. When everyone saw how badly Lu Chengfeng was injured, they all gasped. If you want to hit him, beat him to death. Would there be any good in letting him come back alive? It's a big deal. Accompanied by Wang Ba and others, Lu Chengfeng, wearing his coat, strode towards the gate of the Royal Yaoqi. Outsiders entering the Royal Jade Pool must be searched, said the tactless brothers guarding the door. Fuck him. Clear the minion line first and then team up. Lu Chengfeng said coldly without even looking at the other party. Wang Ba and Brother Long went right up and hit the team leader with 2 sticks, knocking him to the ground. The overwhelming aura frightened the others so much that they dared not move. After a while, Lu Chengfeng came to the meeting room of Royal Yaoqi with a menacing look. The 2 brothers Sang Shua and Sang Deshang were already waiting inside. The personal subordinates are on full alert. Chao Sang Deshang. Are you trying to play dirty tricks on me? Lu Chengfeng pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at him. Lu Chengfeng, don't move. Lu Chengfeng. Don't be so arrogant. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang's close subordinates also took out their weapons. Wang Ba directly took out a rifle. Chao. We're going to destroy your Chongqing Company today. Come on. You want to be a hornet's nest, right? The situation is critical. Sang Deshang was about to cry. Why was I taken back to have a gun pointed at my head even though I was already in the hospital? Is it ever going to end? It wasn't me, Sang Deshang, who did it. If I did, I wouldn't be afraid to admit it. Even if I kill you now, you will still say it wasn't me. Lu Chengfeng roared. Sang Shua, however, was as steady as a rock. He sat there and said calmly, everyone from Chongqing Group, get out. The younger brothers were stunned and looked at Sang Shua. Everyone get out. Yes. The younger brothers of Chongqing Company had no choice but to withdraw. Lu Chengfeng pointed his gun at the other party and sneered, you 2 brothers want to fight me in a one-on-one duel, right? Okay. I, Lu Chengfeng, challenge you to a duel today. Life and death is up to fate. Everyone who rides the waves, get out. Boss. Go out. Wang Ba could only wave his hand, lead everyone out of the room, and close the door. Outside, Qin Weiman mobilized almost all police forces over. There were even police snipers stationed on the rooftop. It doesn't matter if a few people die tonight. It doesn't matter even if Lu Chengfeng, Sang Shua, and Sang Deshang died in the house. but large-scale fighting between the two sides must never be allowed. This is the bottom line. At this moment, a car hurriedly drove to the gate of the Royal Yaoqi. The car door opened quickly and Leng Ning got out of the car in a hurry. In the past few days, the working group from the imperial capital has already settled in Nanjiang, mainly to prepare for that major event. As the leader of the security team, Leng Ning had a particularly heavy workload, so she lied to Lu Chengfeng these 2 days, saying that she had returned to her hometown. In fact, she had been busy in the temporary command center. As soon as she heard that Lu Chengfeng had been assassinated, she knew that something bad was going to happen. With his violent temper, it would be strange if he didn't overturn the table. The key point is that many departments above are now keeping a close eye on Nanjiang. If he turns the table over and makes trouble now, even the UN Secretary-General can't save him. I am Lu Chengfeng's woman. I want to go in and persuade him. Leng Ning said. Qin Weimin stopped Leng Ning, don't go in. The fewer deaths, the better. Although Lu Chengfeng was on edge, Sang Shua was as steady as a rock. Sang Shua drank his tea while speaking calmly. Boss Lu, there are no outsiders here now, so we can talk frankly. What on earth are you trying to do by making such a big noise? Lu Chengfeng said angrily, I want Sang Deshang's life. Sang Shua smiled coldly, it's endless, isn't it? You know it clearly in your heart. The killer was not sent by us at all. It's enough if the acting is good enough. Aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat if you wrap gauze around your body? Won't you feel itchy if you apply tomato juice on your body? Sang Shua looked at the scoundrel with great disgust. Sang Deshang looked confused. What's going on? Is he acting? Why didn't I see that? Lu Chengfeng smiled awkwardly. Hee hee, you know what, it's really a bit itchy. Lu Chengfeng scratched his body, then put away his gun and sat down. Sang Shua looked at him with disdain, waiting for him to play his cards. Lu Chengfeng said earnestly, look, my 2 bosses, Nanjiang has now entered the first-level security state. The situation is extremely tense. During this sensitive period, you dared to send 4 gunmen to shoot and kill me in the street. What kind of behavior is this? This is challenging the government's bottom line. It's challenging the authority of the law. Oh my brother. Too impulsive. Too irrational. TSK TSK TSK. Sang Deshang, I emphasize again. I didn't do it. Lu Chengfeng raised his eyes, does it matter? The problem is that the whole world thinks it was you who did it. I. Sang Deshang was so angry that he scratched his head. Can't I wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River? Lu Chengfeng sighed and said, the Nanjiang police have been completely angered by you this time. Hey! If we start a fight now, I don't know how many people will die. Qin Weimin might as well mobilize people from all over the province to wipe us out completely. It's okay for me, Lu Chengfeng. I'm a bachelor with a miserable life. It's okay for me to be wiped out. But the 2 Mr. Sangs are different. With such a large family and wealth, it would be a shame if everything went to zero overnight. I'm so worried. Sang Shua said calmly, stop laying the groundwork, okay? Just fart. I'm annoyed by your expression. I want 10 million. Lu Chengfeng sat up straight. You're crazy because you're poor. So you wanted to blackmail me. Sang Deshang was so angry that he almost jumped out. Boss Sang. The sniper rifles are set up outside. As long as I flip the table first, the hundreds of brothers outside will start a fight, the police will take action, and we will die. How about we give it a try? Die together. Sang Deshang was stunned with shock. Damn it. This beast is actually blackmailing me with my life. Then let's die together. Sang Deshang really couldn't stand this. Sang Shua sipped the tea in the cup and said calmly, forget it, Deshang. If a dog bites you, can you bite the dog back? Take out the money. He has the upper hand this time. He is barefoot and is not afraid of wearing shoes. Brother. Sang Deshang looked at Sang Shua unwillingly. Sang Shua said calmly, during this sensitive period, listen to me. Sang Deshang said unhappily, we don't have that much cash now. Lu Chengfeng said, No, 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 I don't want cash, I want the IOU of 10 million signed by Qin Hao. Qin Hao's IOU. Sang Deshang was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized what was going on, and then he kicked Lu Chengfeng on the leg in anger. You son of a bitch, Lu Chengfeng. You mobilized so many troops and made such a big fuss just to curry Qin Weiman's favor. Can you please have some dignity? Can you please have some character? If you want to flatter someone, you can't give him money yourself. Sang Shua was also stunned, and then he burst into laughter. Lu Chengfeng, ah, Lu Chengfeng. What an exquisite person. So you're determined to hold on to Director Qin's thick legs, right? Lu Chengfeng chuckled, we are all bad guys. It's okay to hurt each other, but we can't hurt good people. In my heart, Qin Weiman is Bao Qin Tian. He is a god. I've got this done. Sang Deshang was so angry that he was shaking, damn it. Like a dog licker. Sang Shua sneered, you are so young, little bastard. To tell you the truth, I asked Deshang to return the IOU to Director Qin a long time ago. You think you will be a good person in front of Director Qin, but I won't do that, right? Boy, I've eaten more than 30 years more rice than you. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, then ask your good brother, has he paid it back? What's the meaning? Sang Shua looked at Sang Deshang. Not returned. Sang Shua's eyes widened. I just wanted to leave a handle so that I can control him. Sang Deshang now feels regretful. Sang Shua was so angry that he closed his eyes. Then, he kicked Sang Deshang on the leg fiercely. I told you a long time ago to have a sense of the overall situation. Don't always use despicable means to deal with the leaders. You just don't listen. No wonder he made you depressed. You'll make me die of anger sooner or later. Outside the royal Yaoqi, everyone was still in a state of high tension. Suddenly, the door opened. The police immediately aimed their guns at the gate. The younger brothers of Chongqing Company and Chengfeng Company also immediately picked up their weapons. However, everyone's pupils suddenly dilated. Sang Shua, Sang Deshang, and Lu Chengfeng walked out with smiles on their faces. They shook hands and greeted each other. What is going on? Am I blind? Brother, this trick of yours is really effective. Well, I'm still very young and need to learn more from Boss Sang. No, you are too modest. I will make you pay back 10-fold or 100-fold. We'll talk about the future later. Ha ha ha. Qin Weiman was extremely nervous, but when he saw this scene, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm warning you for the last time. If you fight again during this special period, I will kill you. Qin Weiman warned. Director Qin, don't worry. Brother Lu Chengfeng and I get along very well. At least during this period of time, we are as close as brothers and will never cause you any trouble. That's right, Director Qin, we are all legal citizens with a sense of the overall situation. Director Qin, I'm sorry to have you mobilize so many troops to come here in the middle of the night. Let's shake hands. Lu Chengfeng took the initiative to extend his hand. Qin Weiman stretched out his hand in confusion. But with a clenched hand, the IOU was delivered to Qin Weiman. Qin Weiman took it out and looked at it, and immediately showed a look of astonishment. In an instant, Qin Weiman understood everything. Exquisite. What an exquisite character. Xiaofeng, it really has been hard for you. Qin Weiman put away the IOU, his words full of gratitude. I, Lu Chengfeng, still say the same thing, good people should not be harmed. Otherwise, I, Lu Chengfeng, would be the first one to disagree. Lu Chengfeng said flatteringly. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang's facial muscles twitched. Dog liquor. I really want to chop this piece of shit into pieces. At this moment, the two of them suddenly felt a sharp chill. The two looked at Qin Weiman and were shocked to find that Qin Weiman was also looking at them. The look in his eyes was extremely cold. There is even a solemn feeling. On the way back, Wang Ba said, Boss, you already knew it wasn't done by Chongqing Group, right? Lu Chengfeng nodded. Wang Ba asked, who did this? Lu Chengfeng said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, it should be that desperado who did it. Wang Ba, try calling Yanzi's cell phone. I guess you can't contact him now. Wang Ba was skeptical and took out his cell phone to call Yanzi. Sure enough, Yanzi's phone was turned off. Something happened to Yanzi. Boss, I don't quite understand the situation tonight. Wang Ba scratched his head. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, something big is about to happen in Nanjiang. Old men like Sang Shua and Sang Deshang are very sensible and would never do anything like assassination. At this critical moment, there is only one person who can do this, Du Jie. Hiss. Everyone at the scene gasped. And I agree with it deeply. Du Jie is another underground force independent of Chongqing Group and Chengfeng Company. This force makes a living by drug trafficking. It is very mysterious and forms its own system. They don't have a fixed territory of their own, and have only a single line of communication between their superiors and subordinates, selling goods in various large venues in Nanjiang. Ever since Lu Chengfeng took control of the south and west of the city, he had issued a strict order that no loose goods were allowed in his yard. Du Jie asked people to convey messages to Wang Ba and other bosses several times, hoping that they would let him go and let his men go in to distribute some of the goods. But they were all rejected. The south and west of the city are not allowed to sell goods, which cuts off half of Du Jie's source of income. How can he not be angry? At this moment, Lu Chengfeng's mobile phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lu Chengfeng answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. If I'm not mistaken, you are Du Jie, right? Ha 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 ha, Boss Lu is not only good at dodging bullets, but his brain works very quickly too. Stop talking nonsense. Is Yanzi still alive? Yanzi is alive, but he's not doing well. If Boss Lu is interested, can you come and see him and discuss some business? Good. Great. I'll send a car to pick up Boss Lu, but I hope Boss Lu comes by himself and doesn't play any tricks, otherwise Yanzi will die miserably. Don't worry. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Wang Ba said, Boss, I'll go with you. Lu Chengfeng shook his head, no, I'll go by myself. The other brothers immediately panicked, Boss, Du Jie is clearly setting up a Dragon Gate formation to kill you. That's right, Boss. Du Jie and his gang are all vicious desperados. And they have heavy firepower. Boss, your life is precious. There's no need to risk it for Yanzi. Lu Chengfeng thought, I am in the light and Du Jie is in the dark. If we don't deal with these drug dealers, the assassinations will never end. And the place is not peaceful. Lu Chengfeng looked at everyone and said, if I, Lu Chengfeng, don't fight for Yanzi today, I won't fight for you in the future. Remember this, everyone for me, and I for everyone. That's it. Late at night, downstairs of Chengfeng Company. A bluebird sedan without a license plate was parked there quietly, with 4 fierce-looking drug dealers standing beside it. They all had tattoos, long hair, and wore army green camouflage pants with bulges around their waists. He looks like a desperado at first glance. Lu Chengfeng, accompanied by many of his men, came to the bluebird car. Only Lu Chengfeng is allowed to board the bus, and he must be searched. The other party said arrogantly. Wang Ba was about to lose his temper when he heard this. Lu Chengfeng stopped Wang Ba and said, do as they say. The other party immediately searched Lu Chengfeng. After confirming that Lu Chengfeng had no explosives or offensive weapons on him, they blindfolded Lu Chengfeng with a black cloth and took him into the car. Wang Ba shouted, if you dare to touch my boss, I will wipe out all your clans. The other party rolled down the window, arrogantly raised his middle finger at Wang Ba, then started the car and sped away. In the back seat, Lu Chengfeng calmly analyzed the car's route. Although the car circled the city many times before leaving the urban area, Lu Chengfeng's mind was extremely clear and he knew the car's route clearly. After driving for about an hour and a half, the car entered the mountainous area on the northern outskirts of Nanjiang. After driving around on the deserted mountain road for another half an hour, we finally stopped at the entrance of an abandoned air raid shelter. Get out of the car. Du Jie's men pushed Lu Chengfeng out of the car and took him into an abandoned air raid shelter. I took off the blindfold and slowly opened my eyes, and what came into view was an extremely large space. Almost all the famous drug-spreading guys on Nanjiang Road are here. There were more than 40 people, some holding guns, some holding knives, all staring at Lu Chengfeng fiercely. Yan Zai was hung up high and beaten half to death. Chen Lei was also tied up and looked powerless. "Boss Lu, you are so arrogant. It's not easy to see you." The famous Du Jie, wearing a white bathrobe, bare calves and slippers, walked out accompanied by two sexy beauties. His face was not as ferocious as imagined, but rather handsome. With his dirty braids, he looked a bit cool and handsome. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "I'm already here, let my people go." "Just let him go if you say so." Du Jie suddenly pulled out an AK-47 and pointed it at Lu Chengfeng's chest. "How much is a cigarette worth? You want my life? Or you can just shoot me." Lu Chengfeng pushed his chest forward and stared into Du Jie's eyes. Du Jie was stunned. Those who have never handled a gun have no idea what it feels like to be pointed at by a gun. There are really not many people who can remain so calm in such a situation. As expected of Lu Chengfeng. No wonder he rose to prominence in such a short period of time at such a young age. "You have courage. I give you this face." Du Jie waved his hand and Yan Zai was let go. "Send Yan Zai and this teacher back to the city. Remember to cover your eyes." "Yes." Yan Zai came to Lu Chengfeng crying and said, "Boss, what virtue do I have to have? I don't have time to accept your gratitude. Go back." "Yes." Yan Zai wiped away his tears. The car drove over, and Yan Zai and Chen Lei were blindfolded and pushed into the car. After Yan Zai and Chen Lei were sent away, a ferocious look appeared on Du Jie's face. "Lu Chengfeng. You should know the consequences of not letting me enter your yard to sell goods today, right? Although you are a person of some importance, I have no choice but to kill you in order to make money. Someone. Kill him." Following Du Jie's order, dozens of his men immediately aimed all kinds of guns and cannons at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "Brother Jie has been in the martial arts world for so many years, how come he doesn't know any of the rules of the martial arts world? Are you a bumpkin? Who are you calling a bumpkin?" Du Jie's men raised their chins and pointed their guns at Lu Chengfeng. Du Jie sneered, "When I was out there, you were still wearing a red scarf. Tell me, what is it about me that I don't understand the rules of the underworld?" Lu Chengfeng said, "I have been the boss of South City and West City for about half a month, right? Has Brother Jie ever come to visit me? Do you take me, the boss, seriously? You want to sell goods in my yard but don't come to visit me. Do you think my place is a place for square dancing?" Du Jie was stunned. He seemed to understand what Lu Chengfeng meant. Du Jie said, "But your little brother said that you will never allow anyone to sell goods in the venue." Lu Chengfeng sneered, "Who would have trouble with money? If you want to be a gangster, you either want to be rich or be shot. You have to walk on the edge of a knife. What kind of money do you make? I dared to wipe out Sang Biao's entire family, so why would I be afraid of a few packets of white powder? Brother Jie, I know you guys are ruthless, but you underestimate me, Lu Chengfeng." At the scene, Du Jie's brothers were intimidated by Lu Chengfeng's aura and were extremely quiet. "To be honest, we have killed people before, but we have never done something as punishable by God as wiping out an entire family." Du Jie opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Chengfeng. "I don't know him well enough." Du Jie said, "Are you really here to discuss cooperation?" Lu Chengfeng said, "What else? Would I risk my life for a little smoker? Is my life, Lu Chengfeng, so worthless? I ignored you before because I felt you never really respected me as the boss. You didn't take me seriously. Fuck." Du Jie laughed, "Your attitude is on the right track. Brothers, put your guns down first." The men immediately put away their guns. Du Jie asked, "Boss Lu, then tell me how you want to cooperate." Lu Chengfeng said, "You can sell the goods in my yard, and I guarantee safety, but the profits must be 50-50. Du Jie immediately jumped up, "Bullshit. You are here to rob. I'll kill you right now. I can still sell the goods. I won't give you a dime." Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly, "Come on. Fuck me. I, Lu Chengfeng, put my words here. Even if I, Lu Chengfeng, die, You won't be able to sell a single bag of goods in my place. Can you imagine how loyal my bosses are to me? I'm telling you, if you kill me, you'll be hunted down by my men all over the world. Disperse? Disperse your mother. Du Jie opened his eyes wide. After being in the underworld for so many years, this is the first time that Du Jie has met such a brave boss. And what he said might be right. Even if he killed him, there was a high probability that he would not be able to go to the south and west of the city to sell goods. Instead, there will be countless troubles. Du Jie said, but the 50-50 split you mentioned is definitely not possible. I am already licking blood on the tip of a knife, and you still want to drink my blood. Lu Chengfeng sneered, bullshit. Who drinks whose blood? Others think that bathing places can make a lot of money, but in fact, anyone who works there knows how hard it is, and if things go wrong, you may even lose money. A bathhouse costs hundreds of thousands of yuan a year in rent, hundreds of thousands of yuan in water and electricity, and hundreds of thousands of yuan in salary for the men and the female technicians. We have to take care of the business, taxation, and firefighting, but those fake-looking guys often come here to get free stuff. You don't feel anything when you run a business with no capital, why don't you try opening one? I spend so much money to maintain a place, and I let you come in and sell goods for nothing. Can you put yourself in my shoes for a moment? Du Jie thought about it and agreed. Am I really going a bit too far? Or should I pay the rent for your place? No. I just want a 50-50 profit. Du Jie gritted his teeth and said, 50-50 is absolutely not acceptable. Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and said, then what's your guess? Du Jie said, it's 80-20. This is my bottom line. If we can't come to an agreement, I'll just flip the table. Crackle. Everyone pointed their guns at Lu Chengfeng again. Lu Chengfeng thought for a moment and said, if I don't bow my head today, you, as the boss, will lose face in front of your younger brother. I can split the profits between the places in the south and west of the city with you 20 hours 80 minutes. But after I conquer the north and east of the city, I will have to renegotiate the prices over there, and it will definitely not be this price. Du Jie's eyes lit up, can you beat Sang Deshang and Sang Shua? Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, who could have believed that I would kill Sang Biao and occupy the south of the city? Brother Jie, it's easy for you to kill me, but do you want to bet your future on me? Ha ha ha. Du Jie laughed heartily, talent. I, Du Jie, have been around for half my life, and there are only a few people I can look up to. Brother, I'll make friends with you. The profit from bulk cargo is indeed much higher than your hard work of fighting and killing. The north and east of the city are typical commercial areas with the most entertainment venues. I look forward to the day when you take them over. Then we can make a fortune together. Lu Chengfeng said, that's great. Brother Jie, you are already 40 years old this year, right? From now on, I will call you Big Brother. Du Jie suddenly felt very proud. Okay, brother. Lu Chengfeng said, I didn't expect that we would get along so well the first time I met you. Brother, I came here in person to discuss business, so why don't you treat me to a drink? You must. Bring us some wine. Let's drink with Boss Lu today. Yes. After a while, a box of XO was brought up. Brother, can you brag? Lu Chengfeng was filled with pride. Have a drinking contest with me. Blow. Two people each held a bottle of XO and blew it down with their heads tilted back. Cool. Brother, a hero recognizes a hero. If you don't mind, how about we pay our respects to one of you? Lu Chengfeng burped. Become sworn brothers. Du Jie thought, how long have I known you and why do I have to bow down to you? But paying a visit doesn't cost money, doesn't hurt, and can add a layer of insurance to the partnership. Why not? Thinking of this, Du Jie almost squeezed out some tears. Brother. Why do you always snatch what I want to say? From today on, we are brothers. Well. I don't ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but I ask to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Good brother. Good brother. Blow another bottle. Blow it then. The two of them drank another bottle of XO and smashed the bottle on the ground heroically. That's great. Brother, I'll arrange a place for you to sell the goods when I get back, and we can make a fortune together. Brother, I really don't want you to leave. Only after meeting you do I know what it means to feel close at first sight. Brother, please stop talking. If you keep talking, I'm going to cry. Come to my place next time and I'll treat you. Okay. Big brother will give it to you. You're welcome, bro. Du Jie held Lu Chengfeng's hand and sent him out of the cave. Brother, you won't regret it when you go back, right? Du Jie said with a wry smile. Brother, what are you talking about? You don't distrust me, do you? Lu Chengfeng looked shocked. Feelings are feelings, and business is business. Big brother, let me be frank with you. If you go back on your word, I'm afraid my brothers won't agree. They might cause trouble in your place. Fires, car bombs, they're really good at it. Hey, why are you still wrapped in gauze? Aren't you shot? Du Jie's attention was attracted by the gauze on Lu Chengfeng's body. Well, I wasn't shot. Then why are you still wrapped in gauze? It has to be wrapped. There's a tracking device inside. What if your men find it? Lu Chengfeng smiled charmingly. Du Jie's expression froze. Tracker. Yes, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Du Jie's pupils dilated. Cheat me. Brother, I'm sorry. Give my regards to your ancestors. Snap. Lu Chengfeng grabbed Du Jie's neck. Cough. Du Jie opened his eyes wide and looked at the other person's harmless smile, and died instantly. Behind him, when Du Jie's men saw their boss being killed, they immediately pulled out their guns. Don't move. At this time, Wang Ba brought at least 100 people to surround all of Du Jie's men. Dry. Lu Chengfeng leaped into the bushes. There was a sudden burst of gunfire. Lu Chengfeng picked up an AK-47 and fired it at the inside. The AK has a strong recoil and the gun line jumps violently. But in Lu Chengfeng's hands, AK's bursts of fire are more accurate than those of ordinary people using a sniper rifle. Almost every shot was a headshot. Anyway, there are so many people here, and we don't know who blew up the head, and we can't trace the bullet back to my head. In less than 5 minutes, all of Du Jie's men were killed. Team wiped out. Hurry, 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 don't just stand there, go in and search the house. Lu Chengfeng is obsessed with thieves. There are more than a dozen huge safes stacked in the cave. Because it is difficult to launder drug money, Du Jie keeps all of his money in the cave in cash. The men pried open the safe and counted the money, and found a total of 200 million in cash. The dog's eyes were blinded by the light. It's a big win. Damn it, drug dealers are really rich. Boss, what should we do with the several hundred kilograms of white powder? Yanzi asked excitedly. Everyone looked at Lu Chengfeng. Of course we're doing Qin Weiman a favor. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile, take all the money away and leave the body and the drugs to the police. After this case, Qin Weiman will be promoted soon. Oh well. Yanzi's eyes became lonely. The others also looked at the pile of white powder with some reluctance. There is no one who doesn't want to make money. Who doesn't know the value of that pile of white powder? We are not good people to begin with, so it is impossible for you to not have desires. When Lu Chengfeng saw that something was wrong, he immediately said, listen to me, everyone. Everyone immediately looked at him respectfully. Cocaine, like gambling, is the most harmful thing to people. We have to ban this stuff in all our places. I'll chop up any boss who allows loose goods in his place. This is conscience. This is your responsibility to yourself. It is also your responsibility to your family. It is also your responsibility to society. Do you understand? Yes. All the bosses could only agree respectfully. Although I haven't followed the boss for a long time, everyone knows that the boss has a strong grasp of his conscience and bottom line. Except for the yellow word. The next morning, Qin Weiman and his core men stood in the abandoned air raid shelter. Qin Weiman felt extremely emotional when he looked at the hundreds of kilograms of white powder and the bodies of more than 40 drug dealers. A man went deep into the tiger's den unarmed and directly destroyed a drug dealer's lair that had plagued Nanjiang for many years. The key is that the credit was given to me. Exquisite. Lu Chengfeng is such an exquisite person. Qin Weiman was so emotional that he couldn't help but swear. Li Guiqing, the head of the criminal police detachment, said, "Director Qin, we checked and found that there were 460 kilograms of white powder at the scene. Du Jie and his core members were all killed. This is the largest drug trafficking case we have uncovered in Nanjiang and even in the East Province." Only. The captain of the criminal police detachment looked at the dozen or so safes that had been pried open. Where did the money go? Of course Qin Weiman also noticed that something was wrong. Qin Weiman looked at Li Guiqing and said, "You are the person in charge of this case, do you understand?" When Li Guiqing heard this, his eyes widened. "Director Qin is taking all the credit on me." Li Guiqing said, "Director Qin, I am so grateful to you. What are you thanking me for? This is the case you solved. It's only natural that you should take care of Lu Chengfeng in the future." The next evening, by the river, Lu Chengfeng drove a truck and secretly met Han Liming at the riverside again. "Chengfeng, I have basically figured out the situation of the orphanage you asked me to investigate last time. That orphanage was most likely a pig farm." "What?" Lu Chengfeng opened his eyes wide. "The so-called pig farm is actually a transit station for trafficking orphans. After adopting or luring orphans to come, they are temporarily placed in orphanages. When they meet buyers who need organs, their organs or the entire person are sold. A piglet can be sold for millions. This beast. How dare he do such a heartless business? Where do you mainly sell it to?" "Southeast Asia. Their interest chain has extremely strict confidentiality measures. If you don't get in from the inside, you can't get to the bottom of it." "I understand. I will speed up the undercover process." "Oh, and you guys drive the truck away. Whose house did you rob again?" "Poison J." Hiss. Han Liming took a breath of cold air. He had heard of Du Jie's reputation in the criminal investigation division of the provincial department. He was definitely a cruel and insane person. "How much did you pay this time?" 30 million. There are also several hundred kilograms of white powder. The Nanjiang Municipal Bureau will report to you." Han Liming was deeply moved. "Chengfeng, you have worked hard. In the future, try to do less of these unplanned tasks. Safety comes first." Lu Chengfeng took a puff of cigarette. "Who isn't afraid of danger? But what can I do? The heavy responsibility in my heart leaves me no choice. Director Han, I won't say any more. I have to go back to the company to attend literacy classes." Han Liming wondered, "Literacy class?" Lu Chengfeng said, "Yes, the younger brothers in my company are not well educated. I want to teach them to study more, cultivate good moral sentiments, and stay away from vulgar tastes. Fighting crime is only a temporary solution, prevention is the root cause, isn't it?" Han Liming was so moved that he said, "You are a wonderful person." The 9th floor of Chengfeng Company. A large open room was directly converted into a classroom by Lao He. Blackboard, chalk, ceiling fans, desks and chairs are all available. On each desk is a first-grade primary school textbook and a grid exercise book. All the prominent bosses of Chengfeng Company were sitting in the classroom at this time. Ah. Really set up a literacy class. Now is the golden time. Either drink, dance in the dance hall, or sleep with a girl. Now it has become a class. The bosses are going crazy. "Brother Feng, someone broke into my place, I have to rush over to deal with it now. Brother Feng, there might be a fire in my house, I have to go put it out. Brother Feng, I'm afraid I've been cheated on. I'm going to kill that pretty boy. Brother Feng, I feel like I have a terminal illness." Brother Long brought a group of bosses and surrounded Lu Chengfeng's desk, finding all kinds of excuses. Lu Chengfeng silently pulled out a machete from the desk. "Who will leave this classroom and try?" Everyone's heads shrank and they immediately returned to their seats. At this moment, the crisp sound of high heels was heard. "The teacher is here." When everyone saw this, they fell silent. Teacher Bai Jie. Bai Jie is dressed particularly stylishly today. Black tight suit skirt, white silk shirt. The temperament is extremely elegant. The body is extremely coordinated. It is the perfect combination of the gentleness and enchanting sexiness of a good wife. Lu Chengfeng held his cheek with his left hand and twirled a pencil with his right hand, recalling every detail of his student days. Boss, I promise to study hard in the future. Yeah, this way my efforts are not in vain. Boss, for the first time in my life, I fell in love with learning. Yeah, I hope you keep your promise. Lao Hei, can you please stop smoking during class? My eyes are so smoked that I can't open them. How can I study? Okay, it's gone. Gozheng, can you please put away the machete? It hit my foot. I know. Wang Ba, you are the discipline committee member. If anyone is late for class, you will chop him up. Roger that, boss. Lao Hei, you will be the study committee member. Boss, let me die. At this moment, Leng Ning also came outside the classroom and looked at Lu Chengfeng's handsome face quietly. She really couldn't figure him out. You say he is bloodthirsty, but that's not wrong. He is sinister and vicious, with a lot of bad intentions. You say he is an unforgivable criminal, but that is not accurate. I have never seen him bully good people, nor have I seen him make money by doing something unscrupulous. Apart from his love of running bathhouses, he would never touch upon serious crimes such as gambling, drugs, and human trafficking, nor would he allow his subordinates to do so. It's becoming increasingly incomprehensible. While he was deep in thought, a special communication phone in the condensation bag vibrated. This is a communication tool dedicated to the intelligence system, which pushes sensitive intelligence information of the day every day. Leng Ning took it out and looked at it as usual. Special agents stationed in Dong province will rush to Nanjiang in the near future. Suspected assassination of the person in charge of the Riding the Wind and Waves Company. Intelligence accuracy level A. Information urgency level B. Intelligence processing requirements C level. Leng Ning frowned. Why did foreign special forces rush to Nanjiang during this sensitive period? Are they really here to assassinate Lu Chengfeng? What's the reason? He is just a gangster. Is it worth it for a professional agency to assassinate him? Leng Ning put away his work machine and left in a hurry. Get out of class dismissed. 45 minutes later, Bai Jie finally finished tonight's class, and her back was wet from nervousness. I have already left you homework. Remember to hand it in during the next class. The boss sitting in the first row, no, the student, please be responsible for making this week's Blackboard newspaper. Okay, Mr. Bai. By the way, what is a Blackboard newspaper? Bai Jie looked at Lu Chengfeng for help. What kind of students are these? It's a sin. Lu Chengfeng came to Bai Jie with a smile and said, Teacher Bai, your salary at the university is too low. Why don't you just come to my company and be a full-time teacher? I can pay you in one day what you would make in a year at college. Look at these lovely students. They love your class so much. They are so quiet. Bai Jie looked at the so-called students in the classroom. Is there a good person here? Where are your eyes looking at? If Lu Chengfeng wasn't in charge, who would dare to come in for class? Moreover, in the past few years, Bai Jie has been chased for debt by loan sharks every day and has had enough of the life of displacement. The stable job at the university was her only security, and she dared not give it up. Xiaofeng, thank you for your kindness. I really like working at the university. Although the salary is a little less, it is guaranteed and safe, and the students there are easier to teach. Okay, it's up to you. Then continue to come to my place to take part-time classes next week. Lu Chengfeng did not force Bai Jie. Lu Chengfeng turned around and looked at all his classmates. The homework assigned by the teacher must be completed on time. I will chop anyone who fails to complete it. You can get out now. Whoosh. The students grabbed their machetes and fled the classroom in a hurry. Teacher Bai, thank you for coming to class today. You can go to the finance department to get the tuition fee yourself. You can get as much as you want. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. Bai Jie's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Where has Chen Lei been these 2 days? I heard that you sent your men to accompany him out to relax. Yes. I'm helping him quit gambling. When Bai Jie heard this, she looked at Lu Chengfeng with resentment. Chen Lei's problem is not just gambling, the key is that he has a very bad character. Even if I quit gambling, I don't want to spend a single day with him. Is Lu Chengfeng a stupid kid? I'm afraid this marriage really can't be divorced. When Bai Jie thought of Chen Lei's clingy and scoundrel look, her beautiful eyes were filled with melancholy. Don't worry, Mr. Bai, I will solve everything for you. Xiao Feng, you don't understand. Although it is said that money makes the devil work, Chen Lei is worse than a devil. You can't handle him. There's no one I can't deal with. Lu Chengfeng vowed. It's not that I don't believe in your ability, but I know his character too well. Goodbye, Xiaofeng. Bai Jie left after she finished speaking. Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly. At this time, Wang Ba walked to Lu Chengfeng's side. Boss, my subordinates reported that Sang Shua and Zhang Sichuan were secretly drinking tea, probably planning something about the project. Lu Chengfeng raised his head. Everything else is trivial. The 10 billion project in Zhang Sichuan's hands is the key to whether he can break into the Sang Shua criminal group. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Yes. In the elegant Yipentang tea house, the manager was standing in the lobby. Sang Shua's 4 personal subordinates were pacing back and forth in the lobby to prevent anyone from rushing up and disturbing their boss. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Baxiao walked into the tea house lobby in a heroic and high-spirited manner. When the 4 personal subordinates saw the 2 arrogant and domineering characters Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba coming, they immediately became extremely nervous. The tea house lobby manager walked forward and said coldly, "Go out. The tea house is not accepting guests tonight." Then why wasn't the door locked? We have distinguished guests coming to our tea house tonight. They have reserved the entire place for us. All outsiders, please leave immediately. It's covered. Where's the contract? Do I need to show the contract? The lobby manager looked at the 2 young men in front of him with disdain and said arrogantly, "Do you have to sign a contract to drink tea in your house? Do you know who is drinking tea in there? Can you bear to disturb the distinguished guests? Get out." The lobby manager thought that it would be a great confidence for a big shot like Sang Shua to come to his tea house to drink tea. Hit him. Lu Chengfeng said calmly. Wang Ba grabbed the manager by the collar and slapped him in the face. "Do you know who you are talking to?" Snap. Another slap. "Can I come in?" "Yes, yes." The manager covered his face in pain. Lu Chengfeng smiled coldly and took Wang Ba directly upstairs. Sang Shua's 4 bodyguards quickly followed. In the tea house box, Sang Shua and Zhang Sichuan drank tea while discussing issues related to the construction of the West City University town. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng pushed the door and walked in. "Boss, we originally tried to stop him from," the bodyguard explained nervously. "It's okay, you guys go out first." "Yes." Sang Shua looked at Lu Chengfeng. I wasn't surprised by Lu Chengfeng's sudden appearance. After all, the entire Nanjiang is now paying attention to the construction of the West Campus of Nanjiang Normal University. Zhang Sichuan rubbed the scar on his head from the day before yesterday and sneered, "Hey, Boss Lu, do you want to serve me tea and water? How about you kneel down and apologize, and I'll give you some work to do." Because he had the towering tree of Sang Shua as his backer, Zhang Sichuan's attitude was extremely arrogant. Sang Shua sneered and said, "Boss Lu is very powerful now. He even dares to blackmail my Chongqing group. Si Quan, be careful, someone might blackmail or kidnap you." Zhang Sichuan sneered softly, "What a dwarf mule. How can a society ruled by law still tolerate these cockroaches crawling around?" As outstanding and successful middle-aged people, Sang Shua and Zhang Sichuan each wear a suit worth several thousand yuan, and they exude a mature and steady aura. On the other hand, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba did not wear formal clothes today, just simple jeans and t-shirts. And because of his youth, he looked particularly immature standing in front of Sang Shua and Zhang Sichuan. Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Sichuan. "Zhang Sichuan, I came to see you today to give you a chance to talk to me while standing. If you don't seize this opportunity today, you'll have to kneel down and talk to me in the future." Zhang Sichuan laughed loudly. Lu Chengfeng, when it comes to fighting and chopping people, you might be a good hand. But in the eyes of us successful people, you are like a dog, you know. Oh, you may not have read much, let me teach you something. Dog meat cannot be served at a banquet. Sang Shuo laughed loudly. Si Quan, he is a wild dog from the countryside. If he enters our city, he will bite people. Zhang Sichuan showed a frightened expression. Oh hey, boss Sang, you reminded me. I'm so scared. Will he bark and bite me? What are you talking about? Wang was so angry that he kicked over the tea table. Wang Ba, we are facing a senior intellectual. We cannot use violence casually. We must convince him with reason. Lu Chengfeng stopped Wang Ba, and then said to Zhang Sichuan, Principal Zhang, don't worry, Nanjiang is in an emergency now, I won't kill anyone. But I'm telling you, within 24 hours, I will politely make you kneel before me and bark like a dog, willingly. The next day at noon, Bai Jie suddenly called Lu Chengfeng. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Teacher Bai should talk to me about something, right? Just tell me directly. That Zhang Sichuan is so disgusting. He came to me early in the morning and said he would fire me immediately. He said I have a good relationship with you, and he just wants to mess with me. I'll show you. This incident was caused by me. Don't worry, he can't fire you. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Yanzi, come here. Boss, what do you want me to do? Yanzi immediately ran to Lu Chengfeng. Is Chen Lei doing well these days? I'm dying. Well, it's really good. Zhang Sichuan is so arrogant, go to the normal university now and give him some eye drops. Got it. When Yanzai heard that there was going to be trouble, he immediately beamed with joy. Don't make a big deal out of it. These are extraordinary times. Don't worry, boss. I used to have a nickname, but you may not know it yet. What's that nickname? Shrew. Why is she called a shrew? During the Songkran festival, I poured water on women and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Later, I was nicknamed a shrew. Can this also be sentenced to 3 years? I poured boiling water. I should sentence you to life imprisonment. At noon, Yanzai brought a dozen of his men, each carrying a school bag, and walked into Nanjiang Normal University with their heads stretched out. When the guard saw it, he immediately got angry. How can this be a student? They all have dyed yellow hair and tattoos. With a cigarette in his mouth. The machete has cut through the school bag and is about to show through. Stop right there. The security captain quickly ran out of the security room and stopped Yanzai and others. Why are you yelling? Did you know that you attacked my eardrum? Believe it or not, I'll make you pay for it. Yanzai held a cigarette in his mouth and pointed at the security captain's nose and cursed. The security captain asked, What are you going in for? Study. Bullshit. Do you look like you're studying? Our company is about to have a monthly exam, and the study schedule is very tight. What's wrong with us coming in to study? You are not a student of this school and you cannot enter. Get out of here. Bang. Yanzai punched the security captain directly in the face. Suddenly, the security captain's face was covered in blood. In the security room, when the security guards saw their boss being beaten, they all rushed over. A dozen security guards faced off against a dozen Yanzai and his men, which immediately attracted a lot of onlookers. Yanzai yelled like a shrew, You are just a security guard at the gate, and you may not even know as many words as I do. Everyone, get out of my way. I want to go in and study. You are not a student of our school, you just can't come in. Yanzai immediately said, If you're not a student, you can't go in, right? Then let's check your student ID now. Those with student ID can enter. No one is allowed in without anything. More than a dozen of Yanzai's men blocked the door. At that time, universities were open and anyone could enter. Besides, who usually carries their student ID with them? It was lunchtime and hundreds of people gathered at the door in an instant. The director of Qingdong police station rushed to the scene with 4 police officers. When the director saw that it was Yanzai, he immediately frowned. She has a bad reputation and is very difficult to deal with a typical troublemaker and shrewish personality. And the key is, he is Lu Chengfeng's man. During this sensitive period, Yanzai came to the east of the city to cause trouble for no reason. This must be handled with caution. Yanzai, I'm from the East City Police Station. Please give me some face and stop making trouble. The director walked forward. Why should I give you face? Yanzai walked forward, pushed the other's chest, face to face, extremely arrogant. What are you doing? Several police officers immediately came up and surrounded Yanzai. Yanzai raised his hands. Everyone, please see clearly, I didn't do anything. I, Yanzai, am just eager to learn and want to cultivate my sentiments in the palace of knowledge. But these bastards look down on me. They look down on a cultured person like me. Well-mannered. The subordinate reminded. Yes, a well-mannered and ambitious young man. The director angrily shouted, how can you be so polite when you look like a dead man? Why on earth did you come here to cause trouble? I just want to go to class. I want to learn culture. I want to become a person who is free from vulgarity. It looks like the real thing. The director waved his hand and prepared to arrest people. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Yanzai's close subordinates came to the scene with hundreds of his men. Such a huge momentum. Everyone has a ferocious look on their face. The baseball bat in his hand made the iron railings on the roadside buzz. Forehead. Now the director finally understood everything. This trouble was not just Yanzai's personal behavior. This is Lu Chengfeng's organized attack against Nanjiang Normal University. This is not something that a mere director like me can handle. The director immediately called Zhang Sichuan and told him the situation on the scene. The director also specifically explained that this is a critical period and whichever unit has problems will be held accountable, and if things go wrong they may even be dismissed. Zhang Sichuan didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to be so shameless, and immediately called Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng. Tell your people to retreat immediately. Do you think I will give in if you use such a despicable method? I'm telling you. There's no way. Don't even think about the project at the West City campus. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, ouch. Zhang Jiaoshou is ordering me to withdraw my troops. What if I don't withdraw? Zhang Sichuan, what do you want? Lu Chengfeng said calmly, they are all students of Teacher Bai Jie. As long as Teacher Bai says a word, they may withdraw. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Zhang Sichuan quickly ran to Bai Jie's office and found Bai Jie. At this moment, Bai Jie was standing in front of the window looking at the people at the school gate. He knew that Lu Chengfeng came to support him. Although they were all gangsters, Bai Jie actually felt a strong sense of security. That is a sense of security protected by powerful strength. Teacher Bai, please quickly inform the people at the door to disperse. Zhang Sichuan still spoke in a commanding tone. Bai Jie looked at her boss and said calmly, I don't know them either. Zhang Sichuan could only lower his attitude and said, let's not beat around the bush. Lu Chengfeng is trying to put eye drops on me. I was wrong before. Just teach here and I won't target you anymore. Okay. Then I'll give it a try. Bai Jie and Zhang Sichuan arrived at the school gate together. As soon as Yanzai saw Bai Jie, he immediately shouted to his hundreds of subordinates, Master is here, quickly bow. Hundreds of people bowed to Bai Jie and said, hello, teacher. This whole scene made Bai Jie smile. Please disperse quickly and don't disturb the order of the school. Bai Jie tried to persuade them. Yes. Master. Yanzai waved his hand, and hundreds of his men dispersed instantly. The hundreds of people watching at the scene were stunned. Teacher Bai has such great energy. How could he give orders to such difficult villains? Everyone looked at Bai Jie with admiration. Feeling these gazes, Bai Jie actually felt a sense of honor from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Sichuan looked at Bai Jie coldly. How am I, Zhang Sichuan, worse than Lu Chengfeng? I am a doctor, a core figure at Nanjiang Normal University, and I hold a high position of power. In your heart, I am not as good as that short mule Lu Chengfeng. You are a world away from him. Bai Jie said courageously. Remember this, Lu Chengfeng will be killed soon, wait and see how I deal with you then. Zhang Sichuan said this and left the scene angrily. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba hid in a green belt in a villa area. Zhang Sichuan parked the bluebird at the door of the villa, looked around to see that there was no one there, and then opened the door. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba rushed forward at lightning speed. What are you doing? Zhang Sichuan never expected that Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba would appear in front of him. Don't worry, intellectual, we are not here to kidnap you, we just want to visit your little golden nest. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba squeezed directly into the house. Zhang Sichuan looked nervous and could only follow him into the house. At this moment, a soft and sexy voice sounded from the second floor of the villa. Si Quan, you're back. Lu Chengfeng and Wang Ba looked upwards and were so dazzled that they couldn't open their eyes. Sexy. Elegant. Absolutely beautiful. How could there be outsiders? The stunning beauty was startled and immediately hid in the bedroom on the second floor. Lu Chengfeng smiled at Zhang Sichuan and said, Old Zhang, you are really good. Your mistress is so pretty. Lin Fangfang, the campus beauty of Nanjiang Normal University, has a beautiful face like a child. As soon as she entered school, she shocked the whole school with her beauty and sexiness. Because of her family's poverty, our great Zhang Jiaoshou used both kindness and force to keep her as his lover. I just gave birth to a son, am I right? Zhang Sichuan's expression was extremely ugly. How did you find this place? Lu Chengfeng said calmly, it's not important. This villa is worth millions, right? Was it given to me by someone else? If I'm not memorizing the legal provisions correctly, accepting a bribe of 100,000 yuan would mean more than 10 years, right? Lao Zhang, this villa alone is enough to sentence you to life imprisonment. Zhang Sichuan argued, this is someone else's villa. I'm just renting it out temporarily. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, really? After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he lifted up the coffee table and found the secret compartment underneath it. Reach out and pull, and the secret compartment opens. It's full of cash. At least tens of millions. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, you didn't borrow this money, did you? Zhang Sichuan's face was instantly covered with beads of sweat. If these things are exposed, we will be shot. Zhang Sichuan is going crazy. My hands are sweating. Not many people know about this place. How did you know it? Zhang Sichuan's voice was trembling. Lu Chengfeng chuckled. In his previous life, in 2004, Zhang Sichuan was sentenced to death for taking bribes, and the entire case was made into a legal education film and made public to the whole society. It was at that time that Lu Chengfeng knew all the details about Zhang Sichuan. Although the world he was reborn into is a parallel world and some information is deviated and missing from the real world, fortunately, Zhang Sichuan is still the same Zhang Sichuan. Don't ask this. The problem now is that you are already a dead man. Lu Chengfeng stared at Zhang Sichuan fiercely. Zhang Sichuan was sweating profusely. If the secret in the villa is exposed, you will definitely end up like a peanut. From this perspective, I am really a dead person. I told you last night in the tea house that you have to kneel before me within 24 hours. Did I keep my promise? Lu Chengfeng sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said elegantly. Zhang Sichuan's whole body was shaking like a sieve. Finished. It's all over. His vital point was firmly grasped by Lu Chengfeng. Upstairs, Lin Fangfang felt that the atmosphere downstairs was not right, so she walked down. Sexy and elegant. Who are Lao Zhang and the others? Are they okay? Lin Fangfang came to Zhang Sichuan and snuggled up to him. It can be seen that although the two have an age difference of nearly 30 years, Lin Fangfang loves Zhang Sichuan very much. This is not difficult to understand. With such a prominent identity as Zhang Sichuan, which girl wouldn't love him? I'm your relative. Lu Chengfeng suddenly put on a smiling face. Wang Ba was confused. Just because someone is sexy and beautiful, you become a relative. Lin Fangfang wondered, relatives? Yes, I won't hide it anymore. I am actually Zhang Sichuan's distant cousin. Normally, I should call you sister-in-law. Real. If you don't believe me, ask my cousin. Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Sichuan. Zhang Sichuan said unhappily, yeah, a poor relative from the countryside. Lin Fangfang couldn't help but glare at Lu Chengfeng with her beautiful eyes. Zhang Sichuan is a high-ranking official with great power. He often says that his relatives from the countryside always come to him to ask for jobs. Today I actually found this place. Lin Fangfang leaned her pretty face on Zhang Sichuan's shoulder and said softly, hubby, it's so late, let the outsiders leave early. Zhang Sichuan gently caressed Lin Fangfang's hair and said, you go up first. I have something to talk to my cousin about. It will be over soon. Okay, then hurry up. Lin Fangfang could only get up. Goodbye, cousin. Lu Chengfeng had an innocent smile on his face. Lin Fangfang glanced at her coldly, twisted her seductive figure, went back to the second floor, and slammed the door shut. Lu Chengfeng looked at Zhang Sichuan again and said, cousin, I have been asking you for something, please see. No, cousin. I'm not that close to you. Zhang Sichuan was at a loss. Lu Chengfeng said, why don't you kneel down now and let my cousin come down to see you kneeling in front of me? There was a cold light in Lu Chengfeng's eyes. Zhang Sichuan looked at Lu Chengfeng. Zhang Sichuan just felt his scalp numb. He never expected that things would turn out like this. If you don't kneel, you will die. But do I, Zhang Sichuan, have to kneel to him for the rest of my life? No. No. What is my status as Zhang Sichuan? Who does he think he is? Suddenly, Zhang Sichuan had an idea in mind. Zhang Sichuan said, brother, my life is in your hands now. I have no choice. I agree to the project. Zhang Sichuan said words of submission, but a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Unfortunately, this cold light could not escape Lu Chengfeng's precise capture. Lu Chengfeng said, kneel down. Kowtow. Zhang Sichuan's face turned pale, I promised you. I said this in the tea house last night, do you think I farted? I will only cooperate if you kneel down. If you don't kneel, I'll turn around and leave. Zhang Sichuan gritted his teeth and knelt down in front of Lu Chengfeng. Ha 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 ha. Very good. Zhang Jiaoshou, the way you kneel in front of me is especially pleasing to the eye. Zhang Sichuan said angrily, don't tell anyone about my villa. I will agree to whatever you say. Lu Chengfeng patted Zhang Sichuan's fat face, you're not going to play tricks on me, are you? Zhang Sichuan shook his head decisively, no. Lu Chengfeng sneered, if you dare to play tricks on me, I guarantee that Lin Fangfang will soon become a widow. Lu Chengfeng patted Zhang Sichuan's face and left the villa with Wang Ba. After getting in the car, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but look back at the second floor of the villa again. In the villa, Zhang Sichuan sat on the sofa and smoked half a pack of cigarettes before he calmed down. The only way to get rid of Lu Chengfeng's threat is to silence him. Let this secret of the villa remain buried underground forever. After much thought, Zhang Sichuan called Sang Shua. Boss Sang, something happened to me. What's wrong? Lu Chengfeng knows some sensitive things about me. He is blackmailing me. What evidence did he catch on you? It's a big deal to me. If you don't make him shut up, I will definitely not be able to help you with the project. Boss Sang, you can do whatever you want. Sang Shua was silent. After a while, Sang Shua said, let's do this. I recently got a poison imported from abroad. It is colorless and tasteless. It can only be effective when mixed with alcohol. And it will not cause death until the next day. Even the forensic doctor cannot find the cause of death. I'm going to invite him to dinner right now. You can come and poison him on the spot. All right. Silence him. What a thug. Zhang Sichuan's eyes were filled with hatred. The next afternoon, Sang Shua called Lu Chengfeng. Brother Chengfeng, are you free tonight? Boss Sang, do you want to treat me to a meal? Sang Shua said, brother, you are really smart. How about we treat Zhang Sichuan to a meal together? Lu Chengfeng laughed and said, what kind of routine is this? Sang Shua said, brother, let's see things more clearly. There is no end to the money to be made in this world. You see, we're fighting so hard and making such a big noise. If things go wrong, it might just be the other side that benefits. If the two of us join forces, who in Nanjiang would dare to bar their teeth at us? Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, great. If we fight, both sides will suffer, but if we cooperate, both will prosper. I agree to this dinner, but you can ask Zhang Sichuan to bring Lin Fangfang along. Okay. The two sworn enemies of Nanjiang bosses actually wanted to have dinner together. This matter attracted the high attention of the police. If it turns into a Hongmen banquet, and the two bosses overturn the table, the bloodbath will be out of control. In the evening, the police sent a large number of police forces to Sang Shua's private villa early. In name, it was to protect the safety of the two bosses, but in reality it was to warn both sides not to cause trouble. Zhang Sichuan and Lin Fangfang also rushed to Sang Shua's private villa. This was Lin Fangfang's first time attending Zhang Sichuan's dinner party, and she heard that the host was Sang Shua, a famous boss in Nanjiang, so she paid special attention to her dress. Blue evening gown with a V-neck and slit hem. The white and slender goose neck looks like a noble white swan. With extremely fair skin and a perfect figure, she is simply the most dazzling focus of the whole audience. As soon as Lin Fangfang got out of the car, she amazed everyone in the villa. The moment she saw this mysterious villa, Lin Fangfang was also amazed. What a magnificent villa! Security guards everywhere. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang, two famous bosses in Nanjiang, actually stood at the door to greet them personally. The police actually took it so seriously. Women naturally admire strength, so such a scene couldn't help but make Lin Fangfang feel comfortable. Lin Fangfang was enjoying this respect. 8 black Mercedes-Benz drove into the villa. How can ordinary people afford a Mercedes-Benz these days? There were 8 of them at once. How arrogant. Lin Fangfang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but be attracted by this domineering convoy. 8 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly stopped in front of the main building of the villa. 4 men in black suits got out of each car and stood respectfully on both sides of the convoy. What a grand ceremony. Boss. As Wang Ba opened the car door himself, Lu Chengfeng, dressed in a suit, got out of the car calmly. Lin Fangfang was shocked. Isn't that my cousin? Lin Fangfang looked at her cousin with great shock in her beautiful eyes. With the arrival of Lu Chengfeng, the scene suddenly became noisy. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang, along with a group of their men, came to the Mercedes-Benz in person. The stunning beauties they invited also looked at Lu Chengfeng with respect. It is a great honor for Boss Lu to come to our villa. Sang Shua actually went up to him personally and extended his hand to shake hands with him. Lin Fangfang was simply stunned. Even a well-known figure like Sang Shua respects him so much. He is so young, yet his status is so prominent. The key point is, this kid seems to be very used to facing these big guys. Is the second boss's depression better? Lu Chengfeng asked Sang Deshang while shaking hands. Sang Deshang's facial muscles twisted, and 3 words popped up in his mind: currency. Thanks to your care, brother. I'm much better now. Please come in. Please. After a round of greetings, everyone came to the box. Sang Shua sat in the guest seat, and Lu Chengfeng was naturally invited to the guest of honor seat. His 10 personal subordinates stood not far away. Only after Lu Chengfeng sat down did others dare to sit down. What a big card. Lin Fangfang was even more shocked. After everyone exchanged greetings, the food began to be served. Sang Shua glanced at the waiter in the box. The waiter understood, picked up a bottle of Maodai from the wine cabinet, and came to Lu Chengfeng to pour him wine. According to Sang Shua's arrangement, the poison had been injected into Mao Tai's bottle stopper using a fine needle. Even if Lu Chengfeng drinks just a small sip, he will definitely be dead tomorrow morning. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang looked at Lu Chengfeng quietly. They found that Lu Chengfeng had no doubts at all. The two of them finally felt relieved. Zhang Sichuan also looked at Lu Chengfeng nervously. Now no one hopes Lu Chengfeng will die more than him. After everyone had their drinks poured, Sang Shua stood up holding his glass. Sang Shua said very politely, together we win. Boss Lu, I hope we can work together in the future and make a fortune together. I respect you. I took the lead. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, thank you, Boss Sang. Cheers. Chirp. Lu Chengfeng drank the wine in the glass happily. Sang Shua and Zhang Sichuan looked at each other. The two people finally let go of their worries. I've been harmed by this little beast for so long. Now I'm finally sending him to hell. Hold. Zhang Sichuan was worried that Lu Chengfeng would not understand thoroughly, so he quickly filled the glass with wine and said politely, Boss Lu, I toast to you too. Brother, please don't be so polite. I should be the one toasting you first. Lu Chengfeng quickly picked up the wine glass and walked in front of Zhang Sichuan and Lin Fangfang, saying, brother, sister-in-law, I toast to you too. Zhang Sichuan snorted in his heart. Brother, you are paralyzed. You will die tomorrow morning. Little bastard. But on the surface, Zhang Sichuan still looked polite. Brother Xiaofeng is young and promising. Cheers. We must drink more tonight. Thank you, cousin Xiaofeng. Lin Fangfang looked at Lu Chengfeng with much softer eyes. As the glasses clinked, Lin Fangfang bowed slightly. The home banquet was extremely lively. Lin Fangfang went back early because she had to breastfeed. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that the banquet finally ended and everyone saw Lu Chengfeng off to the entrance of the villa. Lu Chengfeng burped and said with a smile, Boss Sang, Zhang Jiaoshou, we say goodbye now. I hope the project of the Qingxi campus can make us rich together, ha 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 ha. Sang Shua, Sang Deshang, and Zhang Sichuan looked at Lu Chengfeng with a smile, without saying anything. Get rich together. Get rich next door to your mother. Wait for death. The next morning. Sang Shua sat in the office quietly waiting for the news of Lu Chengfeng's death. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no news. Something's wrong. He had clearly drunk a whole bottle of poisoned wine. Could it be that the death is kept secret? Suddenly, his subordinate Ah Gang ran in and said, Boss, Lu Chengfeng brought people to our royal Yaoqi to cause trouble. What? Sang Shua couldn't believe his ears. Is this true or false? The royal Yaoqi's men just called to report. Let's go. Let's go check it out. At the gate of the royal Yaoqi, Master Do was standing at the door with 20 of his younger brothers. Lu Chengfeng's Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the royal Yaoqi with a whirring sound. Accompanied by his men, Lu Chengfeng arrogantly got out of the car. Do Ye's concussion had not yet fully recovered, and he was shaking with fear when he saw Lu Chengfeng. He didn't dare to confront him, but he also didn't dare to let him in on his own initiative. What are you doing blocking the door? Get out of here. If Royal Yaoqi can't continue, please tell me, Qingnan. I will take over and run it. What the hell are those things? Wang Ba and Lao He arrogantly pushed away the younger brothers who were blocking the door. Let's go. Let's go to the second floor to take a shower first, then go to the third floor to win money. Lu Chengfeng brought a group of people and swaggered to the second floor. On the way, I met a beautiful and sexy female technician, who hugged me around the waist and took me to the men's bathhouse. The younger brothers of the entire royal Yaoqi could only watch but did not dare to rush up and chop. After a while, Sang Shua hurried to the royal Yaoqi. Boss. The younger brothers bowed respectfully. Sang Shua ignored everyone and rushed to the second floor with a grim face. In the bathhouse, Lu Chengfeng was soaking naked in the steamy bathtub, smoking a cigar arrogantly. A dozen or so younger brothers who rode the wind and waves, all covered with tattoos, were scattered around Lu Chengfeng, guarding his safety. A sexy female technician is massaging Lu Chengfeng's shoulders. He is alive. He is actually alive. How is this possible? In the rising mist, Sang Shua looked at Lu Chengfeng quietly. Lu Chengfeng also looked at him with a smile. At this point, Sang Shua no longer needed to say anything. People saw through your poisoning plan last night and successfully resolved it. Coming to your place to take a shower today is a demonstration. You lost. Sang Shua's eyes were as calm as ever. But my heart was already in turmoil. The project of Nanjiang Normal University is worth tens of billions of yuan. It is not only his favorite, but also the favorite of his boss. Zhang Sichuan's core secrets are already in Lu Chengfeng's hands. As long as Lu Chengfeng is alive, the project will definitely be his. What should I do then? How can I have face in front of the boss? Will the boss find someone to replace me? The huge sense of crisis made it impossible for Sang Shua to remain calm and wise as usual. Boss Sang, do you have 100,000 questions in your mind? Lu Chengfeng smoked a cigar with a slight smile on his face. When Lu Chengfeng went to Zhang Sichuan's house last night, he installed a bug next to the landline phone in the living room. So every word of the poisoning plan that Zhang Sichuan and Sang Shua conspired on the phone fell into his ears. For a senior special agent, who is familiar with the commonly used cardiac arrest agents in the world, cracking such agents is a piece of cake. Sang Shua no longer cares about the specific details. This monster Lu Chengfeng must die. Otherwise, our Chongqing group will not be able to sleep at night. Sang Shua left the Royal Yaoqi without saying a word, got into his own Mercedes-Benz, and slammed the door angrily. Drop. At this moment, Sang Shua suddenly felt an unusual electronic sound under the seat. Sang Shua felt something was wrong and quickly reached under the seat. When he touched it, Sang Shua directly took out a time bomb wrapped in tape. Already started. The red numbers are jumping shockingly. Only 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. At this moment, Sang Shua's heart seemed to sink into an abyss 10,000 meters deep. It's too late. It's too late for anything. Sang Shua didn't even have time to think of a last word. Puff. The time bomb did not explode. There was just a muffled sound, and then a puff of white smoke came out. What's going on? Sang Shua was sweating profusely. He quickly opened the car window and prepared to throw the time bomb emitting white smoke out of the window. At this moment, Sang Shua discovered that Lu Chengfeng was standing on the balcony on the second floor of the Royal Yaoqi, with a bath towel wrapped around his lower body, looking at him with a smile. Sang Shua's hand holding the time bomb froze in midair. He understood. Lu Chengfeng used the fake bomb to warn himself. He is forcing himself to bow his head. Sang Shua's facial muscles twitched violently. Sang Shua took out his cell phone and called his real boss. Boss, when can the person I applied to you come? Just for a small gangster, you ask me to send such professionals to do the job. Is it worth it? The other party's voice was majestic and deep. Boss, it's worth it. Otherwise, Lu Chengfeng will pose a huge threat to our business. I'll leave tonight and help you deal with him. Just go about your business. Yes. In the evening, Lu Chengfeng stood in front of the mirror and carefully tied his tie. This morning, Zhang Sichuan was completely frightened when he found out that his poisoning had been exposed. Who is Lu Chengfeng? Those who offended him were never left alive. Moreover, even if you report it through legal channels, you will have no way out. If I want to survive, my only choice is to cooperate with him. With nowhere to retreat, Zhang Sichuan completely gave in and took the initiative to call Lu Chengfeng, expressing his willingness to hand over the project of the Qingxi campus to Lu Chengfeng and agreeing to sign the contract in the evening. Just when Lu Chengfeng had packed everything and was ready to leave, he suddenly received a strange phone call. Hey, are you cousin Xiaofeng? Lu Chengfeng wondered, cousin, how did you know my phone number? Lin Fangfang suddenly burst into tears, your cousin died in a car accident. What? Lu Chengfeng's head suddenly buzzed. Zhang Sichuan was hit and killed by a car. Lu Chengfeng just felt his throat tighten. Cousin, this is not a joke. What are you talking about? Can you just say something like this? I'm alone in Nanjiang and I don't have any relatives. After thinking about it, I realized that you're my only relative, so I called to discuss this with you. What should I do? He's dead, he's really dead, whoa. Lin Fangfang cried heartbrokenly. Lu Chengfeng sat down on the sofa. Why did he die at this time instead of earlier or later? Wrong. There is a conspiracy here. In 2000, cars were not yet popular and there were so few cars on the road, so it was not easy to have a car accident. Don't worry, cousin. I'll come find you later. Lu Chengfeng quickly hung up Lin Fangfang's phone and immediately called Sang Shua. Sang Shua. Was it you who caused Zhang Sichuan's car accident? Sang Shua said calmly, oh, Lao Zhang had a car accident. TSK, what a pity. I'm afraid that Boss Lu's project will be ruined. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng calmly put down the phone. There is no need to speak openly among smart people. Lu Chengfeng, was hit back by Sang Shua. Half an hour later, Lu Chengfeng arrived at Zhang Sichuan's villa. At this moment, Zhang Sichuan's portrait has been placed on display. With a smile on his face, there were chrysanthemums and a fruit plate in front of him. Lin Fangfang was wearing a black gauze dress and sitting in front of the portrait, crying bitterly. Cousin, I am deeply sorry for your loss. Lu Chengfeng sat next to Lin Fangfang. You're leaving like this, what should I do? Lin Fangfang looked at Zhang Sichuan's portrait, her pretty face full of tears. Lu Chengfeng could see that she truly regarded Zhang Sichuan as the pillar of support in her life and loved him deeply. My good brother. Lu Chengfeng faced Zhang Sichuan's portrait, covered his face, and pretended to rub his eyes, indicating that he was very sad. But as he rubbed his eyes, Lu Chengfeng's eyes really turned red. I spent so much effort to deal with Zhang Sichuan. The $10 billion project is about to be completed. But you cut off my source of income. All right. It was all in vain. We are all on the same starting line again. Brother. You left at such a bad time. Lu Chengfeng sat there, feeling genuinely sad. At this moment, Lin Fangfang turned her pretty face full of tears and looked at Lu Chengfeng's red eyes. She didn't expect Lu Chengfeng to be so sad. It seems that this cousin has a deep affection for his cousin. Cousin, what should I do? Woo woo woo. I have no status and I have a 3-month-old baby. What will we do if he leaves? Woo woo woo. Lin Fangfang cried very sadly, her face full of tears. Don't be so difficult, sister-in-law. This villa and the money in it are enough for you to spend for several lifetimes. Lu Chengfeng comforted. What's the use of having so much money? I don't have a man anymore, and my child is left without a father, woo woo. Sister-in-law, don't think too much about it. You are about to face a big crisis. Ah. What crisis? Lin Fangfang looked at Lu Chengfeng with tears in her eyes. I'll tell you the truth. Zhang Sichuan was murdered by Sang Shua. Sang Shua will probably kill you, an orphan and a widow, to silence you next. Lu Chengfeng said. What? Lin Fangfang's delicate body trembled and she almost fell down out of fright. Also, my cousin's first wife's family is very vicious. If they knew he left you such a big villa and so much wealth, they would definitely come to snatch it. My cousin. Your future is bleak. I'm so worried about you. Lin Fangfang was so frightened that her face turned pale. Zhang Sichuan's wife is a famous tigress, and Lin Fangfang has heard of her a long time ago. Lin Fangfang's whole body began to tremble. Cousin Xiaofeng, what should I do as an orphan and a widow? Woo. Lin Fangfang was almost in despair and was about to faint from crying. Lu Chengfeng consoled her, cousin, no one else knows about this place. I will immediately send my younger brother to protect you 24 hours a day. Don't worry, as long as I, Xiaofeng, am alive, I will not allow anyone to hurt you. Really? Rest assured. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Lao He. Old Black, send 6 of your most trusted men to live in my cousin's house and protect her 24 hours a day starting today. If my cousin loses a hair, I will take your head. Lao He said, arrange it immediately. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone and looked at Lin Fangfang. Cousin, from today on, your safety in Nanjiang will be left to me. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I'll go back first. I will come to see my eldest brother again on his 7th day. Are you leaving now? Lin Fangfang was suddenly faced with a huge crisis and was at a loss, so she naturally became very dependent on Lu Chengfeng. My men will be here soon. Don't worry, cousin. I will come to keep vigil with you after I finish my business. Oh well. Lu Chengfeng nodded in greeting and left the villa. There is still a tense atmosphere on the streets. The police and special agents are still conducting security checks on the streets of Nanjiang. Big shots are coming soon, and they want to ensure the absolute safety and stability of Nanjiang's social situation. Lu Chengfeng was smoking and walking, analyzing the situation of this undercover operation. He originally wanted to win a project worth tens of billions to attract Sang Shua and the boss behind him to cooperate with him. But I didn't expect that they would directly cut off the source of the problem and kill Zhang Sichuan. Now, I have no cards left to play. The undercover operation was completely deadlocked. The only way left is to kill Sang Shua and replace him. As long as I can cover the sky with one hand in Nanjiang, I don't have to worry about the boss behind him not coming to find me. We have to use force. Cut the Gordian knot. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng's cell phone rang. Boss Lu, license plate number DA40223, there are unfriendly friends in the car, and it will take about an hour to arrive in Nanjiang, so be careful. The other party deliberately processed his voice so that Lu Chengfeng couldn't tell who the other person was. But on the contrary, Lu Chengfeng immediately guessed that it was Leng Ning. Only the special forces have this kind of sound processing technology. Lu Chengfeng didn't say anything, just hung up the phone and looked at the night sky in the distance. Sang Shua was also getting anxious. He transferred a high-level killer from the provincial capital to kill him. There was a huge glow in Lu Chengfeng's eyes. Sang Shua and Sang Deshang have been active in Nanjiang for more than 20 years, and there are no less than dozens of red sticks who can be deployed to do the dirty work. And there are many top masters. Why did he transfer people from the provincial capital? This only means that the killer is more powerful and has a greater chance of killing me. If we can deal with this killer, won't we be able to establish direct contact with the big boss behind the scenes in the provincial capital? Lu Chengfeng called Qin Weiman and said, "Director Qin, I have something to trouble you with." "Boss Lu, please speak." "Someone from the provincial capital came to Nanjiang to deal with me. The license plate number is DA40223. Can you confirm the other party's identity?" Qin Weiman said, "You still dare to cause trouble at this time, I will handle it." Qin Weiman hung up the phone and called the criminal police captain Li Guiqing to his side. "Someone wants to deal with Lu Chengfeng. Lead the team to arrest him. The license plate number is DA40223. Make sure to complete the mission." Li Guiqing immediately accepted the order happily. After all, Qin Weiman and Lu Chengfeng both helped him a lot in handling the Du Jie case. Now is the perfect time to return the favor. After returning to the Riding the Wind and Waves company, Lu Chengfeng asked Lao He, "How is Qin Tao's lover Yu Xiaona doing now?" Lao He said, "This beauty is very stubborn. She scolds us every day and says we are illegally detaining her." Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly. "This woman can be useful now. Take me to see her." After a while, Lao He brought Lu Chengfeng to a suite where Yu Xiaona was imprisoned. At this moment, Yu Xiaona had just finished taking a shower and was sitting on the sofa watching TV boredly in a gauze pajamas. Curvy and graceful. In the living room, 4 guards' younger brothers were playing cards and drinking. "The boss is here." The 4 younger brothers quickly stood up. "Ms. Yu, how are you doing here with me recently?" Lu Chengfeng looked at Yu Xiaona's devilish figure. As soon as Yu Xiaona saw Lu Chengfeng, she immediately said angrily, "Lu Chengfeng, you shameless man, let me go." Lu Chengfeng laughed and said, "That's impossible. Yu Xiaona, please follow me. Whatever Qin Tao can give you, I, Lu Chengfeng, can give you." Yu Xiaona angrily shouted, "I don't want to give you anything. I just want you to return Qin Tao to me. You executioner." Lu Chengfeng burst into laughter. Poor acting. Qin Tao is just a nouveau riche peasant from the urban-rural fringe. And Yu Xiaona is the 3rd runner-up of the Nanjiang model contest. How could such a beautiful girl with beautiful features and elegant temperament run to the urban-rural fringe in the west of the city to follow old man Qin Tao? There is only one reason: he is Sang Shua's spy planted next to Qin Tao. Because Sang Shua has been thinking about Qingxi for too long. With his sinister personality, there is no way he didn't make plans in the west of the city. When Wang Ba brought Yu Xiaona to Lu Chengfeng for the first time a week ago, Lu Chengfeng took one look at Yu Xiaona and came to this conclusion. Now, Yu Xiaona's poor acting skills further verified Lu Chengfeng's judgment. Snap. Lu Chengfeng slapped Yu Xiaona to the ground. You stinky bitch. You don't want to give me face, do you? Yu Xiaona was beaten and fell on the sofa. Lu Chengfeng looked at Lao He and the 4 guards and said, I'll give her to you tonight. Thank you, boss. Lao He and his 4 younger brothers' eyes immediately lit up. Enjoy yourselves. Lu Chengfeng pushed open the door and left the room. In the room, Yu Xiaona was really panicked. Brute. Don't touch me. Brother Feng, please come back, I beg you to come back. Yu Xiaona shouted loudly. Lu Chengfeng stood outside the door, smiled faintly, and returned to the room. Have you changed your mind? That's right, why are you playing innocent and stubborn with me? Everyone else, get out. Yes. Lao He led the others out of the room. On the highway from the provincial capital to Nanjiang, a black Mercedes with license plate number DA40223 was heading quickly towards Nanjiang. There was only one person in the car. Strictly speaking, she is a stunning beauty with an oriental face. He has a slender figure, wearing a slim black suit, and his long black hair is neatly tied behind his head. Her skin is flawless white and her facial features are very delicate, especially her deep eyes, which are like a net and are unforgettable at first sight. Her whole body is full of quiet and comfortable temperament. As the car drove out of the toll booth, it was stopped by the police. Nanjiang is now in the first-level security period. All vehicles entering Nanjiang must be carefully checked, which is completely normal. The beauty lightly turned the steering wheel and stopped the car in the inspection area to wait for inspection. Li Guiqing came to the side of the cab and saluted. The beauty slowly lowered the car window and looked at Li Guiqing with her deep beautiful eyes. Hello, beautiful lady. Please show us your ID card, driver's license, and vehicle registration. Li Guiqing said. My name is Anmi, and this is my passport. The beautiful woman handed her passport out of the car window and said quietly. Li Guiqing looked at the other person's classically beautiful oriental face and said, American. I'm sorry, Nanjiang is now at level 1 security. We need to conduct a strict inspection of you and your vehicle. Please get out of the car. All right. Anmi got out of the car gracefully. Li Guiqing waved his hand, and a female police officer came forward and searched Anmi. After a careful search, the female police officer looked at Li Guiqing and shook her head, indicating that no weapons were found on him. Li Guiqing thought, this won't do. Boss Qin made it very clear that the other party was here to deal with Lu Chengfeng and must be detained and interrogated. How will I explain if I can't detain it and bring it back? I owe Lu Chengfeng such a big favor. Officer, can I leave now? Anmi looked at Li Guiqing calmly and elegantly. Wait a moment, we still need to inspect the vehicle. After Li Guiqing finished speaking, he personally opened the trunk of Anmi's car and searched it carefully. Apart from some clothes and documents, no dangerous items or weapons were found. Li Guiqing was unwilling to give up, so he got into the car again and began searching the driver's seat and the passenger seat. The car is also very clean. In the end, I only found a small eyebrow trimmer in the storage box in the cab. I suspect you are carrying an offensive weapon. Come with us. Li Guiqing said, holding an eyebrow razor. Anmi was surprised and asked, what's going on? It's just an eyebrow razor for makeup. No makeup allowed in Nanjiang. Li Guiqing waved his hand and pointed 4 guns at Anmi's head. Are you kidding me? Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. On the bed, Yu Xiaona looked at Lu Chengfeng angrily. Lu Chengfeng smoked a comfortable cigarette, put on his clothes, and said lightly, I'm going to go out for some midnight snack to fill my stomach, you stay here, don't try to escape. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he came to the outside of the community. At this time, Qin Weiman called. Boss Lu, the person you are talking about is called Anmi, and she is from the United States. I just entered the country. I am an assistant to the military attaché at the embassy or consulate and enjoy diplomatic immunity. There is no reason for us to continue detaining people. It's her. Lu Chengfeng took a deep puff of his cigarette. Memories of past lives came flooding back. Anmi joined the U.S. Navy SEALs in 1997 and served as the leader of the sniper team of the SEALs 4th Squadron in 1998. In 1999, because of his outstanding sniping ability, he was recruited to the CIA's East Asian Intelligence Directorate as the head of Operations Group 2. In their previous life in 2006, Lu Chengfeng and Anmi had worked together to undertake security work at an international conference. The two outstanding special agents worked together to develop various security measures and jointly uncovered 2 assassination plots. At that time, Lu Chengfeng was amazed at her sniping ability. Why would such a person suddenly enter the country as a diplomat? Was it just to kill a gangster like me? Lu Chengfeng vaguely felt that things were getting serious. A brilliant move slowly took shape in Lu Chengfeng's mind. Maybe I made a mistake. Director Qin, please let him go first. Okay. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Anmi was released. Because the car was still undergoing further inspection, Anmi could only walk on the streets of Nanjiang, preparing to find a hotel to stay in first. After she had walked for a while, a patrol car stopped in front of her. Why are you wandering around the street in the middle of the night? I suspect you are not a good person. Come with us. The leading policeman seemed to speak unstandard Mandarin. Anmi was a little confused. Don't the police in Nanjiang ever go off duty? Why do you suspect that I'm not a good person? Anmi prepared to take out his passport. Don't move. Don't move your feet. The leading policeman suddenly shouted like a lunatic. Anmi was startled and stood there looking at the other person in confusion. The policeman came up to him, bent down, and felt around on the ground. Did you step on this ant to death? Anmi opened her mouth, speechless. It is illegal to kill small animals in Nanjiang. Come with us to handle it. You may be fined or even detained. 4 policemen took out handcuffs and handcuffed her, then took her into the police car. Anmi was almost going crazy. This was her first time to set foot on Xia country's territory to carry out a mission. This guy. I haven't even had a full meal yet and I've been arrested twice. Could the social order in this place get any more chaotic? It is said that this magical land is a forbidden area for mercenaries. Is it true? Anmi had no choice but to get into the police car again. Gozheng, where did you find the ants just now? In the car, a policeman grinned. Wrong. Anmi immediately smelled danger. You are not the police. Anmi stood up and wanted to take action. Don't move. In the car, 6 pistols were pointed at Anmi from different directions. The space in the car was small and Anmi had no way to fight back. Then, they put handcuffs, shackles, and a hood on her. You are kidnapping. Shut up. Keep your mouth shut. Anmi is missing. For ordinary people, the disappearance of an American does not seem to be a big deal. But in the intelligence circles and the underworld, this is a big deal. The bigwigs in the provincial capital are very angry. I finally applied to the headquarters for a high-level killer, but he disappeared when he arrived in Nanjiang. Can this society ever get better? The boss in the provincial capital immediately called Lisa, who was stationed in Nanjiang, and asked her to do her best to find out Anmi's whereabouts. At this moment, the provincial department of East Province was also anxious. Anmi is a member of the embassy and consulate. She is an official diplomat. Now the U.S. Embassy and Consulate are very angry and have sent a note to Eastern Province, demanding that the province hand over the person immediately. The boss of East Province directly scolded the boss of the provincial department. The head of the provincial department was so angry that he called Han Liming to his office and asked, "How bad is the public security in Nanjiang? Even American diplomats disappear when they go there. Is that the Bermuda Triangle? Are there any laws against those dwarf mules? What on earth are you doing all day long, Han Liming? If you don't find the person within 24 hours, you can quit." Han Liming broke out in a cold sweat. "I have an undercover agent over there. I will send someone to look for him immediately." Leng Ning was also anxious. The intelligence Leng Ning received at the time was not detailed, and he just thought that the other party was just an ordinary special agent. But I didn't expect my identity to be so sensitive. There is an unwritten rule in the intelligence community that as long as the other party's spies do not go too far, they will generally be monitored with a loose exterior and tight interior, and will not be easily moved. If you touch someone else's people, they will touch your people in return. This kind of intelligence structure where you are in me and I am in you is totally different from the life and death game you see on TV. Now, Anmi is missing, and the US intelligence system must think that we have arrested someone. If you don't hand over the person in time, they will take reciprocal measures. Lu Chengfeng. It must have been done by that bitch Lu Chengfeng. Leng Ning is really feeling a little regretful now. In order to save that bastard's life, I violated the rules and leaked the information to him. But he is good. Someone got him missing. How can I explain this to my superiors? Nanjiang Municipal Public Security Bureau. Qin Weiman was also anxious. People from the provincial departments and the imperial capital called him one after another and scolded him so much. They said Nanjiang was too chaotic, even the well-trained US Secret Service would get lost if they went there. If you can't do it, quit immediately. Qin Weiman was so angry that his balls hurt. Lu Chengfeng is such a scoundrel. He dares to tie up anyone. In the house in the Oriental Garden, Lu Chengfeng was lying on the bed, holding a cigarette in his mouth, while Yu Xiaona stood beside him with a cool look. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? The boss is me, Xiao He. Come in. Lao He pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom. Boss, people from the north and east of the city want to enter our territory, saying they are looking for someone. Lu Chengfeng immediately jumped up. They still dare to provoke us at this time. Go. Boss, this time seems a little different. What's wrong? They seemed very anxious, saying that an important person was kidnapped in Nanjiang territory. It's none of my business. Just because a soldier is missing, he wants to start a war. He Sangshua has studied history. Move people. Damn him. Yes. The gate of Chengfeng Pelong Company. Wang Ba, dressed in a suit, blocked the company's door with dozens of his followers, each holding a baseball bat. There was a major inspection in Nanjiang recently and everyone's machetes were confiscated, so the weapons were downgraded. Sang Shua personally brought his men and confronted Wang Ba in great anxiety. Sang Shua was really anxious. Early in the morning, the big boss of the province scolded him severely. In order to support him in dealing with Lu Chengfeng, the head office specially invited a high-level killer. As a result, the person disappeared when he reached his Nanjiang territory. The big boss ordered him to find the men within 24 hours, otherwise he would kill him. The north and east of the city are his territories, and it is impossible for his men to kidnap me, so his first suspect is of course Lu Chengfeng. Wang Ba, call your boss out. Sang Shua's close subordinate shouted. Our boss is picking up girls. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Get lost. Didn't you see our boss Sang showed up in person? Do you think it's your turn to interrupt the bosses when they're talking? Chow. No matter who comes, they can't stop my boss from picking up girls. Sang Shua stepped forward and said anxiously, Brother Wang Ba, where is your boss? Wang Ba sneered, none of your business. Our boss is not here, so I am the boss of the company. Tell me what you have to say. Sang Shua said, we have an important friend missing, and we need to search for him in your territory. Can you make the decision? Fuck. Wang Ba knocked the baseball bat arrogantly, I'm telling you. The person you're looking for is not in our territory. Even if there is, you from Chongqing Company are not qualified to come and search. Get lost. Sang Shua's expression became extremely gloomy, and he said, search by force. Yes. One of the men stretched his head out and was about to rush in. Bang. Wang Ba hit the opponent on the head with a stick. Bleeding is gushing out. Chow Wang Ba. Don't be so arrogant. I have been arrogant for a long time. You just realized it. Boss Sang, if you want to destroy our south and west city, just say so. Why are you making up excuses? I, Wang Ba, am putting this out there. As long as I, Wang Ba, am alive, You people from the south of the city will never be able to come in or step over my dead body. Sang Shuo was already getting anxious, and said, then just step over it. Everyone at Chongqing Company, listen up. Clean up all of Lu Chengfeng's places. Yes. Sang Shuo's men rushed in immediately. Wang Ba and his men picked up baseball bats and prepared to attack. At this moment, several police cars stopped at the scene. Li Guiqing came to the crowd in person. Li Guiqing looked at Wang Ba and said in a deep voice, Wang Ba, get out of the way and let Chongqing Company go in to find someone. Wang Ba was stunned. What does Li Ji mean? Are you taking sides? Or did the municipal bureau merge with Chongqing Company? Bullshit. How can you talk like that? Li Guiqing cursed, your boss has been called into the police station by our Qin bureau. The police are also looking for that person. Everyone must cooperate unconditionally. Do you understand what I'm saying? Everyone gasped. Who was kidnapped? This is a big deal. At this moment, Qin Weiman's car also arrived. Director Qin. Everyone said respectfully. Take Sang Shuo away. Qin Weiman said in a deep voice. Director Qin is wise. Sentence him to death and execute him immediately. Shoot him for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Ba enjoyed watching the fun. If it's you who kidnapped the person, I advise you not to seek death and hand him over immediately. Qin Weiman warned his younger brothers at the scene, then left the scene with Sang Shuo. In the municipal bureau meeting room, Lu Chengfeng was lying on the chair, his long legs resting on the conference table, holding a cigarette arrogantly. At this time, Sang Shuo was also brought in by Qin Weiman. Ouch! Isn't this boss Sang? You look so gloomy. Are you in a bad mood? Ha ha ha. Nonsense, are you in a good mood after being called into the police station? Sang Shuo sat down on the chair and stared at Lu Chengfeng coldly. Qin Weiman also stared at Lu Chengfeng coldly. Lu Chengfeng, did you kidnap me? If you let her go now, I can still help you. Qin Weiman thought that it was Lu Chengfeng who first provided Enmi's itinerary, so it was most likely that he kidnapped Enmi. Sang Shuo thought that the killer came to Nanjiang just to deal with Lu Chengfeng, and Lu Chengfeng was not unrelated to the killer's disappearance. Lu Chengfeng said calmly, Director Qin, you know my company, Chengfeng belong. Love your job, be dedicated, fulfill your social responsibilities, and pay taxes on time. When have we ever kidnapped or murdered someone? Sang Shuo immediately said, who can write the words kidnapping and murder on their face and stick them on the door? Lu Chengfeng, you should hand over the person quickly. Otherwise, you will be executed along with your entire clan. Lu Chengfeng was annoyed, get lost. You brought people to my place early in the morning and I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you talk to me like this? Is that diplomat named Anmi your relative? What's your relationship with her? You're going to go to her with such a big fuss. Are you hiding something? Sang Shuo was choked and could only say, a friend in my province asked me to find someone. Lu Chengfeng stood up and tightened his belt arrogantly, you have never met Anmi. Stop putting the blame on me. For the sake of Director Qin, I, Lu Chengfeng, swear to heaven, if I had done something like kidnapping, my whole family would have died a miserable death, and my son would have no butthole. Are you satisfied? I'm very busy with my business, so I won't drink coffee. This. Qin Weiman and Sang Shuo were puzzled. Could it really not be him who did it? Who dares to swear that they will give birth to a son without an anus? Qin Weiman knocked on the table and said, right now, in Nanjiang, you two are the most powerful bosses, with the largest territory and the most followers. I know you two bosses don't get along, but this matter of Anmi is very serious. I hope you can cooperate once. Help me find the person quickly. Just think of it as giving Qin Weiman some face, okay? Lu Chengfeng said arrogantly, of course I, Lu Chengfeng, will give Director Qin face. But I have to say something ugly up front. If Boss Sang continues to destroy my place under the guise of looking for someone, I will turn hostile immediately. Sang Shuo said disdainfully, who cares about those chicken coops? After being educated and threatened by Qin Weiman, Zhang Shuo and Lu Chengfeng left the municipal bureau building and walked towards their cars respectively. Sang Suk's phone rang. Yu Xiaona whispered on the phone, "Boss Sang, and me should not have been kidnapped by Lu Chengfeng. I have been observing him these past 2 days. He is also very puzzled about Anmi's matter, and his younger brothers are even less aware of it." "I see, you continue to monitor him." "Yes." Sang Shuo looked at Lu Chengfeng not far away, then hung up the phone. At this time, a rare Rolls-Royce stopped at the scene. An extremely gorgeous middle-aged woman slowly got out of the car accompanied by 4 mighty bodyguards. She has exquisite and capable short hair, beautiful facial features, and a tall and slender figure. She is generous where she should be big, and extremely thin where she should be thin. Every gesture is filled with noble elegance that is different from ordinary people. The best lady. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" When Sang Shuo saw the beautiful woman, he was so frightened that his voice trembled and he hurried to her. "Put your hands straight down along your trouser seams, bend over 90 degrees, and look down at your feet." Sang Shuo, the Nanjiang boss who is in the limelight, is respectful like a child who has done something wrong. "Sister-in-law." Lu Chengfeng's heart trembled suddenly. The core figure of this huge criminal group finally showed up. "This. I, Lu Chengfeng, am simply a genius." "Raise your head," said the sister-in-law lightly. "Yes." After getting permission from his sister-in-law, Sang Shuo dared to stand up straight. "Sang Shuo, are you old?" The sister-in-law looked at Sang Shuo coldly. "Sister-in-law, I am responsible for Anmi's matter. I will try my best to find her." Sang Shuo was already sweating from nervousness. "You can't handle the project, you can't kill people, and you can't find people. Among the 12 gangs plus the company headquarters, is there any boss more useless than you?" "I am wrong." "Beat him," the sister-in-law said coldly. His 4 mighty bodyguards stepped forward immediately, 2 of them held Sang Shuo down, and the other one hit Sang Shuo in the face. Clang clang clang. After more than a dozen slaps, Sang Shuo's face was covered in blood, but he still stood there respectfully, not even daring to wipe it. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, could you imagine that Sang Shuo, who had been famous in Nanjiang for 20 years, was slapped in the street like a grandson? Lu Chengfeng looked at the beautiful woman quietly. Her aura is as hot as her figure. Charming. At this time, the beautiful woman also looked at Lu Chengfeng. She found that Lu Chengfeng's eyes were staring at her without blinking. "This. The child looks to be only about 20 years old. I'm already 38. This is the famous boss Lu Chengfeng from Nanjiang, right?" The sister-in-law came to Lu Chengfeng in a coquettish manner. The sister-in-law from the eastern province who has the power to cover the sky with one hand is right in front of us. The whole body exudes the unique fragrance of a mature woman. Whether you can successfully penetrate this group depends on your current performance. "Sister, you are so sexy," Lu Chengfeng shamelessly went straight to the point. "Lu Chengfeng, please show some respect. She's my sister-in-law." Sang Shuo scolded. "Your sister-in-law is not my sister-in-law. Why are you so arrogant? Look at your face full of blood." Lu Chengfeng cursed Sang Shuo and continued to stare at the beautiful woman infatuatedly. Beautiful. So beautiful. The sister-in-law never expected that the man in front of her who had caused a bloody storm in Nanjiang was actually like a child. He has no scruples about his extremely prominent status. There was genuine admiration in his eyes. "Interesting." The eldest sister-in-law said elegantly, "Boss Lu, in the entire Nanjiang, or even in the entire East Province Road, no one dares to look me in the eye like this. You are very brave." Lu Chengfeng said with emotion, "Sister, it's not that I'm brave, but you're too charming, making my heart wander. And you look like an old acquaintance of mine." The eldest sister-in-law asked curiously, "Who is it?" "Kimijima Mio." "Who is Kimijima Mio?" "She hasn't made her debut yet, but you will see her in the future. She is an absolute sexy goddess." "So you're complimenting me?" "Yes. Beautiful and sexy, extremely charming." Lu Chengfeng looked at the other person. Sang Shua was completely confused when he heard this. She is the gangster boss who controls the human trafficking, smuggling, and drug trafficking in the entire East Province. How many lives do you, Lu Chengfeng, have that you dare to tease my sister-in-law? But it's better this way. Once my sister-in-law gets angry, she can kill him with just one finger, so I don't have to fight with him in Nanjiang. However, how could Sang Shua understand Lu Chengfeng's tactics? The big boss would definitely have stopped touching such a prominent sister-in-law long ago, because there are plenty of young women out there. The younger brothers under each gang were extremely afraid of her, and everyone was submissive when they saw her. In everyone's mind, the sister-in-law is as high and mighty as Wu Zetian. Who dares to tease her? But she is a woman after all. No matter how cold and majestic a woman may appear on the surface, she still needs praise and appreciation from men. She may not like such a straightforward way of speaking. But she certainly won't be angry. You may even feel that people who are straightforward are the most straightforward. Sure enough, the eldest sister-in-law smiled brightly. Boss Lu, you really don't want to ask who I am. How dare you tease me like this? Lu Chengfeng said, I knew you were the lover of my dreams. Sang Shua was completely stunned after hearing this. You can really lick. The eldest sister-in-law laughed sweetly. Boss Lu is really wonderful. My name is Qin Yi. I have heard of Boss Lu's name in the provincial company. We wiped out the entire Sangbiao family in 1 week. We in Nanjiang Hall were in a state of chaos, and Sang Deshang even suffered from depression. My respected goddess, I didn't know that Chongqing Company was owned by my sister-in-law. I solemnly hope to treat my sister-in-law to a meal and sincerely apologize to her. Qin Yi smiled and said, okay, then I'll give you this face. Okay. Lu Chengfeng ran to Qin Yi's Rolls-Royce like a dog, gently opened the door for her, and held the top of the door with his right hand. Sister-in-law, be careful not to hit your head. Qin Yi smiled sweetly. Boss Lu, if you don't mind, would you like to take my car? I don't mind at all. My most honorable goddess. Don't call me goddess, call me Qin Yi, or sister-in-law. No, I just want to call you goddess. You are the goddess in my heart. A goddess that no one can compare to. No matter what. At the side, Sang Shua almost vomited because of disgust. I really didn't realize this dog could lick so well. As they were talking, Qin Yi and Lu Chengfeng sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Qin Yi looked at Sang Shua standing there with cold eyes and said calmly, wipe the blood off your face and get in the car too. Yes. Sang Shua felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly wiped his face and sat in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the car arrived at an inconspicuous local restaurant, Nanjiang Lao Lu Mixed Fish Restaurant. The car slowly stopped. Lu Chengfeng was the first to jump out of the car, then walked to the other side and respectfully opened the door for Qin Yi. Qin Yi stepped out of the car with her long beautiful legs. Lao He and his 11 leaders were waiting there early, and said to Lu Chengfeng respectfully, Boss. Shout goddess. Goddess. 12 people shouted at Qin Yi together. But at this moment, the aura of these desperados was crushed by Qin Yi. The sister-in-law in front of me has such a noble temperament, just like a noble white swan. More importantly, she is the #1 sister-in-law in the East Province Road. Behind him are 12 gangs, thousands of younger brothers, tens of billions of wealth, and powerful connections in the officialdom. Even if you become her dog, you can walk sideways throughout the entire East Province. Qin Yi put her hands in her pockets, looked at everyone with disdain, raised her snow-white gooseneck proudly, and looked at the fly tube. Hey, Boss Lu is a wealthy man, so why would you invite me to a place like this for dinner? Lu Chengfeng bowed and smiled apologetically. Sister-in-law, this fish restaurant is very famous in the local area. I'm afraid there is a special dish that sister-in-law has never eaten in the provincial capital. Qin Yi asked, what kind of dish is it? Lu Chengfeng said, roasted oysters with yellow mud. The oysters are covered with yellow mud and roasted in the mud over firewood. They smell really good. This dish also has a very romantic name, oysters love mud. Lu Chengfeng's peach blossom eyes flew directly towards Qin Yi. Good job. This is a cheesy love talk. Wang Ba and others were stunned. Our mighty and domineering boss actually has this side. Today really opened my eyes. Sang Shua just found it incredible. How could he dare to face the powerful and vicious sister-in-law of the underworld? Did you dare to take Viagra? Okay, then try the oyster love mud. Qin Yi walked into the restaurant slowly. Lu Chengfeng and Sang Shua followed him in, while the others stood respectfully in 2 rows outside. The moment the box door was closed, Qin Yiqing's pretty face turned cold. Boss Lu, did you kidnap me? It doesn't matter if you did. As long as you hand her over, I can pretend nothing happened. But if you don't tell the truth, I promise you won't survive the night. Including your 12 men at the entrance of the hotel. This is Qin Yi's strong self-confidence and strength. As long as she wants to kill someone in East Province, there will be countless people who will follow her. If I kidnap Anmi, I will be punished by never seeing the goddess again in my life. I will suffer from lovesickness. I dare to make such a vicious oath, sister-in-law should believe me, right? Puff. Qin Yi almost coughed because of being licked. Boss Lu, let's change the way we communicate. I'm not going to investigate who kidnapped Anmi. I just want to ask, can Boss Lu help me find her? Yes. From today on, I will do whatever the goddess tells me to do. Lu Chengfeng looked at Qin Yi with a smile in his peach blossom eyes. Although the licking was shameless, it was not disgusting at all. Qin Yi said calmly, I want to live. Of course. Lu Chengfeng said, Goddess, can I talk to you alone for a few words? Okay, Sang Shua, you go wait outside the door. Qin Yi said lightly. Sister-in-law, I have to protect your safety. Go out. Yes. Qin Yi and Lu Chengfeng were the only ones left in the box. Boss Xiao Lu, do you have anything to say to me? Go ahead. I'm in love with you. Lu Chengfeng stared at the other person. Lu Chengfeng has never failed in conquering the most beautiful women of the highest class using the most direct method. Qin Yi finally felt offended. Qin Yi curled her lips slightly, Boss Lu, you are even crazier than I thought. No, this is not madness. This is love. Sister-in-law, you may not believe me if I tell you. You really suit my aesthetic taste, especially your short hair and your bright eyes. I couldn't help myself the first time I saw you. Don't say anything. Qin Yi interrupted him, you tease me like this, are you really not afraid of death? Lu Chengfeng smiled, sister-in-law, people like us who come out of the bottom are not prepared for a good ending. Make the most shady money, sleep with the prettiest girls, and when you get shot, close your eyes and you'll be a hero again in 20 years. It's that simple and pure. Lu Chengfeng stared straight at Qin Yi. Violent discharge. And the current is extremely strong. If it were an ordinary person, under Lu Chengfeng's fierce output, he might have already revealed signs of panic. But Qin Yi didn't. Still as peaceful as ever. As the most powerful sister-in-law on the East Province Road, what storms has she not seen? What makes you think you can love me? Qin Yi lit a mint cigarette indifferently. Lu Chengfeng smiled coolly, pulled out a sharp knife from his waist, and stabbed it into the table. From today on, if my sister-in-law asks me to kill someone, I will kill someone. If my sister-in-law wants me to make money, I will help her make money. If my sister-in-law likes me. Shut up. Qin Yi blew out a smoke ring and interrupted Lu Chengfeng. The aura is extremely elegant. The bright big eyes looked at him calmly. His eyes were calm, instead they stared directly into Lu Chengfeng's soul like a microscope. Time seems to have stopped. The offense also seems to have reached a stalemate. The two of them didn't say anything, just stared at each other. Lu Chengfeng knew that the calmer a woman looked, the more turbulent she would become once the flames were released. Whether we can infiltrate this huge criminal group depends on this. After about half a minute of silence, Qin Yi finally spoke. I'm old enough to be your mother. Let's go. I don't want to eat anymore. I have to go back to the provincial capital. Qin Yi withdrew her gaze and stood up calmly. I send you. The two of them walked out of the box calmly. All the men guarding outside couldn't tell whether this conversation was happy or angry. Boss. Sister-in-law. The younger brothers bowed to their respective bosses. Sister-in-law, slow down. Lu Chengfeng held the car door attentively. Qin Yi sat in the back row gracefully and calmly, with a cold look in her eyes, not looking at anyone. Rolls-Royce starts. The car window slowly rolled down, and Qin Yi's beautiful eyes calmly looked at Lu Chengfeng standing outside the window. Boss Lu, find Anmi, and let me see your abilities. Qin Yi finished speaking, closed the car window again, and drove away slowly. Lu Chengfeng stood on tiptoe and waved his hand. Goddess, remember to come back and see Xiao Fengfeng often. Not until Qin Yi's Rolls-Royce completely disappeared from sight did Lu Chengfeng turn back to look at Sang Shua. Lu Chengfeng, I'm warning you. My sister-in-law's identity is not what you can imagine. If you dare. She has been picked up by me. Lu Chengfeng looked directly at Sang Shua and said calmly. Sang Shua was stunned. He got it already. How is that possible? What kind of person is the eldest sister-in-law? What kind of crazy bees and butterflies has she not seen? How can a meal be taken away from you? Sang Shua sneered, a toad trying to woo a white swan. You're such a boaster. Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly and looked towards the distance where the Rolls-Royce was driving away. The three small details Qin Yi just said made Lu Chengfeng certain that she was agitated. First of all, the nails on her middle finger and index finger on her right hand are obviously shorter and smoother than the nails on other fingers. Secondly, when she was talking about the crucial moment, she smoked. People only smoke when they are emotionally unstable. Last but not least, she said she is old enough to be her own mother. This shows that she feels a little inferior about her age. If you don't feel agitated inside, you won't have this inferiority complex. In high-level duels, the line between winning and losing is so subtle. Understand her, and she is yours. If you don't understand her, she will call you an idiot. Lu Chengfeng, why are you still in a daze? Send someone to find me. Sang Shua said. Why? Lu Chengfeng said. Sang Shua was stunned. You promised Qin Weiman and my sister-in-law, why are you telling me now? Lu Chengfeng said, do you think I'm stupid and can't see it? If we can't find Anmi, you're the one who's most worried. Your sister-in-law will skin you alive. What does it have to do with me? I have to work hard and get paid. Working for you. Lu Chengfeng, you. Sang Shua was about to lose his temper, but in a flash he understood what this evil creature meant. If you want money, just tell me. Why are you beating around the bush? 50 million. I promise to help you find Anmi. Not a penny less. I can do it. Sang Shua agreed with tears in his eyes. After returning to Yu Xiaona's residence, Lu Chengfeng was surprised to find that the house had become warm and tidy. There was a pot of beautiful orchid on the coffee table in the living room. Yu Xiaona is quietly pruning orchids. This stunning beauty put on bright makeup today, making her already pretty face even more beautiful. It's definitely a visual treat. Who says women are all the same when they turn off the lights? Fart. Good looks can definitely increase a man's animality. Yu Xiaona, I want to cut your long hair short. Lu Chengfeng suddenly said. As long as you like it. There was a gentleness in Yu Xiaona's tone, and her attitude was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. Yu Xiaona could actually see that Sang Shua had been struggling more and more after fighting with Lu Chengfeng for so many days. Sang Shua is like the setting sun at dusk, while Lu Chengfeng is the sun rising at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. More handsome. More domineering. Brother Feng, I made donkey whip and turtle soup for you today. I'll give you some tonic later. Yu Xiaona actually gave Lu Chengfeng a smile for the first time. Lu Chengfeng was simply stunned. This extremely beautiful goddess smiled for the first time. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Such a goddess with great looks and figure must be conquered. Let her be loyal to herself forever and be her own woman. But now is not the time. I also want to pass false information to Sang Shua through her. What if she changes sides? Snap. Lu Chengfeng slapped Yu Xiaona on the face. The smile on Yu Xiaona's face froze instantly. Then he was beaten and cried. When I get tired of you, you can go work at the happiness bathhouse. Set a higher price and try to be the top customer. Yu Xiaona cried even more sadly. Cry your ass off. Come, get your hair cut. Without saying a word, Lu Chengfeng picked up the scissors on the coffee table and started to work. You know what, this bastard really has some of Tony's talent. In a short while, he had cut a hairstyle similar to Mio Kimijima's. Yu Xiaona sat there, her makeup was ruined, her face was full of tangled hair, and she was crying as she rubbed her eyes. Lu Chengfeng ignored her and took out his paintbrush and drawing paper and started painting. The painting shows a beautiful woman with short hair, very sexy. Yu Xiaona rubbed her tears and looked at him, full of curiosity. Isn't this thug good at just chopping people? The painting is so lifelike. He is simply an artist with a machete. In fact, Lu Chengfeng is proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, and other musical instruments. These were all taught to him by Lang Ning in his previous life. A good crow must not only be handsome and good at fighting, but also talented. The main focus is on all-round development. The two of them just stayed there quietly. About half an hour later, the younger brother outside reported that Brother Long had arrived. Lu Chengfeng patted Yu Xiaona on the shoulder and said, "Men talk about things, women go back to the house." Yu Xiaona retreated back to the bedroom and closed the door, but kept her ear pressed against the crack and listened carefully. In the living room, Brother Long said happily, "Boss, I found the clue about that Anmi you were talking about." Lu Chengfeng jumped up excitedly, "What's going on?" Brother Long said, "Didn't you destroy Du Jie's lair at that time? He has a younger brother named One-Eyed Dragon. He was delivering goods in another place that night and luckily escaped. When One-Eyed Dragon returned to Nanjiang, he found that his old nest had been raided and his goods had been confiscated. His livelihood was cut off all of a sudden. A few people teamed up in the middle of the night to pretend to be police officers and kidnap rich people. They accidentally kidnapped the woman named Anmi. After I kidnapped him, I found out that he was not an ordinary person. I didn't dare to ask for money, but I didn't have the guts to do it. I didn't know what to do with the money I had. I almost died of laughter." Lu Chengfeng asked, "How do you know this?" Brother Long said, "One of Du Jie's little brothers came to my place to play, and he got drunk and let the cat out of the bag. By the way, boss, I got One-Eyed Dragon's phone number." Lu Chengfeng rubbed his hands happily. If my sister-in-law knew that I helped so much, she might really let me sleep. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Sang Shua. "Boss Sang, I found a clue." When Sang Shua heard that there was a clue, he rubbed his hands excitedly. "What's going on?" Lu Chengfeng said, "Please help me contact my sister-in-law, or give me her phone number. I want to report to her in person." Sang Shua said, "Brother Xiaofeng, it's already this time and you're still thinking about flattering me. I'll report this to my sister-in-law. No one will take away your credit." Lu Chengfeng, "That's fine too. By the way, what about the 50 million? Give me the clues and I will arrange the transfer immediately." "No. Pay for the goods. Give me the clue first. I will arrange the transfer and guarantee it will arrive in 5 minutes. I'm really in a hurry, big brother. You won't bully me because I don't have enough education, right? I've read less than you, so I can't lie to you." Well then, she was kidnapped by the One-Eyed Men. Lu Chengfeng reported One-Eyed Dragon's phone number to Sang Shua. Sang Shua hung up the phone and smiled coldly. 50 million. I'll give you about 50 million in ghost money. Stupid thing. Sang Shua quickly called his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, I found a clue about Anmi." Qin Yi said, "Where is the person?" Sang Shua said, "She was kidnapped by some drug dealers. I'll send you the kidnapper's cell phone number, and you can use the technology to locate her." "Sister-in-law, we still have to rely on our own people in Nanjiang. How can an outsider like Lu Chengfeng help us find someone? He is just an empty talker and cannot do anything." "Well, you dodged death." 20 minutes later, Sang Shua was furious and called Lu Chengfeng again. "Lu Chengfeng, you liar. The phone number you gave me is from the Municipal Bureau's Li Guiqing. You are so lacking in virtue. Boss Sang, where is the money you promised me?" My family is waiting for the rice to be cooked. Lu Chengfeng said lazily. Sang Shua was so angry that his face turned green. This little bitch is simply a 1,000-year-old bitch. There was a problem with the transfer procedure just now. 50 million will be in my account soon. Send me the phone number of One-Eyed Dragon. 200 million. Lu Chengfeng blew out a smoke ring. Why don't you go rob? Lu Chengfeng said calmly, Boss Sang. It's inflation. It was one price half an hour ago, and of course it's another price now. 2 conditions. First, 200 million. Second, report to your sister-in-law that I will go and rescue Enmi myself. I'll turn off my phone first, and turn it back on after the money arrives. Beep. Hello. Hello. Hold. 10 minutes later, Lu Chengfeng received 200 million and restarted the computer. Sang Shua couldn't wait to call in, the money has been transferred to you. But my sister-in-law said that Enmi doesn't need you to save her, let alone touch her. The company headquarters will send someone to rescue them. You are not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, she will kill you. TSK. I'm too lazy to save him. I'll send you the one-eyed man's number right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chengfeng's face became serious. After thinking it over, he called Han Liming and asked him to meet in the evening. In the evening, by the river with a gentle breeze. According to the information from the provincial government and the imperial capital, the head office where Sang Shua works is Mia Global Trading. This is a joint venture. We have branches in the 12 prefecture-level cities in the eastern province. Their jargon is called the 12 halls. Sang Shua is the boss of the Nanjiang gang. That sister-in-law Qin Yi is the woman who actually controls the company. Lu Chengfeng asked, what are the main areas of Mia Global's business? Han Liming said, smuggling, human trafficking, cooperation with local gangs in Southeast Asia. There are also CIA intelligence officers secretly investing. The ingredients are very complex. Xiaofeng, if you can get close to my sister-in-law, you can conquer her heart. Lu Chengfeng looked at Han Liming. Director Han, are you sure you want to continue investigating? Why not check? Han Liming wondered. If we continue investigating, it will be at the provincial level or even higher. The risk factor will increase exponentially. A mere director like you may not be able to handle it. Han Liming was silent for a moment, then looked directly at Lu Chengfeng. The police are the group that sacrifices the most in peacetime. Hundreds or even thousands of people every year. Although I have never worked at the grassroots level, it does not mean that I do not have the courage to face death calmly. Jiang Feng gently strokes Han Liming's hair. His eyes were full of determination and faith. Lu Chengfeng sighed. This middle-aged director is a breath of fresh air. Director Han, who is the important official who is about to visit Nanjiang? This is top secret of the intelligence department. How would I know? If I'm not mistaken, it should be an important person from Southeast Asia. You can call and ask. I think this important person's visit will be extremely dangerous. Good. Han Liming took out his phone and called his mentor in the capital. Teacher, is the important official who visited Nanjiang these 2 days from Southeast Asia? The mentor was shocked. The news is still blocked. How did you know? Han Liming looked at Lu Chengfeng in surprise, and then said, I deduced this from my undercover agent in Nanjiang. He also said that this time it will be extremely dangerous. The mentor was shocked. After being undercover in a common criminal group in Nanjiang for 20 days, you can accurately infer so much information. Exquisite. My mentor said, the first time you mentioned that undercover agent to me, I felt that he was extraordinary. Your undercover agent must participate in this important person's personal protection mission. I'll be in Nanjiang soon, I want to see him. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Han Liming conveyed his mentor's intention to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smoked a cigarette and silently watched the surging river. Everything was exactly as he had deduced. To be honest, the reborn Lu Chengfeng really doesn't want to set foot in the dark intelligence world again. Assassinations, betrayals, dirty politics. Every mission is a life or death situation. How can it be comfortable to lie down in this low-end game now? But without bragging, only Lu Chengfeng can resolve this major crisis. We can't just sit and watch the country get cheated, can we? We can't just sit there and watch the children in the orphanage being turned into organs and sent to Southeast Asia, can we? Anyone who loves this motherland will not be indifferent. I've accepted this mission. I'll be on standby to join the security team at any time. Lu Chengfeng put out his cigarette. Good. You've made our police proud. But in this case, you'll have to put your approach to my sister-in-law on hold for a few days. It doesn't matter. Universal Mia and this distant visit are part of the same event. You will know when the time comes. Besides, you can't be too hasty in getting close to the sister-in-law. If you tweak her appetite for a few days, she'll get even more irritated. Hee hee. Han Li understood him at a glance. Where did you learn these tricks from? By the way, haven't you paid me recently? Han Liming suddenly asked. Lu Chengfeng was surprised and said, Brother, I am an undercover agent. I am not a gangster. How can I make money for you every day? Han Liming, but I heard that you extorted 200 million from Sang Shua. Lu Chengfeng jumped up and said, the outside world is saying that I kidnapped Anmi. Do you believe it? We are close comrades. Can we trust each other? 2. Director Han, contact the intelligence department. From now on, search the entire city for Anmi's trace. Why? Do you think the top sniper from the CIA's East Asia headquarters came to Nanjiang just to kill a short mule like me? You mean it has something to do with the visit of important officials? Han Liming was stunned and turned pale. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng's cell phone rang. Boss, Teacher Bai was beaten by Chen Lei. Yan Zai said on the phone. How do you do things? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Chen Lei? My man drank a little bit of wine, and he slipped away in a moment. It's my fault. Bring him to the river. Bring some dry food and sail a motorboat over. Yes. After putting away his phone, Lu Chengfeng said, Director Han, that's it for today. You go first. And you? Oh, I used to have a subordinate who stayed here for a long time. I will introduce him to a new friend later. Good. Half an hour later, Chen Lei was brought to the riverside by Lao He and others. Over the past few days, Chen Lei stopped eating and drinking, lost a lot of weight, looked very listless, and his eyeballs were almost bulging out. But when he saw Lu Chengfeng, Chen Lei's bulging eyes looked particularly ferocious. Lu Chengfeng. You son of a bitch. Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly, it is you who ruined you. Go to hell. I know what you're thinking. You just want to force me to divorce you. Dream big for eternity. I'm telling you. I'll kill Bai Jie. I'll beat her 3 times a day. I even beat her face this afternoon. Bite me. Don't you have a lot of subordinates? Kill me if you dare, you short mule. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. Teacher Chen, you are a cultured person, we can't be rough with cultured people. I don't think you dare. As I said, if you don't have 100 million, don't even think about divorce. At this time, a motorboat drove to the center of the river and stopped on the surface. Yan Zai stood at the bow of the boat, took out a check and shook it. Lu Chengfeng pointed at the motorboat and said, Teacher Chen, the check for 100 million is in Yan Zai's hand. Chen Lei looked at the motorboat and his eyes lit up instantly. Let him come ashore. Give it to me. Chen Lei's breathing became rapid. Lu Chengfeng shook his head, swim over and get it yourself. Chen Lei grinned and said, you are testing me with this, right? You may not know this, but I am a sports student at the Normal University, majoring in swimming. I can swim across this few dozen meters of river without using my hands. Then swim. Lu Chengfeng said with a smile. Chen Lei snorted coldly and jumped into the river with a splash. His entering the water posture was very standard, and he swam towards the motorboat with ease. As expected of a sports student, he has been excited for several days without eating or drinking, but his physical fitness is still very good. But he overlooked a serious problem, the river surface is dead, but the motorboat is moving. Just as he was about to get close to the motorboat, it moved forward more than 10 meters. Chen Lei widened his eyes in the water. This is unethical. Chen Lei can only continue to chase hard. The motorboat keeps moving forward. Yan Zai stood on the motorboat and shouted. Come on, chase me. Come on, only 5 meters left. Hurry up, he's catching up. It would be a shame if we don't use up our energy to go out and kill people. On the river, the motorboat was circling in front, and Chen Lei was chasing behind with waves. On the way back, Wang Ba asked, Boss, why can't I understand what happened to Anmi? Did you kidnap her? Lu Chengfeng and Brother Long looked at each other and smiled. One-Eyed Dragon is indeed Dujia's younger brother. As soon as he returned to Nanjiang, he asked someone to pass a message to Brother Long, saying that he must kill Lu Chengfeng to avenge his elder brother. It happened that Anmi arrived in Nanjiang at this time, and Lu Chengfeng asked Brother Long to inadvertently pass the news that Anmi was a wealthy woman to One-Eyed Dragon. The one-eyed man, who was at the end of his rope, was fooled and kidnapped Anmi. Only Lu Chengfeng and Brother Long knew the whole process, and the two of them performed a double act in front of Yuxiaona and hid it from the whole world. Wonderful. Wang Ba praised it highly after listening to it. In the provincial capital Dongzhou, in a solemn and magnificent mountain villa, bodyguards in black are scattered in every corner of the villa, guarding its safety. In the octagonal pavilion in the villa's garden, the beautiful sister-in-law Qin Yi sat on a stone bench, drinking tea. Behind him, 2 female bodyguards in black stood outside the pavilion, staring at Sang Shua. Anmi has been rescued by the CIA, and all the kidnappers have been shot dead. Sang Shua, I want to ask you, did Lu Chengfeng participate in the kidnapping of Anmi? Is this a trap he set? Qin Yi's bright big eyes stared at Sang Shua, as if they could penetrate Sang Shua's heart. Under such powerful pressure, Sang Shua didn't dare to lie anymore. I dare not hide it from my sister-in-law. It was definitely not arranged by him. The people who kidnapped Anmi have a grudge against Lu Chengfeng, so it's impossible for them to cooperate with Lu Chengfeng. And I have spies around Lu Chengfeng, who can prove that Lu Chengfeng has nothing to do with this matter. Qin Yi nodded. One is the boss in the north of the city, and the other is the boss in the south of the city. They are looking for the same person. He found it, but you couldn't, and someone even ripped you off for 200 million. Among the 12 branches of the company, you are the only one who has so many problems this year. What happened to you, old Sang? Sang Shua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's all my fault. Sister-in-law, I heard that person will arrive in Nanjiang the day after tomorrow. If she really sides with Xia country, it will be very bad for our business. How about I formulate an assassination plan and kill her in Nanjiang? Sang Shua was eager to make a comeback and prove that he was still very capable. However, Qin Yi's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of contempt. The top security agencies of both countries are guarding her. Can you, Sang Shua, mobilize top experts to fight against their top special forces? Someone has already been assigned to do this. You don't have to worry about it. Yes. Qin Yi stood up gracefully and started walking in the garden. No emotion could be seen on her calm and beautiful face. Sang Shua had no choice but to follow behind respectfully. Old Sang, in which year did you join Mia Global? Qin Yi suddenly asked. I was hired by the company in 1990. Sang Shua answered respectfully. Oh, it's already been 10 years. Time flies so fast. You're almost 60 this year, right? 57 years old. Well, I'm not young anymore. I've worked so hard for so many years. It's time to enjoy myself. Qin Yi fiddled with an autumn chrysanthemum in the garden and spoke calmly. Sang Shua's body shook violently. What does sister-in-law mean by this? Lu Chengfeng hasn't been active these 2 days, right? Qin Yi asked again. Sang Shua said softly, according to the tip-off, he stays in his room every day painting, and the portrait he paints is of you, sister-in-law. Qin Yi smiled lightly. Oh, he can also draw. Send someone to get it and bring it to me. Sang Shua quickly waved his hand. Don't do that. Qin Yi wondered, what's wrong? Sang Shua curled his lips. That bastard painted your naked portrait. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then said, young people are so nice. Old Sang, please go back. Yes. After leaving the villa, Sang Shua's back was already wet. Qin Yi's conversation just now seemed calm on the surface, but in fact it was full of murderous intent, and she had even announced that she was finished. First he said that he was old and it was time to enjoy himself. He also said that Lu Chengfeng is a young man. That's great. Isn't it obvious that this is asking me, an old man, to step down and let the newcomer Lu Chengfeng take over the Nanjiang Hall? Of course Sang Shua didn't want to surrender. But for the first time, he also felt deeply powerless. There are almost no cards left in my hand to kill him. The company headquarters will not send anyone to support me in killing him. After thinking it over, Sang Shua picked up his phone and called Yu Xiaona. Yu Xiaona, do everything you can to kill Lu Chengfeng for me. After dealing with Chen Lei, Lu Chengfeng returned to the city with a group of people. At this time, the atmosphere in the city became even more tense. The day after tomorrow morning, the important figure from Southeast Asia will arrive in Nanjiang, and Nanjiang security work will face a huge test. Sniper teams have been deployed on some high-rise buildings. There are obviously more black-clad special agents, patrol officers, plainclothes police, and auxiliary police on the road. Many stores that skirted the law have been ordered to close temporarily. Checks have been implemented on everyone in key areas. Lu Chengfeng said to Wang Ba while sitting in the car, "Send someone to prepare 5 million in cash for me immediately and put it in my house. There's not much business these 2 days anyway, so I'm going to go travel with my sister-in-law to relax. I'll leave the company's affairs to you." Yes. After finishing the explanation, Lu Chengfeng felt that something was not right. Although Qin Weimin instructed that the overall situation should be taken into consideration during the security period and no trouble should be caused. But the bunch of birdmen under his command don't have this awareness. After drinking just a few glasses of wine, he can pick up a knife and chop people. Lu Chengfeng thought about it and called Bai Jie. "I heard that you were injured by Chen Lei. Should I go see you?" "No." Bai Jie flatly refused. "What's the matter?" "My face was hurt by that beast, I can't let you see it." Bai Jie didn't want Lu Chengfeng to see her ugly appearance. "Are there any other injuries on your body? Do you need me to check?" "Hate. Teacher Bai, please do me a favor and assign more homework. My brothers won't be working these days and will be locked up in the classroom to study intensively." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chengfeng found that Wang Ba and others had turned pale. Brother Long was even more exaggerated, he just rubbed his eyes and cried. "You guys are so stupid when it comes to studying. Wang Ba, you are the discipline committee member, you need to take the lead in the next few days. Starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will all study together. No lateness, no leave. Anyone who dares to skip class will be chopped off. Until I come back." At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chengfeng returned to Yu Xiaona's residence. The home is decorated to be more cozy. The beautiful song, "When I Wake Up," was playing on the speakers. Listening to the familiar melody, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh. The only thing in this world that hasn't treated the post-80s generation unfairly is music. After taking a shower, Lu Chengfeng pressed Yu Xiaona under him again. A fierce battle is inevitable. After smoking his cigarette, Lu Chengfeng fell asleep, making a slight cry. Yu Xiaona looked at him, then stretched out her snow-white arms, took out a pair of scissors from under the pillow, and gently pointed them at Lu Chengfeng's throat. Just a slight cut and blood would spurt out and the person would die instantly. But he held the scissors in the air and was reluctant to put them down. Finally, Yu Xiaona sighed again and put the scissors back under the pillow. Lu Chengfeng opened his eyes slightly, glanced at her, then turned over and fell asleep. The next morning. In an old office compound in Nanjiang, cars with Imperial Capital license plates frequently come in and out. This is a temporary command center to ensure the safety of visiting Southeast Asian dignitaries. The Liaison and Coordination Group, Media Reporter Group, Medical Support Group, Psychological Counseling Group, Stability Maintenance Group, and Intelligence Operations Group all arrived early. Each group is busy and orderly according to its own responsibilities. Black-clad special agents carrying sniper rifles and suitcases kept coming in and out. Leng Ning, Han Liming, and Han Liming's mentor all looked solemn. On the projection screen, a beautiful woman with delicate features and outstanding figure appeared in front of everyone. This person is Princess Shuji from the Southeast Asian Cotton Kingdom, which borders the Xia Kingdom. His ancestral home is Nanjiang. His political views tend to favor friendship with the Xia Kingdom, and he is expected to succeed to the throne soon. If Shuji could lead Cotton Country to completely side with Xia Country, there would be hope of solving the drug trafficking problems in the Golden Triangle, the population trafficking problems in Cotton Country, and the seaport problems in Southeast Asia. They can also bring back a technology expert detained in Cotton Country. Therefore, the Xia Kingdom attached great importance to Princess Shuji's return to Nanjiang to worship their ancestors. As an exception, her security level was raised from level 2 to level 1. The intelligence department carefully selected 2 good-looking special agents to protect her closely and tried to get close to her. On the walls of the command center, there are various charts, including the most detailed Nanjiang topographic map and the relationship chart of the characters. Mia Global Company from Eastern Province is on the list. On one of the pictures, there is also a ranking of the dangerousness of people on the roads of Nanjiang. Lu Chengfeng unexpectedly topped the list. And the famous Sang Shua could only come in second place. At this moment, a dark green sniper rifle was placed next to Leng Ning. The imperial capital mentor said, "Whether Princess Shuji can side with us is related to a series of important national issues. The higher-ups take it very seriously, and the security work must succeed, not fail. Coach Leng, we have been preparing for this for so long, how confident are you?" After working hard for many days, Leng Ning looked a little tired. The latest intelligence shows that many forces are ready to assassinate Princess Shuji in Nanjiang. The CIA's East Asian Intelligence Bureau, the drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle, the human trafficking organizations in the Cotton Country, and the hostile forces hidden in the country. This is the most complicated escort operation I have ever encountered. At this point, Leng Ning patted the sniper rifle beside him and said, "I can't guarantee 100% success, but I can guarantee that I will defend the honor of the country with my life." At this time, Han Liming said, "Instructor Leng, please wait a moment. There is another person who will join the personal protection team tomorrow." Leng Ning wondered, who is it? At this moment, Lu Chengfeng pushed the door and walked in carrying 4 black suitcases. "Lu Chengfeng, why are you here?" Leng Ning was so shocked that he stood up. "Hello, leaders." Lu Chengfeng put down his black suitcase and saluted. "Police Cadet Lu Chengfeng has been ordered to report here." "What? Police Cadet?" Leng Ning looked at Han Liming and his mentor. The two of them smiled and nodded. Leng Ning suddenly realized. He turned out to be an undercover agent sent by Han Liming to Nanjiang. No wonder he tried his best to rescue me when I was kidnapped that time. It turns out he's one of us. Leng Ning's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Chengfeng as if he was looking at a ghost. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng looked at Han Liming's mentor. He is actually the second in command of the police. A genuine power holder. Get on good terms with him. I'll rely on him for support from now on. The mentor also looked at Lu Chengfeng and smiled. "Lu Chengfeng, I read the report about your undercover work in Nanjiang. It was very effective. I am very satisfied. Reporting to the leader, that's all because of Director Han Liming's good leadership." Han Liming touched his nose and said, "You really know how to behave." The mentor nodded appreciatively. "You are a very modest young man." Han Liming thought, modesty. You may have misunderstood him. At this time, Leng Ning stood up. "I don't agree with Lu Chengfeng joining the intelligence operations team." "Reason?" The mentor looked at Leng Ning. Leng Ning said, "First, Lu Chengfeng has not undergone strict political review. Secondly, Lu Chengfeng has not received systematic special service training, does not know how to use a gun, and does not understand the rules for protecting VIPs, which could easily cause a diplomatic incident. The third and most important point is that Lu Chengfeng has an unclear relationship with the criminals in Nanjiang. If he joins the personal protection team, it may pose a huge risk to the important personnel." The mentor looked at Lu Chengfeng. "Lu Chengfeng, what do you say?" Lu Chengfeng said calmly, "To make a long story short, Princess Shuji narrowly escaped death this time when she came to Nanjiang. If I don't join the escort, I will die. Except for me, no one can handle this escort mission. I came here not only to protect Princess Shuji's life, but also to protect the official hats on everyone's heads." Good job. He is still so arrogant after joining the elite intelligence operations team. Very arrogant, you can give it a try. The Imperial Capital Master smiled, and then his expression became serious. The security situation this time is unprecedentedly complicated. If a candidate for succession to a country really dies on our soil, our country will lose all its face. The relationship with cotton countries will also drop to a freezing point, and many strategies will not be implemented. I think what Lu Chengfeng said is right. If the security fails this time, we will definitely lose our official positions. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau, your Special Service Bureau, and our police can send out many outstanding guards, but Lu Chengfeng is the only one who is familiar with the criminal environment in Nanjiang. Instructor Leng, I have already discussed with your officer in charge about letting Lu Chengfeng join the personal guard team. Sending you to Nanjiang as an undercover agent to be by his side is not only to familiarize you with Nanjiang's working environment in advance, but also to let you observe Lu Chengfeng. Whether you are satisfied with him or not, we decided to give him a try. Just execute it unconditionally. Yes. Thank you for your trust, Master. Lu Chengfeng smiled. Master. The teacher in the Imperial Capital was stunned. I am Director Han's student. Director Han is your student. Aren't you my master? Good job. This bootlicker. He immediately established connections with both the provincial and imperial capital levels. Leng Ning said, time is running out, Lu Chengfeng, let me take you to meet the other two personal special agents. Yes. Lu Chengfeng picked up 4 suitcases again. What did you bring in your suitcase? Money. Are you here to give me a gift? No, if you run into trouble, you can use money to clear the way. Good job. What kind of ingenious logic is this? I'm really drunk. After a while, Leng Ning brought Lu Chengfeng to another office. When he saw the other 2 special agents of the personal guard team, 2 words immediately popped up in Lu Chengfeng's mind: bad fate. These 2 bastards turned out to be members of his action team in his previous life. Song Songrong has bronze skin, is tall and handsome, and is sunny and cheerful. A super red 3rd generation, with a good family background, he joined the Special Forces at the age of 18 and the Imperial Capital Guard Bureau at the age of 19 as the guard of the Imperial Capital Commander, with super combat power. Zhou Hanlin is handsome, good at both civil and military affairs, and is good at electronic warfare. In the next 20 years, he led the forefront of Daxia hacker technology. The 2 young talents are both talented and handsome, and are indeed the right candidates to be close to Princess Shuji. But Lu Chengfeng knew that these 2 idiots would never be able to complete the mission of sticking to the enemy. Because their EQ is lower than that of dogs. This is Lu Chengfeng, he will be your personal bodyguard. Leng Ning introduced. Zhou Hanlin didn't say anything, but tapped away on the computer for a few times and immediately collected information about Lu Chengfeng. The Mafia. Zhou Hanlin opened his mouth in surprise. An undercover police agent. Lu Chengfeng said unhappily, Coach Leng, don't call me Lu Chengfeng. Call me Lu Haikong. I have to continue my undercover work after I finish my escort mission tomorrow. You have to put some makeup on me later. I can't let my Nanjiang brothers and enemies recognize me, otherwise I will be chopped into 180 pieces. Good. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin were thinking, what's the use of police undercover agents in such a difficult mission to escort important figures? However, both of them were well educated and had high quality. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they were still polite and enthusiastic towards Lu Chengfeng. Hey, brother, have you ever hugged my sister-in-law when you were undercover? Song Songrong stretched his head and asked curiously with his big eyes blinking. Song Songrong does not belong to the intelligence system, but was transferred from the Imperial Capital Guard Bureau. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau is mainly responsible for the security of the Imperial Capital and generally does not perform field work. The Secret Service guards the intelligence security of the entire country and carries out missions all over the world. Going undercover is commonplace. It is much more dangerous than the Security Bureau on a daily basis, and of course, more exciting. So when Song Songrong left Beijing this time, he was very curious about everything about the Special Service Bureau. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's start the meeting. Leng Ning rolled his eyes at Song Songrong, then pulled up the security plan. The personal escort formation has changed from 2 people to 3 people, so we have to rearrange the positions. I am responsible for the low-altitude sniper team and all-round support. Number 1 Song Songrong, you are responsible for the 180-degree protection behind Princess Shuji. Number 2 Zhou Hanlin, you are responsible for protecting Princess Shuji's left and front 90 degrees. Number 3, Lu Chengfeng, you are responsible for the 90-degree protection on the right and front. Be ready to fill in the gaps and support each other. In any emergency, you must ensure that the key personnel are in your direct field of vision, even if it means sacrificing your life. Do you understand? Yes. Leng Ning spent a full 2 hours explaining once again the complicated essentials of personal protection. Leng Ning used special makeup techniques to carefully apply makeup to the 3 people for 3 hours. This makeup technique is not as magical as the disguise in the movies, but after adding sunglasses, it is very different from the original appearance, and most people can't tell the difference unless they look carefully. With 2 hours left before Princess Saki's special plane landed, the security work entered the most critical and tense stage. All teams in the temporary command center are busy. Phone calls kept coming and going, people kept coming and going. The members of the personal protection team brought various equipment from the armory. Bulletproof vest, wireless headset, sniper rifle, pistol, protective briefcase. Leng Ning and 3 others got into a black bulletproof commercial vehicle and rushed to the airport. When passing an intersection leading to the airport, the car was stopped. At least 20 people were kneeling on the ground, holding up a white cloth with the word "Injustice" written in big red ink on it. Not good. Something happened. Leng Ning immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and asked the person in charge of maintaining order along the way about the situation. Lu Chengfeng raped my wife and children. Punish the murderer severely. Lu Chengfeng kidnapped my daughter. He must be severely punished. Lu Chengfeng didn't even spare the old sow in our village. He must be executed on the spot. More than 20 people who looked like farmers were kneeling on the ground and shouting at the top of their lungs. Hundreds of onlookers gathered around them. The Nanjiang police officers in charge of maintaining order tried to persuade them, but more and more people gathered around and it was impossible to get through. Unable to disperse them by force, and unable to persuade them to leave, the team leader Li Guiqing was overwhelmed. In the car, Leng Ning looked at Lu Chengfeng angrily. Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin immediately looked at Lu Chengfeng with admiration. Being an undercover agent can cause such great public outrage. This guy is really awesome. Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly. He knew that these unruly people had no idea that he was in the car. They must have been instigated by external forces and took advantage of the visit of the important official to cause trouble. Give me 5 minutes and I'll take care of it. Lu Chengfeng smiled as he got out of the car and walked in front of the 20 or so people kneeling on the ground. Everyone, please be quiet. I am Lu Haikong, a member of the Imperial Capital Working Group. I hold the Imperial Sword. If you have any grievances, you can appeal to me, but you must send a representative to speak to me. 20 or so villagers looked at each other and found that Lu Chengfeng did have a red work ID card hanging on his chest, so they pushed an old man out. Lu Chengfeng asked kindly, "Old man, who is Lu Chengfeng? Is he famous in Nanjiang?" The old man's eyes flickered. "Leader, you don't know. Lu Chengfeng is the biggest gangster in our area. He oppresses the people and does all kinds of evil. You must uphold justice for us." Lu Chengfeng smiled and asked, "Ah. So serious? Did Lu Chengfeng commit a crime against you?" The old man said, "Of course not. My wife, daughter, and my mother were all raped and killed by him. He is a beast." Lu Chengfeng looked sympathetic and said, "Oh, they are simply not human. What about the others? Are there any grievances?" When the others saw that the leader of the Imperial Capital Working Group was so patient and kind, they immediately started clamoring. "My wife was also raped by him. My daughter was abducted by him. He took all my money. He has also occupied my house." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "I know what you are talking about. Once we have investigated it thoroughly, we will definitely give you justice." The old man who led the group immediately shouted, "No. We want a result now. If Lu Chengfeng doesn't catch us today, we will never disperse. That's right. We want justice. Lu Chengfeng must be severely punished. We will not rest in peace until we see Lu Chengfeng arrested. We will kneel and die here. Lu Chengfeng said, "Everyone, be quiet and don't get excited. The Imperial Capital Task Force is very busy right now, so it's not that fast to catch anyone. How about this? The working group will give each victim 100,000 yuan in compensation, and then we can all go home. How about that?" Everyone at the scene showed a look of surprise on their faces. When Chongqing Company hired us, they only paid each of us 500 yuan. Now that's great, I can get 100,000 all at once. Is this true or false? Look at my work ID. How could the leader of the capital lie to me? Lu Chengfeng was in high spirits. Don't write us IOUs. We won't leave until we get paid, the old man in the lead shouted. Others immediately echoed, that's right. We can't give IOUs. Give us compensation now, or we will sue the capital. Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, everyone be quiet. Of course, I won't give you an IOU. The Imperial Capital Working Group has cash with them. We'll distribute it to everyone right away. Everyone wait a moment, just sign after you receive the compensation. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he came to the car, took out a few suitcases, and opened them in public. It's cash indeed. Everyone was so happy. This leader is really capable. He is in high spirits and very friendly, and solves problems quickly and directly. Everyone immediately rushed forward to collect their money. Please line up, don't push. Hey, old man, don't be impatient. What if you fall? Slow down, slow down. Sister-in-law, go slow, you are still pregnant. Lu Chengfeng's face was full of concern. He showed care and affection while handing out money to the people at the scene. In the car, Song Songrong and Zhou Hanlin looked at Lu Chengfeng in confusion. He is such a kind person. Why are there so many people slandering him? After a while, more than 20 people each received 100,000 yuan in compensation, and all of them were very happy. Thank you, leader. The leader is just like Justice Bao when he upholds justice. Everyone praised Lu Chengfeng's efficient handling of the matter. Of course we should. We are the sons of the people. Yes, leader, you are a rare good official. That's right, boss. You are so young and yet you are so good at handling your work. You have a bright future ahead of you. The leaders in the capital are really different. They are always smiling and have no airs at all. It's great. Ha 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 ha, you're all welcome. This is what we should do. Go slowly on your way back. Yeah, I wish the leader good luck in his work and a promotion soon. Everyone took the money, thanked Lu Chengfeng profusely and praised his kindness, and left the scene happily. Many of them were so moved that they kept looking back at Lu Chengfeng as they walked, and gave him a thumbs up from afar. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly, took out his cell phone and called Han Liming. Director Han, 24 people are suspected of false accusation, frame-up, and extortion. I'll send you the list later. Arrest them immediately. I think it will be no problem to sentence them to more than 10 years. Receive.